Good morning from Council Chambers. Just while Council's getting settled, I'd like to read out the emergency response and evacuation procedures. So if there is an emergency, everybody is required to evacuate Council Chambers from the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me, please take direction from security. Council, please follow me as we exit Council Chambers. Please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to the ground level and evacuate through the emergency exit and go to the muster point. Friendly reminder not to take an elevator or walk through City Hall. If there are any persons with limited mobility, please identify yourself to security at this time. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mayor Sohi.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cardinal.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the October 2nd, 3rd City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.2, 7.5, 7.7, 7.8, and 9.3, as well as the deletion of item 9.2.
Second.
And orders of the day be changed as follows. Wednesday, October 2nd, dinner from 5 to 6 p.m. with recess at 9 p.m.
Thank you. So please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We're just sending the vote out now.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Just waiting for one more. I'm not looking in your direction. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move the approval of the minutes from the September 9th, 2024 City Council public hearing and the September 10th and 11th, 2024 City Council meeting.
Okay. Need a second. Second, Councillor Tang. Any errors or omissions? I see none. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I'm going to go to Councillor Knack for Seniors Day.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. So yesterday, October 1st, was National Seniors Day in Canada. This day invites us to celebrate older persons and their many contributions to bettering our families, communities, and society. Here in Edmonton, we're part of a global movement to make cities friendly for people of all ages. We've prioritized creating an age-friendly city where getting older is not a barrier to accessing services, programs, businesses, or facilities. With the help of our community partners, the City of Edmonton supports housing, transportation, recreation, and community centers and services for seniors. As a result, older residents can enjoy the high quality of life they deserve. This day is also a time to show respect and gratitude for the older adults in your life. Let's use this opportunity to send a card or make a phone call or pay a visit to the special seniors who made a difference and continue to make a difference in our lives. And we can also repay all of the wisdom and care that they have shared over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I do have a couple of protocol items. Going to start with the Sisters in Spirit Day Council recognition. I would like to begin today by recognizing Sisters in Spirit Day, which is Friday, October 4th. Sisters in Spirit Day is an initiative driven by Indigenous women, started by Native Women's Association of Canada in 2005. It honors the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people, and builds awareness on the high rates of violence against Indigenous women in Canada. This day dedicates time for us to recognize and support families who continue to grieve their loved ones, and to stand in solidarity with those who continue to seek closure and justice. In Canada, Indigenous women are 4 times more likely than non-Indigenous women to be victims of violence, and the homicide rate for Indigenous women is nearly 7 times higher. Violence against Indigenous women and girls is systemic. It is a national crisis that requires urgent, informed, and collaborative action. In November 2022, City Council approved MMIWG2 S+ Municipal Action Plan. The plan guides our actions in 4 specific ways: to build awareness and understanding of how colonial history continues to impact Indigenous peoples, to make systemic and procedural changes, to support Indigenous reclamation of culture, and to advocate for change in areas outside of city's jurisdiction. We're proud of these steps we have made putting this plan into action, but our progress continues. October 4th is a reminder of the urgent need to fight against the racism and misogyny that perpetuates this violence. It urges Canadians to listen to the stories of those who are missing their loved ones, and to reaffirm our commitment to advancing justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women, girl, and gender-diverse people. But Sisters in Spirit Day is also an opportunity to find healing. Every year, vigils and community events are organized and held across Canada. In Edmonton, the Institute for the Advancement of Aboriginal Women will host an event this Friday at City Hall starting at 1:30. I encourage all Edmontonians to join us in holding space for community members who are missing a loved one. If you can, light a candle, place it in a window on Friday evening. Let us carry the spirit of this day through the rest of the year, ensuring that the voices and the experience of Indigenous peoples remain at the forefront of our actions. Together, we can foster a culture of understanding, respect, and support that honors the lives of those we have lost and pave the ways for a better future. Thank you. And the next one is, we will be recognizing Learning Month. 2 years ago, Edmonton's diverse and vibrant learning community came together to make Edmonton the first and only Canadian city to join the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities. This was a proud moment for our city, one that reflects our commitment to creating opportunities for everyone, no matter the background or journey. A learning city is much more than a network of educational institutions. It is a dynamic collaboration of government, cultural organizations, post-secondary institutions, school boards, arts, nonprofits, private businesses, residents, all working together to ensure everyone has access to learning and personal growth. This collective effort helps us build sustainable and resilient cities, inclusive and welcoming communities, and equal economic opportunities for all. We have many of our leading city network partners here today, including the dedicated members of our steering committee. These institutions are leading the way in providing meaningful, life-changing opportunities for Edmontonians and beyond. So I want to recognize our steering committee partners at Athabasca University, City of Edmonton, Concordia University of Edmonton, Consul Solaire Saint-Honore, Edmonton Catholic Schools, Edmonton Public Library, Edmonton Public Schools, Edmonton Unlimited, McCune University, NAIT, Norquest College, the King's University, University of Alberta, and Yellowhead Tribal College. Their dedication is why Edmonton has earned global recognition as a learning city. With their support, we're creating a city where everyone can pursue learning and growth. To celebrate the second anniversary of this milestone, we are again recognizing Learning Month through October. This acknowledgement reaffirms Edmonton's ongoing commitment to fostering lifelong learning and showcasing the diverse opportunities our city offers for growth and discovery. As we celebrate, I encourage all Edmontonians to share their stories of learning. Whether you are exploring new skills, engaging with your community, or reconnecting with your roots, your experience adds to the rich tapestry of learning in Edmonton. Together, we are part of a global movement that believes in the transformative power of education. Embracing this challenge, our Poet Laureate, Shima Robinson, graciously created a piece of poetry that expresses the experiences, history, and power of education and its connection to our city. It is my honor now to invite Edmonton's Poet Laureate, Shima Robinson, up to the podium to perform her original poem of learning titled Edmonton's History of Verse, Part 1. So Shima, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've written this verse in honor of Edmonton as a UNESCO learning city, and I'm going to read it as has been stated today for you. Here it is. Edmonton's History of Verse, Part 1. The history of this city is a dust devil, as they say. The chronicles of peril begin to wield and unveil songs of men and women who sing for the spirits of their children. Map the main frame of mission, score the same grades in digital. Make the place take its effects with less salt. Punch up the numbers on incredulous art. Edmonton stays graceful, burgeoning, purges of squalor in the name of the ways of adversity conquered. The verses are heard to be statically poetic, but the songs come alive to beget the respect we bestow on all of those who keep the streets cleaned. With kinds of breath and dance, the mastery over chance, the chancing from older lands, clouded but fluorescent, drilling us with presence, building different eminence, forward to the floors of high hope and dreams made, justice in the land of the peace and the plains. We need customs of respect to withstand and obey, the logic's elemental that the man that we stay attacks, literate skills of the pen and tongue, signals of skilled warriors carrying drums. We write to become under a tenacious sun, tremulous with message eternal in verse. Causal communications of the tacit, the worth, the unsettling surface of the water that coursed through the valley. We course through the tragic remorse moved. The spirit raised, the station of ancestral force. Truth we begin to build toward, the truest of north rules, begin again to give again. The freedom to force through winds of hurricane, to calming eye and train light to brighten with ways of writing. We are the stars shining the heat of the new sun. Are the ways of reckoning, the beauty of truth done? Elementary school man, chanting the semantics of the trivial, cool tongues hot to change the ways and remain spun by words like spells. We rock those bells, hearken forward to notion of the end of era. Dweneman is a name I spoke with in error to get me out of the reign of trepidation and terror, stay clearing the doubts, heal reeling with feelings that we've won, the rights promised us in every intuitive fight, for each one teach one. The speaking drum's cries, across the borders ordered to be the wrong rise, to walk the edge of disciple and learn to rely on stride, pride, and power in our darkest hours. We take out our books and read. Scripted interlocution for the benefit of all children and the ways beyond estimations of age. All of our wisdom stays carried in songs, cited in the rights that give rise to good laws. We build what we need and heed the lessons we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those, your words and gift with us. It's truly an honor to hear such a thoughtful expression of the role learning plays in shaping our city. So thank you again to our steering committee and all those dedicated to teaching, education, and lifelong learning. Your contribution helped make Edmonton a place where everyone can thrive and continue the journey of discovery. And thank you so much, everyone, for your work. And thank you so much for joining us. Please carry on that phenomenal commitment to building a community of everyone and investing in everyone. So with that, you're welcome to stay as long as you wish to do so. But I also understand that you have many, many other responsibilities that you need to carry on. All right. Select items for debate. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. All right. I'm going to select 7-7.
7-7.
7-8. And then for voting purposes only, deep breath to the clerks and everyone. So let's go through the ones that I'm selecting for voting purposes only. 8-9.
Just hold on. 8-9.
8-10. Not all of them.
8-9, 8-10.
And then I can do 8-12 through the remainder. Almost all of them.
So 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41.
Correct.
Got it.
And just for voting purposes, to be clear.
Okay.
And outside of that, 9.1 must be selected, so I'll select that.
And 9.3.
Okay. All right. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will be a lot simpler. I just want to select item 7.1. Thank you.
7-1. Okay. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, 7-2, please.
Councillor Wright.
7-3, please.
Voting or questions? This was at committee.
Yes, it was, and I have questions.
Okay.
I may have more resulting from 7-1. Thank you.
Okay. 7-3, okay. Councillor Tang.
9.3.
Councillor Cartwell?
Thank you. 7-4, please.
7-4. Okay. All right, so 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-7, 7-8, 8-9, 8-10, and from 8-12 all the way to 8-4-1. 9-1 is selected, 9-2, no, it was deleted, and 9-3. Got it. Okay. Can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Tang. Please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We're just sending the vote out now. Just waiting for one more vote. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. There's something happening.
It has carried unanimously, 13-0.
Okay, thank you. Can you read back to us what we have approved,
Sure,
please?
thanks. City Council this morning has approved the following recommendations in Report 7.5, Affordable Housing Investment Program, the Fall 2024 Grant Awards. 7.6, the options to provide tax forgiveness for remediated derelict properties. And that is it.
Okay,
And if you're going to go to bylaws, I'm going to ask that we do it nice and slow.
I will.
And if there are any...
It will help me too as well.
Yeah, nice and slow, and then while things are selected for voting purposes, it would be good to get an understanding if there's any other actions that need to come out of any of the votes
Like
on
subsequent
bylaws.
motion. We'll come to that. So we done. Request to speak. There's one. There's one, but we don't hear from members of public at council, so we will carry on with that tradition. Request for specific time on the agenda. Okay. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll move that the recommendation that the following items be dealt with at a time specific on the agenda. Item 7.8, supporting vulnerable Edmontonians, winter 2024 to 2025. Verbal report be dealt with at 1:30 on Wednesday, October 2nd, which is a reminder that's today. And 9.3, city manager recruitment, update number 10. Verbal report 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, October 3rd, which is tomorrow.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Let's deal with the easy ones first. Okay, let's deal with those easy ones first. I'll go to Councillor Cartmel.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will move first reading of 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7.
Second.
second and third.
Okay. All right, second by Councillor Rice. Okay, please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote.
In favor.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 8.1, 8.2, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, and 8.8.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading for item 8.1, 8.2, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20621, bylaw 20624, bylaw 20934, bylaw 20935, bylaw 20936, bylaw 20873, and bylaw 20874.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Just sending the vote out now. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, thank you, Tim. Really appreciate that. Okay. Now, there might be subsequent motions, right, for some of these bylaws.
Possibly.
So would you suggest that we follow the order and the order in the same way for subsequent motions, or we can deal with votes first, then do the subsequents
So
later?
my recommendation is you deal with the bylaws, acknowledging that there are may and must be abstentions, so we'll need to go
Yeah.
through those nice and slowly.
Yeah.
But if you're doing subsequent motions, it's possible that there may be debate, so perhaps you want to deal with the bylaws and then later on in the meeting come back to all of that.
Good.
For ease of the minutes and transparency to the public, rather than putting the subsequents under the responsible bylaw, we'll just do that at the end.
Got it. Okay, that's, I think
We'll
that's.
treat them for subsequent motion purposes, that they're
Yeah.
all conjoined.
Good, that is a good strategy. Can you also explain the differentiation between may abstain and must abstain? Must abstain is pretty clear that you must abstain because you missed the entire
Correct.
discussion, or you may have a conflict, which you have to
No,
declare.
not a
No, sorry.
not a conflict.
Not, because you have a.
Correct.
Okay, got it. To miss the entire conversation. May is?
May is that a member of city council missed part of the
Yeah.
public hearing,
Yeah.
and they may choose to abstain.
Yeah.
If you're abstaining from an item, I would ask that you acknowledge that you're abstaining, and please explain why, and leave chambers or leave the virtual meeting.
Okay, all right. Because there are different people who may abstain or must abstain. I know it's going to take a little time, but I'm going to suggest that we go individually on each of them. It'll be
We
easier.
can group them.
Can you group them?
Yeah, I think we'll just, if that's okay, if we can just group them.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you're online, if you can just turn your camera off and not vote, rather than jumping in and out. But if you're in chambers, I'm gonna ask that you leave. You can't
Okay.
sit in your chair and
Okay,
abstain.
can you help group them, please?
I'm comfortable moving all of them. I could just move all of them, it's easier.
Yeah, So if, okay, then I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to move, right, okay.
So we'll just start with 8, 9, and 8, 10 as a starting point, please.
Yep. So I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 24000, District Policy, and Bylaw 24100, Repeal of Council Policies and Guidelines.
Okay. Second,
Second.
Councillor Tang, okay. All right, please vote for the third reading.
Yeah, we're just sending the vote out here.
I'm sorry. I'm going to ask for these two to be split.
Oh, okay,
Recall, please.
okay. Let's do the recall. That's fine. Oh, you have question?
Split because I was of the understanding that we couldn't, which is why I was required to vote no to both of them. I wasn't allowed to split during the public hearing of the repeal of the policies. And so, I'm just,
Maybe I'll get that.
Yeah, you can't, it's my understanding that these can't be split, but if you're going to ask questions once the vote's out, you need to stop the vote and get clarity procedurally. But if there's anybody in law who'd like to provide different instructions, those are the instructions that
That's,
were given.
that's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Okay, let's
So we'll
carry on.
send the vote back out
Yeah,
as-
please, yeah.
Yep,
My apologies.
all good, sending it right out.
Sorry.
Want us to just change it?
Yeah.
We will change it. And we're just waiting on one more vote. Okay, so confirming Councillor Cartmel, you can see your vote on the screen and that is recorded correctly. Okay, we have all the votes, Marissa.
Okay, display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried.
Okay, and I can move Charter Bylaw 24004, Horse Hill District Plan. And is there a repealing one related to that one? No? Okay.
Based on what I have here, unless I hear otherwise, you could go all the way up to 823, 823.
Okay, then we will do that. I will start again. I'm gonna move, third reading of Charter Bylaw 24004, Charter Bylaw 24014, Charter Bylaw 24114, Charter Bylaw 24115, Charter Bylaw 24116, Charter Bylaw 24012, Bylaw 24112, Charter Bylaw 24003, Charter Bylaw 24007, Bylaw 24107, Bylaw 24108, Charter Bylaw 24008, and Bylaw 24109.
Second?
Second by Councillor Tang, so please,
sorry.
Yes, Councillor Nass?
Sorry, I specifically hadn't selected 8.11 because I'm happy to vote in favor of that one as I did previously, but every other item on that list was what I needed to separate, so. So I just need
Okay,
8.
so why don't we just say it's everything is on the floor from 812 all the way up to
Absolutely.
823.
Thank you.
Then we'll remove 811
We'll
and
come
come back
back.
and vote on
Okay.
811 separately.
Okay.
Thank you.
812 to 823. Yeah. That's okay.
The vote's coming to you now.
Okay. Okay, from 8:12 to 8:23, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we'll go back.
So now I will move Charter Bylaw 24004, Horse Hills District Plan, because we seem to really like to settle on that one.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. Councillor Knack, can you take off yourself off the screen, if you don't mind? You're still on the screen.
It's okay, MJ will erase it.
There you go.
MJ's just sending the vote out now. Just waiting on 2 more votes.
Yes.
Thank you, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
If you want to pass the chair for the going forward.
Yeah, but is it carried?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it didn't come up on the screen.
It's carried?
It carried 12 to 1. My
Okay.
apologies.
No worries. Okay, now I am going to give chair to Councillor Wright.
I have the chair. Thank you.
Continue going, Chair Wright?
Please do.
Okay, so now I can bundle all of these with any ones that are the must abstain.
Yep, so just to confirm, for voting purposes, it'll be 8:24 all the way up to 8:30.
Okay, yep, I see that. Okay, so I will move Charter Bylaw third reading of Charter Bylaw 24013, Bylaw 24113, Charter Bylaw 2415, Bylaw 24117, Charter Bylaw 24006, and Bylaw 24105 and Bylaw 24106.
Second. Any questions? Okay, please vote.
We're just waiting on 4 more votes.
So did not show up on the screen. Yeah. No.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Just waiting on 1 more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Now moving on.
Can we just get the map?
Oh, thank you.
Let Mayor Sohi come back.
And I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I will move Charter Bylaw 24011 and Bylaw 24111.
Need a second, Councillor Wright? Okay. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 24001, Bylaw 24101, Charter Bylaw 24005, and Bylaw 24104.
Second?
Please vote.
We're just sending the vote out now. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Point of order, can we just do the next two together? 37 and 38,
Okay,
please?
yep.
So I will move Charter Bylaw 24002 and Bylaw 24102.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
Fine. I did vote, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay. I will move Bylaw 24103.
Second?
Okay, please vote. Yes.
Thanks, Marsohi. Just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 24010 and Bylaw 24110.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'm sorry. I need to recall 8.11. So
8 point.
yeah, because it
Just
did
hold
not
on.
show.
Let me get to 8.11.
Because
Sorry.
it didn't show on my screen and I voted verbally. I want to recall that.
Okay.
Sorry, can you explain to me the reason for the recall? An audio and an electronic vote are equal to the same thing.
Because it didn't show up on my screen. I voted verbally, so I didn't.
But it's still recorded, though. It's recorded in the record,
Yeah, so
right?
I need to recall that.
Th-
Recall that
that's-
vote.
It is in the record. It is still recorded in
The
the record.
only ways
Yeah.
that you can vote are through the electronic system or audibly, so you have voted in a valid vote.
Yeah.
And your vote has been counted and recorded, and I can call up the minutes and confirm how you intended to vote. The only reason to recall is if the vote's wrong, and our record is the vote is.
wrong.
So you
yeah.
voted incorrectly?
Yes, I
So
voted
you said the
incorrect.
wrong thing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then we will reconsider. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, you want to move that again, please? 811?
So can I
Yep.
just confirm, so Councillor Rice, you voted in the affirmative and that was incorrect? Thank you so much.
Okay. So Councillor Rutherford, move that, please, and Councillor Paquette, you seconded that. Okay. So 811. So please vote.
We're just sending out the reconsideration now.
Or
It's a
vote-
vote for
it's a vote for
it's a vote
reconsider-
for reconsideration. Recall's right after. This is not
Okay.
right after. It's a wee bit later.
Vote for reconsideration.
Councillor Rice, this is a vote for reconsideration. So
My apology, yes.
would you like us to adjust your vote?
Okay, sure,
Will do.
thank you.
Just waiting on one more vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Now, Councillor Rutherford. Okay. 8-11.
Yes, like to keep circling back to Horse Hill. So Charter Bylaw 24004, Horse Hill District Plan be read for a third time.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. So please vote.
Just sending the vote out now. Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried.
Thank you, my apology.
Okay. Okay, so we got all covered? Okay, so what I would suggest that we don't do subsequent at this time. We will get to subsequent sometime later because we have other items to go through. We have delegations that are here from external agencies that we probably want to get through some of these reports. So we will start with 7.1, Budget Planning Update. This may not require as much time, but then we'll get to the 7.2, which we have delegation on.
No presentation
No
today.
presentation?
Happy to
Okay.
take any questions.
Okay, this was exempted by Councillor Rutherford, right?
Yep.
Let me go to the item. Do you want to move the recommendation?
Yeah, but I have one question
Yeah.
first, because it might change what I move.
Okay,
So I was just unclear in reading the report, if a change is required for policy C578, because right now, one of the clauses in the policy is council-directed priorities, policies, and programs, and it is agnostic in that policy to spring SOBA or fall SOBA. So it would still be at the discretion of a councillor to move an amendment at spring if we keep the policy as is, no?
So our plan when we were doing this was that all budget decisions should be made in the fall and not made in spring. It does cause problems and complications as we're moving forward.
I understand the logic behind it, but my point is that's contradictory to what is said in the policy, and this report didn't bring forward any recommendation to amend the policy to be clear that, like I said, that council-directed changes to priorities, policies, and programs could happen only in the fall. So should it be codified? Because right now, basically, what admin is saying they're gonna do as a process is contrary, in my opinion, to the policy.
So so we didn't contemplate bringing the policy forward. In theory, you can always exempt yourself from your own policy, so I wasn't sure it was necessary. What we're trying to solidify is prior to the budget this fall is that the majority of the decisions, or virtually all of the decisions that you make, including the things that you'd like that relate to your priorities, should be done in the fall as a best practice.
Yeah, and I understand that it's a best practice, and so I want to be clear, I completely agree with the premise of the report, and I have said I get budget fatigue with we redebate in spring again. But what has happened in practice is people still move amendments in the spring.
I think they can do that even if I bring you a policy that takes it out. You would just have to exempt yourself from policy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So,
You're making an exemption either way. If you change the policy, you can exempt to make a motion. If you don't change the policy, you can exempt to not make motions. So either
well,
way,
if you
can make an
don't have
exemption.
it in the policy, we're gonna get into, like, if it's in policy, the counselor in the spring budget would have to move an exemption to the policy and then make the motion. Versus right now, they can just make the motion, and as long as they have a seconder, it will be debated. Correct? So there is a step that it provides in terms of some level of collective counsel agreeing that this is an important thing to make an exemption to. I guess I'm just gonna, that was my only question. I'll leave it to my other colleagues that have questions. I would prefer to see an amendment to the policy to codify this, to make it a little bit more clear, to add a little bit more rigor, and again, with the new council, in 2025, 2026. I just think it's better to codify it personally.
Okay, so from procedural point of view, if there's a desire to amend the policy, should this be referred back, then you bring back this along with the policy change?
Yeah, I would say just for simplicity's sake, because you do have a really packed agenda, if
Yeah.
you want, just postpone this and we can perhaps prepare a quick policy amendment while we're here for the next 2 days. I don't think you need to send it back, but I would
Okay.
like to just confer with the CFO.
Okay, let's do that. Let's postpone this to the, for now, right?
Just
And
till
we'll-
later.
Okay, to later. Can someone move that, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay, please vote to postpone.
Just confirming, I'm just had to update something. Okay. Just waiting on 2 more votes. Counselor Hamilton?
Yes.
Counselor Rice? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we go on to 7.2, options to address the retail sale of knives. This was at the Community and Public Services Committee, was requisitioned without a committee recommendation, and I will go to the chair of the committee to introduce the item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So we debated this at the recent Community and Public Services Committee. We had several members of the public speak to the item and their concerns around the sale of knives. The general consensus was the option for creating a different category for convenience stores was the preferred of the options provided by administration. And so that motion was put on the floor. However, at the point of debate, some further commentary made a few of us on committee feel like it might need a little bit more questions before a final decision. And so it was requisitioned, because I think there was some concern about business license timelines and those kind of things.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for that introduction. I'm going to go to Councillor Salvador to move the motion. Or are there any opening comments from administration before we do that?
We do have opening comments if you wish.
Okay, please go ahead then.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Travis Pollock, Branch Manager of Development Services. And today, on the bench today, I'll just introduce everyone, as you might not recognize everyone. Starting from my left, I have Janet Affone, our new solicitor. We have Amy Beard, our strategic planning analyst for our business license. We have Lila Peter, our director of development approvals. And at the end of the bench, we have Chantel, who's our director of complaints and investigations for community services. And over in the other area, we have Keith Johnson, the superintendent of Edmonton Police Services, for questions only. With that, I'll pass the presentation over to Lila for some quick remarks. Thank you.
Okay, and if we can start on slide 2, that would be great. So administration originally prepared 3 options for regulating the retail sale of knives in the city of Edmonton within the purview of the city's business license bylaw. And we also advanced a 4th advocacy option as well. So as you can see on the screen, option 1 proposes to create a new business license category for convenience stores. Through this convenience store category, administration could either prohibit, impose, or impose operating requirements on the sale of knives at these locations. Under option 2, we propose to amend the business license bylaws existing retail sales business license categories to impose operating requirements that all retailers would be required to follow when selling knives of any kind, with a potential exception for cutlery. With both option 1 and 2, new regulations would not take effect until these licenses renew, meaning that the full impact of the bylaw changes may not be realized for some retailers of concern for up to 2 years. Under option 3, it outlines the ability for enforcement agencies to utilize the existing business license review process currently available within the bylaw. And this is a formal procedure which allows administration to refuse, suspend.
Let's meeting.
Just one moment, please.
Yes, ETMR. They're on mute now.
They've muted themselves.
Good. Go ahead, please. Carry
This
on.
formal procedure allows administration to refuse, suspend, cancel, or impose operating requirements on a licensee under specific circumstances. Next slide, please. So options 1, 2, and 3 then enable administration to impose some operating requirements onto a licensed retailer. Examples of operating requirements that could be advanced include prohibiting licensed retailers from selling knives of any kind to a person who is under 18 years of age, requiring licensed operators to obtain photo identification of a purchaser who appears to be under 25 years of age, or requiring licensed retailers to keep all knives locked in a display case or secure room. Next slide, please. At the September 16th Community and Public Service Committee meeting, the motion on the slide was tabled. As no funding was attached to the motion, discussion centered on what implementation activities may be possible without funding, and whether there were leaner implementation approaches to this work. Reflecting on that discussion, administration has now provided additional details of what can be accomplished with different funding models for option 1, which has also been outlined in the new attachment 6 to the report. Next slide, please. So under the no funding option, administration is limited in what it can achieve. We will utilize existing resources and licensing administration tools to provide some minor communication and education to our licensed retailers about the new category, the operating requirements, and when they need to apply for a new category. If a complaint were to be received by our enforcement teams, the business could be flagged for a further assessment once the license is due for renewal, but enforcement would not be prioritized amongst the many other enforcement files that the team advances. It is estimated that about 500 to 600 licenses will be manually reviewed over the 2-year period by administration, and that will impact our service levels. We anticipate we'll move from an average of 23 days to 25 days, which is still within our published service levels. At the time of the renewal, administration will rely solely on the information provided by the licensee as to whether they meet the category or not, and there won't be any further verification of those activities. Until a business is correctly categorized as a convenience store and has that operating requirement applied, there will be no enforcement of knife sales, and that's because we need that convenience category first. In the no funding model, there will be limited resources to proceed with escalated enforcement activities beyond issuing warnings and fines. And enforcement efforts will require to bring problematic retailers into compliance will not be available.
Under that full funding model that was brought forward at committee, the request is for $940,000 over 3 years, which would allow for proactive and comprehensive education to licensees, along with technology upgrades to help automate the identification of those who require the new category. It also includes the addition of proactive enforcement, meaning the municipal enforcement officers will perform site visits in advance of renewal dates, build rapport with licensees, identify the ones that require the new category, and support the ground-level community capacity building work that public speakers outlined in their April and September committee presentations. Data from enforcement officers from this community-level work will be provided to the business licensing team to support that category renewal. It is anticipated that a significant volume of licensed retailers will then receive the correct convenience store category, allowing any further enforcement to be focused on enforcing on non-compliance with operating requirements. This funding option provides the capacity for the municipal enforcement officers to proceed through escalated enforcement that would be required to address the most prolific or problematic offenders, which could include the compilation and submission of license reviews, court injunctions, and other remediation activities required to ensure the closure or ultimate compliance of a licensee who has refused to comply with previous enforcement efforts. So, as discussed at committee, a lean implementation option has also been explored and put forward, and it's estimated at $120,000 in 2025 and $68,000 in 2026 for a total ask of just over $188,000. Under this option, administration would develop technology to automate the identification of licensed retailers who require the new category. This will allow for a broader range of retailers to be assessed effectively for the application of the convenience store category at the time of renewal, and should result in the faster processing of these licenses. This will also lead to an enforcement focus primarily on whether the operating requirements prohibiting knife sales are being followed, rather than whether they have the correct business license category. And similar to the no funding option, enforcement efforts are going to continue to be prioritized on a first come, first served model. But the progression through the enforcement and the responsiveness of the enforcement teams is likely to be more targeted and to be able to focus on that operating requirement. I'll pass it over to Travis to close.
Thanks. As presented, the options require new areas of enforcement and administrative procedures, and funding allocation will help support this implementation. At the municipal level, regulating the sale of knives is new and a difficult challenge, and administration has appreciated the opportunity to connect with community members to work through options to support the resolution of these challenges with the development tools that are within our regulatory and administrative purview of the city. I thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much. Councillor Salvador?
Yep, thank you. So I'll start by putting a motion on the floor. I'll move that administration implement option 1, no funding to address the retail sale of knives as outlined in attachment 6 of the September 16th, 2024 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 02456, and that administration prepare an unfunded service package for option 1, leaner funding to address the retail sale of knives as outlined in attachment 6 of the September 16th, 2024 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 02456 for consideration by council as part of the fall 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment.
Thank you so much.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Okay, great. We have motion on the floor. Can you make a quick introduction, then
Yes.
we go to questions?
Yes, absolutely. So actually just want to start by thanking administration for their work on this. I was really pleased to see the addition of attachment 6, the revised funding options. I think that provides some clarity and nuance to some of the conversations we were having at committee, and really hones in on that discussion. So yeah, I think I don't want to overcomplicate this. You know, we've heard from community members, we've heard from EPS, businesses, other stakeholders who have identified that the easy availability of knives at convenience stores, it's a public safety concern. And we have an opportunity to help address it with what I think is a pragmatic and low-cost tool, and I believe we need to act on it. We've heard concerning reports about how easily youth can access these knives, and I'm even hearing from, parents of kids who have heard stories of other young ones purchasing knives and then bringing them to school. And while I recognize that this measure is not a perfect solution, it's not a silver bullet by any means, but we don't really have access to those types of perfect solutions or silver bullets at the municipal level. So we're looking at options that are within our control to support community safety. Again, this is a practical, low-cost approach that can help us reduce impulsive purchases and that convenient access to these items in our communities. I'll also just add, since we started having this discussion at committee several months ago, I have been hearing from community members, leaders at youth drop-in programs, parent councils, who are all calling for us to take action to mitigate risk. And again, we might struggle to address the root causes of these issues, but we can still take meaningful steps to reduce harm. And I think this motion does just that. And so it's a two-part motion. First part allows us to move forward immediately with the preparation of the new business license category, but also allows us to have a conversation about the leaner funding option, the $188,000 to be considered at budget. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador. So we have a motion on the floor now. Do you have questions to Dominda as well?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe just to jump over to EPS, and I see commissions here as well. You know, we talked a little bit about this at committee, but just wanted to, again, get your thoughts moving forward with option one, no funding, really creating that opportunity for enforcement on EPS's side. Is that something that you feel is a viable path forward? In attachment 6, it does talk about EPS may enforce operating requirements with seizure tools that are available to them at their discretion. So just confirming that EPS would be ready and able to take those types of steps?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. Like, we have no preference as part of which option is chosen. That, you know, we would be guided by council and city admin's direction on that. We do support the fundamental idea of the bylaw, but our preference, but what we would like to see are the city peace officers and the business licensing process, you know, empowered as the primary agency for enforcement. It's important to note that our response to this will remain reactive in nature and crime-based, because, for example, a lot of these things don't necessarily make media, but we do act upon illegal sales of, whether it's prohibited weapons, illegal tobacco, as well as drug trafficking. So we do that criminal work now. So I think it's important to note that no matter what the bylaw is that our response to it will be criminal based.
So to clarify then, the creation of a convenience store category that bans the sale of knives, does that empower you with a new tool that doesn't exist today?
It's another tool in our belt per se. I think that's been mentioned a couple of times. I mean, if there is that actual ban in place, but in regards to us conducting proactive work to enforce a bylaw, that's something that the members would just be running across on their normal day-to-day work. Right. Any proactive work that our members do, I'm primarily, one of my portfolios is the shelter district. And I know with our members in the HSOC zone and in the shelter district is that they conduct this sort of proactive work already, but everything that they do is based on whether it's complaints from the community or any form of information or source information that they receive. So that work has already been doing. So as part of what the bylaw would eventually look like, if it's something that we're able to utilize as part of our enforcement, then that's something that is there. But to make it a primary work of our front lines, then that's something that that we would not do. But we would also assist for safety measures. Any form of your licensing people or your peace officers require assistance in the enforcement if there's any safety concerns, well, of course we would be there.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. So I guess by no means is it directive in the sense of providing sort of proactive enforcement action, but as you said, if there are complaints coming from community members, if you are hearing concerns about the sale of these items where they're not supposed to be sold, assuming that this moves forward, that allows you to act.
Yeah, it allows us to act. Again, it's just one more tool, but you know, we definitely agree, though, with your comments earlier, Councillor, about the community concerns that the retail sale of knives has an impact on public safety. I just got the stats from the end of August, from January to the end of August. You know, we've had 664 knife incidents in the city, and 310 of those have been victims, meaning an injury and or death. That's 46%. So that's a high number, and anything that could be done to help us address the public safety issue would, of course, be supported by us.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, because I think, as I was mentioning, it's imperfect tool, of course, but trying to add another one to the tool belt. And yeah, no, I appreciate those answers. So maybe, you know what, I'm going to end it there, and happy to take other questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. So the question, and right now the motion on the floor is going to option 1 with no funding. What is the timeline for the impact for this option 1, so with no funding? So I know the part 2 of the motion is to bring an unfunded service package, so I will have a question for that. So I just want to get timeline for the impact, because we need to address this violence.
So with part 1,
Yeah.
we would take this direction, we would start to make those bylaw amendments, and we would probably work within that standard period that you'd set for us to bring forward the bylaw amendments. We'd also start working internally on our implementation procedures, but until the bylaw is in place, we wouldn't be able to require those businesses to become a convenience store. So once the bylaw is enacted and we're set up to start applying the convenience store category, then at the time of renewal, those businesses would have the convenience store category applied. They would be told no knife sales. And so we anticipate that's going to be a full 2 years from that date, because we can't impose that convenience store category under their existing license. So these options do require a longer implementation approach.
Okay, thank you for that. In part 2, and for the linear funding, so by looking at the description here, 2025, 2026, do you mostly use this funding, and it's $188,000, and for the staffing?
Yes, it would be for administrative staffing, to support on the renewal piece, and to also have some technology improvements made so that we can have some automated forms as well.
So what I heard here, we do not have existing resources for the staffing to do this work. We have to add how many FTEs?
So with the leaner option, we'd be adding about 1 FTE, and then there'd be money for the tech improvements. Under the no option, we'd be utilizing our existing FTEs, and we would just be slower in all of our work.
So for the part 2, if we add additional staffing for that, and then will that reduce from full 2 years to 1 year, or still the same timeline?
It will still be 2 years, but we'll have a more comprehensive application of the category, which should then reduce enforcement efforts for the MEOs if they are called out to do enforcement work. Because the first thing that they'd have to enforce on would be if the category is correct. If they don't have the correct category, they can't enforce on the knives.
Okay, so the timeline is still same. Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Councillor, just to add, the timeline is because of the business license bylaw renewal period, is that we can't immediately enforce a new category until the renewal comes into place, which can be between 1 and 2 years, because business licensings last, or their expiry is between 1 and 2 years.
Yeah, I understand, because there are two works that needs to be done. One is renewal, and one is for the other type of application. Yeah, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I just want some clarity on the motion before us. So to administration, the way I read this is, so the first part is, go and prepare those amendments. Obviously, then it would have to come back. I'm anticipating there'd be at least some likely impacted business owners that would come and speak at that bylaw. But whatever happens out of that, but is point 2 dependent on point 1? Could they be split, like if this isn't approved at budget in the fall, so I see the unfunded service package, if it's not funded at the fall, does that impact one? Like, I'm just trying to get a sense.
So a couple of things. Under number 1, we would go away and work on it and we bring it back to council. So I don't know that there would be much speaking to the bylaw at that point because we would be bringing it to council to pass.
You're
We
bringing
wouldn't
it to
be
council, not
Yeah,
to a public hearing. Okay.
correct, because it's a
Okay.
business license bylaw.
Okay, yep, good.
And then secondly, our understanding, and maybe I'll pass it over to legal for confirmation, is that we would, if we don't get the funding, we would just proceed with the no funding option for implementation. So we would do number 1 regardless.
Okay,
And then number 2, if we didn't get any funding on it, we would be operating under the purview of no funding.
okay,
So Councillor, just to add to that, our recommended path is to have the budget request first, and if that were to pass, then we would prepare the amendments. That is not the motion ahead of you today, or right now. This allows us to ensure that we're not setting expectations falsely or having those expectations on the team, that we're placing additional pressures without those resources that are needed. So the impacts that were outlined in the presentation around the increased length of business license would apply if that funding wasn't approved.
yeah, so that's what I think that's what triggered me to want to requisition this, because we were already at speaking to it, and then it came to light about the delay in the business licensing. So can you talk, like, I need to get a full scope. Are we talking a delay of a couple hours? Are we talking a delay of 2 weeks? Like, can we quantify that delay?
So we have attempted to quantify it, and we anticipate it'll be up to an additional 2 days of processing time, because we'll be looking at approximately 5,000 retailers as they come through. And we base that on current processing times for new licenses versus renewals. So renewals happen automatically, and so then there would be that delay applied.
But all convenience stores would have to go through, wouldn't be able to do the auto renewal until they're
All retail, because we'd have to look at every retail and then categorize.
based on the definition that's
Yes.
created for commercial,
Correct.
for convenience store, okay.
But to be clear, with the addition of the 2 days, we still anticipate we'd be within our published service levels.
And what are the published service levels?
I can tell you we're at 23 days. We think we'd go to 25, and I think it's 35. So we have space.
Okay, that's good. And then, I guess just in the last minute of my time here, I'm just gonna go to the mover. If I'm on the fence, what would you say to kind of convince me? In terms of my concern, my fence is around the budgetary asks and the idea that it's kind of cost neutral or resource neutral. I obviously see the problem. I think we need to address it. I'm also skeptical that this will be the most effective way of dealing with it, given, you can still buy it on Amazon. But I want to make sure, I guess that's where my hesitancy is. Do you have anything you would like to
Yeah.
say to me to convince me?
I mean, I have a whole closing, but
Yes.
yeah, no, maybe just on your last point around folks who might purchase on Amazon. When I look at this, I look at it almost from a behavioral economics perspective, where when it comes to purchaser behavior, having to take that extra step and take that extra pause does matter. This is about reducing opportunities for opportunistic, impulsive purchases. And quite frankly, I've connected with a lot of parents whose kids are in like junior high and they don't have access to online purchasing in the same way. So I think that's something that is weighing on my mind and something that I wanted to bring to this conversation. It's about that ease of access. And when it comes to the funding side of things, yeah, absolutely. I mean, things are obviously really tight right now. We're going to be walking into a really challenging budget, which is why I did want to parse this out into 2 pieces.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We ran out of time, but you have time.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, of those 660 incidences, are you able to trace back where the knives were purchased?
No, we don't have that information, nor does this data show where those 664 incidents occurred. It's just citywide.
Okay, so So I guess in your opinion then, would this help to reduce those number of incidences then by putting this bylaw in place?
Well, again, we always support the fundamental idea of the bylaw, and anything that could enhance the improved public safety, yes. Just from the inner city and calls that our members do, and any weapons that are done. I mean, a lot of times the weapons of choice is a machete and a bear spray. But if there is any opportunity to make it a little bit more difficult to purchase those offensive weapons, would help. Because as I stated earlier, a lot of our proactive criminal enforcement that we do involves these edged weapons, whether they're prohibited or not. They're sold under the counter. They're sold along with drugs, bear spray, contraband tobacco, other items of note. So as I said, anything that would improve public safety, you have our support.
Okay, so you support this recommendation. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Can you also take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So, this to admin, right? I also heard at the committee, and also I think one of the community person was quoted in the media as well. Because we are having this conversation, community is engaged. Some convenience store owners already starting to not have knives or not selling knives, right?
Correct, that's what was shared.
So behavior is already changing. Giving another tool to pass the bylaw that says, clearly says to everyone that you cannot sell knives in convenience stores will further change that behavior.
That is the intent, yes.
Right? Yeah. And is there evidence that the creation of other bylaws that are on the books now does change people's behavior? Voluntarily change people's behavior?
I think the presence of any bylaw, rule, or regulations changes the behaviors of some or the majority of people.
Yeah.
And I think what we're presenting here, or what we offered here today in terms of our approach, it gets at that education first, especially when we take in those business licenses and how we categorize them. And through that categorization and discussions with those applicants, we have that conversation of knives are being prohibited if the bylaw were to be passed.
Yeah. And so in an ideal, perfect world, bylaw creation, passing of the bylaw, then giving you proper resources to educate, enforce will be the ideal situation. But we don't live in an ideal world. And if we give another tool to the EPS by passing a bylaw, it improves the situation what community expects that it will improve. Maybe it's a comment then.
I think in general, when we do pass bylaws, we should have the ability and capability or the resources to enforce and first educate, which is why we've come back with a leaner option in which gets at that education piece and that ability to administer the bylaw first, which reduces the instances of any enforcement issues down the line. So we reduce the scale of what we're dealing with in terms of compliance if we hit the education first.
No, I agree with you on that, right? So moving from 23 days to 25 days, that is only for retail renewals. This does not impact any other business areas, right?
I think we thought it would impact all businesses who are coming in for a new business license when we were looking at it. Just looking at the numbers, but again, I will advise that this is a forecast, but not fully mathed out with that.
Mm-hmm. Because when you said there's 600 to 700 applications for convenience stores renewal over 2 years, that's but less than one application a day.
Correct, but again, we would be looking at all the retail stores.
Yeah.
So there's 5,000 that would be coming through over the 2 years.
2 years. So it's not 600 to 700. So I must have misunderstood. Okay, got it. Thank you. I will take the chair back, and I'll move the second round.
Second.
Oh, call the vote, please.
Just sending the vote out now.
I was waiting for it to come out.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Kurtmel.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we'll return the chair.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back and go to Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So just wanted to ask one clarifying question around the 23 to 25 days. So is my understanding correct that that would be time limited though? Like it wouldn't be that our process is changing from here forward. It would be during the time that that transition is happening, correct? So it would just be over the 2-year period.
Over the 2-year period.
Right.
For
Okay.
any new business that isn't, and then any retail business that's renewing.
Great. Okay, so it would just be while we're working through those changes. I think that's really important clarity. That's it. I'll speak to it when the time is right.
Thank you. Councilor Rice, go ahead, please.
Just one follow-up question on the staffing. So based on my first question, if we add additional resources, staffing to do this work, so I'm fully support the work needs to be done, and then specific to address this public safety and to reduce the violence. But why we add additional staffing and then the timeline still same? So I just try to get more understanding. So it's my understanding if we provide additional resources and our timeline could be a little bit faster.
Yes, so if we went with the lean option,
Yeah.
then we don't anticipate, we aren't sure if there will be an additional time, but it wouldn't be the 2 days if it was, because again, we would be building that technology tool, and that would be helping us reduce any impact to timelines. So that is, again, this is a bit hard to forecast, but we aren't anticipating much of a timeline increase across the board if we had that option. And then the other impact of having that option 1 lean funding would be that we would hopefully see much quicker enforcement efforts and much more proactive enforcement efforts that were focused on getting the knives out of the stores, not on that category being incorrectly applied. So we're going to cast a wider net with option 1, which will help further down the line with enforcement activities.
So this is my struggling. And then based on the discrimination and for the funding you request here is more administration functionality, is not the enforcement functionality. And then my related question to the budgetary, that means this funding you request is under operational and then expenditures. So it's not enforcement side and for the police or for the peace officer side.
Correct. When we were putting together option 1, and I can ask the enforcement colleagues to speak to this as well, we talked about what would be our, what would be the cheapest, best way to implement this. And again, we kind of did land on, okay, well, what if we were better at doing this administrative approach, at getting more businesses classified up front, and then that would help them with their efforts down the line. But again, it limits what they can do enforcement-wise without additional enforcement funding.
It's my understanding, you can correct me if my understanding is not right. It's my understanding based on the phases here and also the specific work described here prior to business license renewal and renewal of business license and also post-renewal of business license. So is there any consideration to look into the existing resources? We don't need to add additional FTEs.
So for an enforcement point of view, we have our municipal enforcement officers who do enforce the business license bylaw. We have 23 of them that respond to about 40,000 complaints a year. And so any additional work, we wouldn't have the capacity to take that on a proactive way. It would be strictly reactive. And so at the time of business license renewal, if those businesses were categorized properly through the education, we could then move straight forward into the enforcement phase because the education would be completed.
But this is administration functionality and is not enforcement functionality. That is back to my earlier question.
Under the lean option, yes.
Yes,
Under the
yeah.
full funding option,
I'm talking about the lean option.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I got the answer I needed. Thank you very much. I would like to vote separately.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. The motion can be divided into two parts, right? Okay, got it. Okay, so that concludes the questions on the motion. At this time, anyone to speak? Okay, we'll start with Councillor Rutherford. I don't see the list, but you want to speak, right? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. I first want to thank, I see many of the speakers that came to committee here today, and I really want to appreciate your patience. I know you weren't pleased with the requisition, but I do think we got a lot more information than we had at committee, and it's swayed me to be able to be comfortable supporting part one of this motion. I definitely never debated the need for something and the problems we're seeing. I just really was worried that it was not going to be cost neutral or was not going to be effective. But the debate we've had today and the further amendment and attachment from administration have eased those. So sometimes it's a little bit longer, but the outcome is better, and I hope you see that process. So I will be supporting part one. I also want it split for voting purposes because I don't want to set up an expectation, and we've been very clear about being very judicious about unfunded service packages at budget. And so if I wouldn't, knowing, I mean, even if you look at attachment 1 in 7.1, those are unquantified funding pressures we're going to have to grapple with, let alone the one we've already received. I can't see a situation where I support this unfunded service package at budget, so I can't fund it. I can't support it right now. I don't want to create that expectation. So, yeah, but thank you to the mover for working with community, for coming up with, and your tireless advocacy for this issue. It's so impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly add my strong support for the motion and appreciation to the mover for bringing it forward. I think as we've talked it through, we know that this isn't an ideal situation, but I think it goes far in providing an important tool in our toolbox and a great way to expand our thinking about how we can use our business licensing to support public interest and community benefits that we want to see. So thanks again to the mover, and it has my strong support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So I carefully listened to the debate at the community level. I really appreciate the lots of points brought up and about our community members and speakers, and also public safety and specifically is most important since and for our city, and everyone really care about this. And specifically based on the data and for some violence increases, we need addresses. So I want everybody to understand that you have my full support to address this safety concern. And even like back to 2022, we brought like a safety plan, and our city actually launched public safety plan to really address about many safety and risk factors, including this one. So I appreciate Councillor Rutherford's point. I have this similar concerning about the unfunded service package bringing up to the budget. With our budget right now, the really limited resources, and also everybody worry about the high tax rate. This is why I keep asking a question. My question actually reflects two things. If we add additional investments, do we get the opportunity to speed up and to take some action? My answer is no, is the same. So if that is the case, my hope is we could look into, and from administration efficiency perspective, and we talk about our city actually takes this efficiency really seriously. We did lots of efficiency exercises and through OP12, through other type of actions. But if we have some resources already existed, and how we can use those resources to perform certain administration function. So because this is not enforcement function. So I ask that question and get clear answer. So in that case, so I request vote separately. I will not support the part 2, but I fully support part 1.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I think it was last year we brought Dr. Irwin Waller in with Reach and a few other partners to talk about ending violent crime, and he talked a lot about how almost all violence is done by men, and almost all violence done by men, the men are usually under 40, and even below that, under 30. That there's a lot of impulse violence, status violence, people who are reacting in a sudden and not thoughtless way. We will never be able to end premeditated crime. Somebody can can plot ahead and they can buy a gun on the internet. They can do a lot of things. But when I think of convenience stores to me are it's common sense. It's right in the name. It's I immediately need some milk. I immediately need a pack of chips. But when I hear and when I've heard from the public and been receiving these emails about the weapons, the edged weapons that are being sold for an express purpose of that convenience, I think of Dr. Waller again and that impulsive violence, that immediate, I need to settle a score right now. I want to act right now. I want to have this right now to either intimidate, to escalate, or something else. And I think that is this a panacea? Absolutely not. Will this make a difference? Yes, I absolutely believe it will, because the vast majority of people are law-abiding. The vast majority of store owners are law-abiding. What we are doing by passing this today is setting the tone at the council table. We're sending a message that we don't want people in danger. We don't want officers in danger. We don't want officers having to worry about that. They are also, if they're interacting with somebody, that they may be encountering more and more edged weapons. We're saying that we as a city need to have some reasonable standards about what we're going to police, whether it's pepper spray, bear spray, edged weapons, brass knuckles, firearms, ammunition, whatever else. There's reasonable limitations. Will that be able to stop everything every day at all time? Absolutely not. The internet is incredibly porous. But what this will help us do is send the message that this is not okay, and it'll help us de-escalate a little more throughout our city and give some people some time to stop and think and hopefully make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Just a couple of brief comments. I appreciate what I've just heard, in terms of that we need to start putting some lines in the sand and drawing, establishing some expectations around behavior, effectively a code of conduct, and that, the ability to purchase a knife that has no other value at all except to go and hurt another person is not something that we want to see happen. And I'm hoping that ethic of, establishing a little bit of a standard and a little bit of a behavior expectation extends to some of the other conversations that might be coming our way in the future. I just really wanted to speak to the question of the unfunded service package. I get the tension. We do have considerable budget concerns. The item that we're going to return to later today lists those out in full and living color, so I really get that. On the other hand, though, we're talking about $180,000. And quite frankly, it surprises me when I get recommendations that say we need a unfunded service package to go and debate later on for something that you cannot even measure in the $3.8 billion budget that operates this corporation. So I'm really hoping that when that unfunded service package comes, it also comes with modest reallocation recommendations that takes the debate out of it. I think that would be, perhaps I should have brought that forward as an amendment, but I would really like to see that ethic come forward when we talk about the budget later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I really want to thank the community for bringing this forward for our consideration, and also the work that you have been doing with EPS, and then getting EPS involved in this conversation to give them additional tool that will help make our communities, or at least one tool that they can utilize to prohibit or restrict or limit the use of knives in committing violence, right? So really I think without your work, we would not be having this debate. So thank you so much for that. I think this is kind of ongoing work that we have undertaken as we engage, as we learn, and then we change policies and bylaws. We did that with the bear spray situation that was brought forward to us by EPS. Now with creation of this bylaw, gives them another tool to do so, along with the additional funding that EPS has received in the past, right? So I think, and I really I think Councillor Jans talked about this. This is not going to be, a solution that will perfectly make our community safer, but it does reduce the harm in those impulsive situations and behaviors, right? And I think we need to look at every tool that is available to us. But having said that, I think, and we're going to have some conversation today around prevention as well, we will not make our communities the safest that we have the potential to do so until we start looking at the root causes of crime. And root causes of crime are around poverty. They are around people being marginalized. It is around people, who don't have a sense of belonging to the community, or they're rejected by the community. It's about gang violence. It's about easily available guns in our cities. It is about the drug dealing that happens in our cities. So they're very, very complex issues that we have that we need to continue to tackle. And that's where our other partners come in, people who invest in prevention, people who actually look at the root causes and invest in the elimination of those causes. We have always been, as a municipality, reacting to the symptoms of those root causes, and we continue to react to the symptoms, and we have to, because that's our responsibility in a way, because that's everything ends up on our plate. When communities are not safe, we need to have more police officers, we need to have more bylaw officers, we need to have these kind of bylaws in place as well. I think also our job to make everyone safe, including our police officers. The more we can reduce the harm, the better it is for everyone. So I will support both of parts, but let's see what happens during the budget on the second part. That I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated the conversation today and the conversation at committee. Coming back to the intention behind this work, it is to address the growing concern about the sale of knives and blades at convenience stores in our communities. Like my colleagues, I want to express gratitude to the community members who are in attendance today, who have continued advocating for years at this point for the safety of their neighborhoods. And also the folks who aren't in the room. Your advocacy, it has made a difference, and really pleased that we've had the opportunity to work alongside one another, as well as alongside EPS and administration to advance this work. There are many businesses in this city who are operating responsibly, and they're operating in a good way, and they're not selling knives and blades or other items that have the potential to cause harm to our communities. But this trend of reckless businesses where convenience overrides community safety, it has become a major concern. We simply don't need these types of items conveniently available on every corner at nearly all hours in our neighborhoods. I want to express gratitude again for EPS. I appreciate the statistics that you shared today. They're very alarming. Hearing about some of the changes and increases we've seen in knife violence in our city, at this point, I think we need to be looking at all the tools that are available to us, even if we have to get creative. And I think that's what we're doing here today. by looking at our business license bylaw, I think it sends a message that we are exploring all the tools we have in our tool belt to support community safety and well-being. And I want to come back to my earlier comment that for me, this approach is very much grounded in behavioral economics, which teaches us that creating decision friction, adding steps to obtain an item, can effectively deter impulsive actions by requiring individuals to go to a specialized store or order online or otherwise just make a deliberate effort to acquire a knife. We make it harder for someone to act violently on impulse. And I completely agree with the mayor that we must address the root causes of crime and social disorder in preventative ways, but that at the municipal level, at best, we're often just able to respond to symptoms. And although we may struggle to address the root causes of these issues, we can still take meaningful steps to reduce harm and mitigate risk. And by no means is this particular approach a silver bullet today. I want to be clear that I recognize that. However, it is a step in the right direction, and it's a cost-effective step that empowers EPS and gives them another tool to support public safety. And by cost effective, I mean this is a relatively small amount, so I look forward to discussing that at budget. And, you know, it's a lean approach, but we're unfortunately in lean times, but that doesn't mean that we should do nothing. So with that, I would encourage my colleagues to take this opportunity to continue prioritizing community safety and well-being, respond to the calls from community members, and take tangible steps to reduce the risk of knife-related violence in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So please vote. Part one, yeah. Vote on part one, please, first.
In favor.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you,
Yes.
Councillor Rice. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we'll vote on part two.
Just waiting for one more vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
Could we just have another motion to keep attachment 3 in private?
So moved.
Second. Okay, please vote.
Could you confirm the seconder, please?
I
You
second.
second it? Thank you.
Please
In favor.
vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Just waiting on one more vote. We have all the vote.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Okay, we will carry on with 7.3, 2025-2026 Community Safety and Wellbeing Funding. This is a recommendation from Community Services Committee. I'll go to the chair to introduce the item.
Yes, we discussed the community safety and well-being funding that was being brought forward by administration. They recommended 4 areas in which to allocate funding. It would leave some funding still within the community safety and well-being funding for emergent issues, but this gives certainty to several items that administration and community have identified as priorities.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Do you want to move?
I will move the motion that I believe, I have to look it up. I apologize.
Go ahead, carry on.
It's okay. So I am just going to move that the social development branch 2025-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $2 million on a multi-year basis to fund the Violence Prevention Action Plan implementation, 2S LGBTQIA+ Safe Spaces Action Plan implementation, Community Safety and Wellbeing Grant top-up with funding from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Funds held within financial strategy. And 2, that the City Manager's Office Branch 2025 and 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $300,000 on a multi-year basis for the Truth and Reconciliation Sponsorship Fund from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Funds held within financial strategies.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay, all right. Questions? Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Hi. I thought I was okay with the VPAP funding of the 750 multi-year, but then seeing some of the items in 7.1 that we haven't had time to discuss yet this morning, because of some of those items in that, are we leaving ourselves too short in the community safety and well-being to maybe be addressing some of those emergent issues that might come up?
Maybe I can start and then pass it over to Harm to speak from finance's perspective. So in short, we think no. What you will have, if the recommendations are approved, you'll have 1.18 remaining for 2025 and 2026. But remember, there's also the next budget cycle. Prior to, we'll be looking at what are the strategic investments we recommend council make to continue to address emerging needs. So we do think it's a good balance of making sure that you are using the funds and setting them aside for priorities now so that we're not waiting too late to not using the funding appropriately. So we think that struck a balance, but I'll let Harm expand on that.
Actually, I'm not sure if I have much more to add to that, but their community safety well-being funds, they're there for a purpose. I mean, it's always up to council on how they want to allocate funds within the budget, so you can make decisions otherwise, but yeah.
So how much, like in the last 2 years, how much have we drawn on for emerging needs? Like that were an emergency?
Like how much have we taken from the community safety well-being funds
Yes.
for other emergent needs?
Yes.
Or not much. I don't have the number right in front of me, but I don't think there's a lot that we've reallocated for other purposes.
It'd be under that 1.4 million?
I think so,
amount?
unless someone else on the team has an idea, but.
So I guess it depends on how you see as those emergent, but what I will say is that we've certainly considered what are really time-sensitive urgent needs. So for example, the VPAP funding does respond to an urgent need around violence prevention, and we're bringing that forward. But we always bring forward those recommendations in the context of the strategies guiding principles, which were approved by council, and then our outcomes. So we do think about what is timely, what is needed right now, as well as what is preventative looking to the future, and then what really fits within the primary goal of the strategy and what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, and I think Mayor Sohi talked about, prevention, and that is a lot of provincial responsibility, I think, as far as mental health and other areas that are provincial responsibility. So I guess why are we focusing on those areas?
If I can offer a perspective that Council has approved a strategy for community safety and well-being, and part of the work that we do is to honor community and to get those voices from community. They are closest to the ground, and they have some of the best advice of how to start working together to help move the needle on some of these issues. And so that is why we find ourselves in this space.
But can community also access other orders of government? I'm just wondering, why municipal?
I think in some ways one could argue that these amounts are drops in the bucket. We do see across Canada that municipalities have a really critical role to play along with other orders of government. It's a collective effort along with community. And so we see a lot of investment strategies where all orders of government put forward dollars. So even looking at Calgary as an example, they have a mental health and addiction strategy where they make investments. So they see a role for the city in that in addition to the province. So I think we're following that, and certainly we have the community mental health action plan work that's underway as well. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but of course with the MGA, we know that it's enabling. The city does have a role in building safe and vibrant communities, and so we're trying to be really considerate of what is the city's appropriate role. Not over-investing because others need to come to the table, but making sure that community knows we have a role and we play a leadership role as well in those spaces.
Okay, my time is up. I was considering an amendment to remove that funding for VPAP, but I'll let my other colleagues go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about the funding for 2024 for the 2S LGBTQIA plus action plan. Now, I see in the report that it says that the engagement work is to begin later this year. Is that to begin later this year, or has it started already?
Hi there. Pardon me. Hi there, Councillor Principe. That is correct. The work has begun. We're in the final stages of going through a request for proposal process to hire on an external consultant to essentially begin the community engagement for this work.
Okay, so the engagement has not been started yet.
We're just in the final stages. Once we're able to recruit that external consultant, we can begin the community engagement. We do have a number of activities planned for the community engagement, but until we get that consultant, it's important that we line up as much as we can.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an understanding of the funding that was already allocated for 2024. From what I'm reading in the report, it looks like work hasn't been started yet. Someone has already been hired, but work isn't being done.
Yes, I can clarify. So the work has begun in the sense that we do have a dedicated social planner as well as a team lead to oversee the portfolio. It's just a matter of lining up the consultants to begin the formal community engagement with the 2S LGBTQ community at large. Perhaps one of my colleagues can expand upon the intention behind earmarking the funding for 2025. Would that be helpful, Councillor Principe?
You know what? It's not so much for 2025 as it is for 2024, because it's $155,000 that was allocated for 2024. And I'm not sure, from what I read in the report, it doesn't look like any work has been done yet, but yet there's been $155,000 spent already.
It's Jennifer Flaman here. We are moving through this work very carefully. We understand that the voices in this community are diverse, and it is with caution that we are proceeding. The internal planning isn't as visible to council in this moment, but I can assure you that we are working thoughtfully with this work among our other priorities in social development.
Okay, and then I have another question about the motion that's on the floor. A big concern I have is approving $2 million for a plan that we haven't seen and we have no idea, a plan that doesn't exist.
Hi, Councillor Principe. I can speak to that a little bit. So we have heard previously from council the need to be more strategic, to look ahead about what are the upcoming needs for the CSWB funding. And so we tried to apply that learning for this set of recommendations. And what we're doing is coming forward to say, we recommend putting aside this funding now so that it's not used for other purposes. However, this is not the final approval for that funding. Both of the action plans recommended here will come back to CPSC for final approval, at which point the committee will also finally approve that budget. So if something were to change in the course of the development of those plans, CPSC could adjust accordingly. So we're not locking you into any decision-making through this. We think it's really low risk ultimately, but what we're trying to do is just give you a sense of priorities upcoming so that we can be a bit more strategic with the use of this fund.
Okay, yeah, that was a concern I had because I saw that it was supposed to come before Community and Public Services in the beginning of 2025. But the way I read this motion, it appeared to me that we were approving a plan that has not been created yet. But what I'm hearing from you is that it will still have to be approved by council, even though right now it's stating that we'll fund it for $2 million, but it still has to go to council for approval. Is that correct?
The plans will go to CPSC, and I'll look to Harm just on the final approval of the budget dollars, but I believe it's CPSC that will have the authority.
So yeah, like if you're approving $2 million here for this initiative, the funding is approved, and then we will spend the funding according to the plan. Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah. Okay, my time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Prince. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and I will stay the line of that question and focus on the financial piece. So this work and CSWP and then it's really important for our city. From financial perspective here, and since 2022, our city already budgeted $135 million to this work. And then for this budget cycle, and since 2022, and the number listed in the report very carefully and very clearly. Then we already allocated, and based on what I heard from finance, once we allocate it and we spend it. So that means we already allocated $127.8 million. That means those allocated funding are right in the stage of spending them. And then we have remaining $7 million. That is why we're discussing today and use those remaining funding and for this 2 recommendations or 3 recommendations here. So then my question become, because this is a big amount of money and to address the community safety and community well-being, and then do we have specific measures and for already allocated so much money and some probably already spent it to measure the impact or measure the outcomes or measure what achieved and from outputs perspective?
Thanks, Councillor Rice, for that question. And I think you and your colleagues have raised questions about evaluation that we've really thought about after coming to committee and council. And so the short answer is yes. Almost 40 initiatives are funded through the community safety and wellbeing funding. Each of those has reporting requirements. We report publicly on those through the CSWB dashboard. We're making sure each initiative has those measures in place, and we are preparing an evaluation report that will be shared with council in early December via memo that will outline the impacts of all of those initiatives. And we're also building our evaluation capacity to really drill down into what those measures and impacts are, but all of that work is underway.
So I appreciate the work already underway, and then my related question is, how is the perception of public regarding this much money spent in $135 million, and then the success, the improvement, and then the community well-beings, and all those safeties? So I think it's not only about we do this about work, is it perception or the communication, and we had or we will have with public, and for this initiative.
So just so I understand, you're asking me what is the public's perception of this work or the communication of this work?
The 2 things, yeah.
Both things. So
We leverage all of our channels of communication to ensure community and the public at large are as aware of the work and, more importantly, the impact of this work. When it comes to public perception, I would argue that our councillors are probably better positioned to hear what the public has to say about this work. So I would ask that whatever you are hearing, you pass back on to the team so that we can properly address both the congratulations and the concerns.
Thank you for that point, and I really appreciate. The next question, and then right now the recommendation on the floor is the funding we're holding in the financial strategies. So I need advice from finance. Hopefully my understanding is correct. Is one-time funding used from financial strategy, or is one-time used only from financial stability reserve?
So this is coming from your community safety well-being?
Is a holding in the financial strategy.
That's being held in financial strategies, correct.
So it's one-time.
So this is multi-year.
That is why I ask this question. But my understanding for anything we use the funding from financial strategy is one-time use.
So this is the community safety well-being expense line item, which we hold within financial strategies. So it's not financial strategies funding. That's where we're holding it.
So just the placehold.
Right, and it's for 25 and 26, and it ends at the end of 26. The one time you're talking about is perhaps the financial stabilization reserve, which is a totally different fund.
Okay, so there is no impact for the tax for the next year's tax levy.
No, this is
because they already approved, pre-approved the budget.
Funding. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So if I understand, the whole point of this fund is to sort of do community safety beyond just the $500 million we spend on policing, right? Like this is supposed to be other preventative initiatives. So apologize if we've already debated this or sorted it out, but I was looking at attachment 1, number 5, the integrated call and emergency dispatch center funding. It's hiring an EPS executive director, project manager, and I think 16 communications staff. So like it's going to be getting an annual $2 million, which is a big chunk of the fund. And it just doesn't seem to align with the point of the community safety well-being initiative. So I don't know if admin wants to respond to that.
We are in conversations with the EPS with regards to that particular line item to ensure that it does meet the intention of CSWB. So those conversations are ongoing.
So should we hold those funds in abeyance then until that conversation is resolved?
I would not recommend that at this time. There are people in those jobs performing emergency operations response to 911.
So the idea would, be keep that funding going, but potentially have a conversation about should that funding be found in another envelope and then free up the $2 million for other preventative safety initiatives?
That's correct.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jan. So that concludes the questions on this. We have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? Okay, Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I'll just be.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I said in opening there, that I was concerned about holding these funds aside. I think we already know what the root causes, again, looking at some of the items in not only attachment 1 but also in what we've been provided. The bit of information we've been provided in item 7.1 about the budget planning, it does concern me that we might have more emergent needs rather than addressing something that I believe is a provincial responsibility in violence prevention. And I know we have done immense work, and thank you to Ms. Flaman and your whole team in doing what we can do to help address some of those root causes. So I will hesitantly support both motions here going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be I intend on supporting this motion on the floor. However, I do have concerns with the process of council approving funding for something that only a committee has voting privilege on. I would like to be able to have voting privilege on a plan if I am one who is included in voting and approving funding for the plan. So I think that that's something that we need to consider further, is maybe coming up with a plan that council can see, and then have the ability to approve or disapprove. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice?
So I would echo Councillor Principe's point, and also I would like, yes, community safety and well-being work is really important and for Edmontonians and the communities. So I know, and I really appreciate administration put lots of work and to create this framework. We have 7 pillars, we have 40, like you mentioned, 40 initiatives, and it's underway, and there's so many work is ongoing, and then to improve the well-being and the safety. So this work, and we cannot discount this work. Even though gave the financial investment, we put this much dollars, and then I believe public and then our Edmontonians looking forward the really impact on this investment and to our city. So I'm going to support this because it's already approved the budget, it's already hold the place. So the only concern I have is Councillor Principe brought up, and plus the evaluation work, how we ensure the success and for all this investment we are putting on, and really help people who actually need those type of help. That is really important. And you mentioned about the evaluation capacity right now is underway to build the insights in-house and in administration in your team. But I'm looking forward to looking to that evaluation capacity, how we measure the success to really make sure every dollars we invest here achieve the outcome as planned, as we want to see that outcome. Thank you.
Councillor Tang?
Okay, thank you. I did already speak to this at committee, but maybe I'll just kind of highlight a few points. Councillor Jans earlier mentioned Irvin Waller's work, which I understand. He spoke at committee to this work. His own academic research has largely informed a lot of the pieces on the Violence Prevention Action Plan. Apologies, I know there's a few different various strategies and action plans within both of these motions, but maybe I'll just speak to that particular one, because I think that one's gotten quite a bit of time today. And, in his book, highlighting the various actions, one of which recommended that is within municipal responsibility, that is within our role, is the Integrated Crime Prevention Plan. At the time when that particular motion for the Violence Prevention Action Plan was tabled by the previous Community and Public Service Committee, I think one of my concerns was, we don't want to be constantly in the situation of putting forward the direction for action plan without the resource. And I think that piece I was very particular about for the last, I don't know, a year and a half on this work, and worry that, we don't want to be in a situation where, oh, great, we now have an action plan, but we don't actually have the resource because we've spent it, and we're not actually allocating any resource for strategic work that will have greater impact on the, prevention and social development side. And if I look at the CSWB, there are multiple pillars
And I don't think we've necessarily we can kind of say we've allocated funding equally to all those pillars. So I see this as a movement towards that. And so far, a lot of this work has been done with, lots of shuffling of resources, kind of creating roles, but that can't continue forever. And I think, the recommendations today kind of helps keep some of this work moving forward while being, strategic and mindful about our roles and responsibilities. And I'm looking forward to how this will unfold. So thank you to administration for all the work, and also to all the community stakeholders who've played a huge role in all three of these strategy pieces to get the work to the point that we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I will take the chair.
No, I was not intending to speak, but I think in light of the remembrance that we had on the 30th in relation to Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and many conversations that Edmontonians had among themselves, among community, but also with their colleagues from the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, I think it is important that one of the aspects of this funding is to continue to support our efforts on advancing city's commitments on truth and reconciliation work, right? So I did not talk about that at the committee meeting, but in light of all the reflections that we had, I think it's so important that we continue to support that work. I also, it's important to recognize that the members of the two SLGBTQIA+ communities are feeling very, very vulnerable these days. And they feel that they are under attack. And they expect the local government, whichever way we can, to give them the comfort, at least at a local level. We are their allies. That we are supporting them through this Safe Spaces action plan implementation that actually came out of conversations with the community members. Obviously, Councillor Rutherford took the lead on creating, urging us to create that committee, but I think now that we have that work underway, it is important that we look at resources to operationalize that action plan. And on the prevention, I think prevention is a shared responsibility. It is not just exclusively provincial or federal responsibility. As a municipality, actually, we invest a lot in prevention. All the investments we are making into recreational facilities is a form of prevention. The investment we're making into libraries is a form of prevention. The investment we're making through this funding and the funding that we have allocated in other ways, CSW, is prevention. I think we do a lot on prevention. I think it pays dividends, not only having healthy people, healthy communities, but also saves us tons of money in the reactive services that we have to provide. Just think about how much money we would have to spend on bylaw officers, on police officers, and even they do preventive work as well, right? But we do spend a lot of money on the reacting and to symptoms. So I think these are very good investments, and I hope that Council will support them. Okay. With that, I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm mindful that in a few weeks we're going to be talking about the 159-page financial strategies fiscal gap report, and in there it notes that Edmonton has a disproportionate share of prisons, and it also talks about how Edmonton has more people who are not just incarcerated but then turned out into the street. And I'll just read from the report quickly. The study found that across 5 provinces, 53% of the custody cohort was reconvicted within 1 year, 62% within 3 years, and 66% within 3 years. So roughly 2/3 of people in the next 3 years who have been incarcerated are going to end up reoffending or back into a cycle of hope and despair. I had a constituent contact me who her church actually has started this program and I think it's called Underground Church, or it's I forget the name of it, and I can't find it right now. But basically, the idea is that each church, it's modeled on an American program. Each church adopts one person when they're discharged from prison, and they wrap around that person in a giant bear hug and help them get housing, help them get services, help them get connected, help them get groceries, help them get healthcare, a job, opportunity. And I think that program is sort of one metaphor for how, if we're going to get real serious as a society about being safer in a meaningful way, and not just the petty nuisance crime, but the crime in a big way about ending violence and helping create a safer society. A lot of the work that we see proposed here for investing in kids, investing in fighting racism, investing in creating opportunity and hope and belonging, that's what truly keeps people safe. That's what truly keeps society safe. And it's incredibly frustrating, again, that we're in a situation of not just provincial downloading, but also regional downloading. I brought up how frustrated I am that the mayor of Leduc and city council voted to send vulnerable folks, folks facing barriers from Leduc into Edmonton. And again, this cycle of perpetuating the idea that we're just going to dump you in Edmonton. We're just going to send you to Edmonton, and sure, you can go to the navigation center and get some ID, but chances are you'll be back on the street in Edmonton in the next few days anyway. So it's Edmontonians are disproportionately bearing their share, but we know that Edmontonians are very generous, they're very loving, they're very kind, that we want to look out for one another. And that example of Underground Church speaks to me in the example of the work here. I had the privilege of just going to the CSWB community gathering last week and had a chance to talk to many of the people who have received funding through this program and are doing incredible initiatives. And sometimes it really may not seem like safety on the surface, but the outcomes of that work have tremendous benefits to all of us in creating a place where all of us can feel safe and all of us can feel like we belong. So I'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to take this in a bit of a different direction because I did speak to this at committee, but I want to address some of the things that have been brought up today. First and foremost, I think this makes me jealous and envious of Calgary, that they have a pretty judicious rule with their council meetings that if something was thoroughly debated at committee, that only new information can be asked at council. And knowing how packed we have, knowing that we extended orders, I had to find childcare for tonight, I feel a little bit frustrated to have heard everybody ask the same questions that were already asked at committee. I want to put that out there. Might not make friends on council because of that comment, but it's the truth. And show up at committee. Everybody can show up at committee. I want to talk about the process comment. We all approve funding envelopes for multiple things that go to executive committee, to urban planning committee, and community and public services committee. And each of those has a bylaw that has delegated authority. And there are many times when, now I'm not on transportation committee or the urban planning committee, but I'm still on Edmonton Transit Advisory Committee. I still have a vested interest in the transit planning in all of Edmonton, but especially with what my residents are bringing forward concerns, but I don't vote on that committee. That is the way that we have set up this structure, and so it makes me feel like there is a lack of trust in the composition of one committee right now, and that is also concerning to me. So I look forward to that further conversation with my colleagues. But anybody can come to any committee, whether they have voting privileges or not. I do all the time. Ask questions, can talk to their colleagues that are on committee. I've seen nothing but any of the committees that I've been attending where committee members listen to all people that attend. And if there is, somebody that would like something requisitioned, if sometimes people have put motions on for other people. So I don't think to say that you don't have voting rights, you don't have any say at those committees is also an unfair statement. I also heard a lot of questioning about the budget and outcomes and all of those things, which is great. But I do just want to encourage my colleagues that I hope you have the same scrutiny on our largest budget item related to safety. Between 2024 and 2026, 2.3% of our tax increase is police funding. This isn't even taking from police funding. This isn't even taking from tax levy. This is already a fund we've created with rolling amounts for a community safety and well-being framework, which clearly outlines anti-racism work, reconciliation work, safe and inclusive spaces, enabling policies and procedures that enable, like we just did with the knife business license, pathways in and out of poverty, crime prevention and crisis intervention, and well-being. This framework was, again, supported by this council as a whole. Collectively, we all agreed that this was the framework. So anything that administration is bringing us forward in terms of recommendations is already aligned with that framework, and then gets a double scrutiny at committee, and in this case, again comes back up to council, and then we'll go back to committee. So we have lots of opportunities for say in these things. Everything that is being presented in this motion is something I could point to this framework and see where it fits clearly within that framework. So I hope my colleagues support this. If there's bigger conversations we want to have about governance, I welcome those, both in terms of how we can tighten up our council meetings and how, if we need to talk about what and where we delegate authority. Happy to have those conversations separately. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, I'm a yes too.
Thanks, Marsohi.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We will be back at 1:30.
Just before you recess, can I just make sure that we're all on the same page as to when we're getting to the district planning subsequent motions?
Maybe tonight?
Yeah, in the evening, after supper.
Sure.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. We'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Oh, here you are. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Carmel. Here you are. Good afternoon. Yeah. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay. We are on to our time-specific item, which is supporting vulnerable Edmontonians, winter 2024-2025 verbal report. And we do have a request to speak on this item. Judith Gale. I see Judith coming in, but we, at council, Judith, we don't hear from members of the public, right? That is the practice, so we will going to carry on with that practice. Members have opportunity to engage at committees, right? At various committees, not at council. So with that, I'm going to go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. We have a presentation today.
We're just having a few technical difficulties here, so if you can just give us 2 seconds, we just can't get the projector up. We might be able to share it with council. Let's just see if we can share our screen. 2 seconds. As long as the presentation is online and we can share it with the councillors, so that we can proceed. Just give us 2 ticks. I believe it's already online. We're having technical difficulties getting it to present up there, but what we're trying to do is present it to you in the Google Meet so you can still see it on your screen. Just give us 2 seconds. We're just trying to see. Just give us 2 seconds. We're just trying to. So I think what we are able to confirm is that you'll be able to see it here in council chambers. The presentation is a public document and is available for the media and the public, so I'd say we're good to go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We'll go to the next slide, please. With winter approaching, we are here to provide an update on our collective efforts in supporting vulnerable Edmontonians through the winter. As a city, we are fortunate and grateful to have the Sector Emergency Response Table, which is a partnership between Homeward Trust, the City of Edmonton, and more than 25 system and partner agencies working together to keep our vulnerable citizens safe in a coordinated approach to share timely information and resources. As per Homeward Trust's by name list, as of August 20th, 2,259 folks reported that they are provisionally housed, 1,026 reported they are sleeping unsheltered, and 726 reported using shelters. For context, as stated on Homeward Trust's website, when it comes to the by name list, the location of stay is self-reported by individuals in response to the question, where do you sleep most frequently? It is important to note that the by name list is not intended as real-time tracking of an individual's current location. I'll provide a breakdown month by month for 2024. I will note that the information is publicly available on Homeward Trust's website. In January 2024, there were 1,592 folks provisionally accommodated, 469 folks using shelters, 667 folks unsheltered. In February 2024, there were 1,739 provisionally accommodated, 534 folks using shelters, 806 folks unsheltered. In March 2024, there were 1,837 provisionally accommodated folks, 520 folks using shelters, 886 folks unsheltered. In April 2024, there were 1,797 provisionally accommodated folks, 538 folks using shelters, 883 folks unsheltered. In May 2024, there were 1,989 provisionally accommodated folks, 622 folks using shelters, 905 folks unsheltered. In June 2024, there were 2,171 provisionally accommodated folks, 661 folks using shelters, and 983 folks unsheltered. The federal government funds and coordinates a point-in-time count, historically every 2 years beginning in 2016. A point-in-time count is a coordinated one-night event engaging stakeholders, the sector, and community members to enumerate persons experiencing homelessness and asks a number of questions to obtain a snapshot of those experiencing sheltered and unsheltered homelessness in the community. Edmonton's point-in-time count is scheduled for October 10th, and moving forward will take place annually. Homeward Trust, as Edmonton's designated community entity, is responsible for coordinating in collaboration with Red Road Healing Society as a designated Indigenous entity. The Government of Alberta funds emergency and transitional shelter spaces, as well as tracks shelter capacity and utilization. The province has publicly stated that there is available shelter space and that no one will be turned away, especially in times of colder temperatures. Edmonton will have more shelter spaces coming online soon. As per my September 6, 2024 memo, Hope Mission is working on opening a location in the west end of Edmonton that will add a further 120 spaces, with a number of those spaces focusing on supporting newcomers. All regulatory approvals are complete, and they expect to be open by the end of October and early November. Like other GOA-funded spaces, it will be operating 24/7, and this particular location will have a registered nurse on site Monday through Friday. There will also be a shuttle available to go downtown to enable access to social programming as required. As a city, we do not fund or operate shelters. However, we are grateful that when it comes to the types of shelter spaces that are available, there is greater volume, diversity, and accessibility than in previous years. We now have spaces that are Indigenous-led. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible work of the Enoch Cree Nation and Niganan. We have women-only spaces, low-mobility spaces, spaces to accept couples, youth, and all genders. There are shelter spaces that accept people who use drugs. Additionally, the Navigation Center has created a process for shelter users that accommodate companion animals, and administration supports that work. Across the other various shelter locations, a number of services are provided. Those services could include meals, clothing, housing connections, health services like RNs, LPNs, primary care paramedics, emergency medical responders, healthcare aides, social workers. Some have hygiene and laundry services, ID services, income support, navigation, connections to addiction treatment, and cultural supports and ceremony. And while shelters are not a substitute for housing, they are a safer alternative to outdoor sheltering. Getting folks indoors in the winter months and ultimately into housing keeps people alive. In the past, we lost people in encampments to drug poisonings, fire, and exposure. In 2023, the risk of dying in a fire in an encampment in Edmonton was 111 times more likely than anywhere else in the city. As temperatures get colder, the risk of fire only increases, as our teams have observed folks in encampments flare propane tanks inside flammable structures. When it comes to our extreme weather response, it is based on our 2019 policy C620, which was developed to support Edmontonians during dangerous weather conditions. In collaboration with Homeward Trust and over 25 other partner agencies, we work to ensure that no one is left out in the cold. Our response is triggered when temperatures drop below -20 degrees Celsius with wind chill for 3 consecutive days. While the policy has been effective over the past 5 years, we do plan to review it in 2025 to see if adjustments, like changing the activation temperature, are needed. Currently, when extreme cold weather is activated, Al Rashid Mosque stands up an additional 50 emergency shelter spaces to augment provincially funded shelter spaces. Also, in extreme weather activations, all of our buses stop at all bus stops if a person is waiting, including our express routes. Further details about winter transportation support will be discussed later in this presentation. One of the additions into the homeless serving system that we have seen in 2024 was the opening of Edmonton's Navigation and Support Centre on January 17. Between that opening date and July 2nd, more than 2,280 people have accessed the centre. Approximately 7,640 referrals and direct connections to services have been made. About 545 referrals to housing programs and more than 560 connections to shelter services have been made. Approximately 1,725 ID cards have been issued. More than 1,330 people have been provided with financial benefits like income support and AISH. More than 750 people have been referred for health supports, and more than 330 people have been connected to mental health and addiction services. In addition, Indigenous supports are available on site, along with food, washrooms, showers, and outlets for charging phones while folks wait to be served. A recent addition to services and supports is the introduction of recovery coaches who now do the intake, as well as conduct follow-ups with clients in the days and weeks following their initial visit. We agree with the federal housing advocate that, in her words, encampments are not a safe or sustainable solution for housing. For people living in these encampments, every day is a matter of life and death. The city's approach to addressing encampments is guided by our commitment to protect the safety of the public, including unhoused persons in the encampments themselves. Legal authorities to respond to encampments include the Safety Codes Act, Parkland Bylaw 2202, Traffic Bylaw 5590, the Public Health Act, and Section 546 of the MGA. The Edmonton Police Service have additional enforcement powers under the Criminal Code of Canada and the Trespass to Premises Act. They can also be granted agent status by private property owners, which allows them certain authorities to enforce legislation with respect to that property. As Council is aware, work continues on the Public Spaces Bylaw project, including the preparation of a gender-based analysis report to examine best practices and evaluate the impacts of public space regulation on vulnerable persons. Further recommendations from administration on proposed amendments will be presented to the Community and Public Services Committee in Q1 2025. To understand potential future implications of the bylaw update, I and the team have been in consistent conversation with other jurisdictions that have attempted various types of sanctioned encampments. In short, it has not gone well. These sanctioned encampments have proven difficult to manage effectively, do not prevent unsanctioned encampments from being established, can be just as costly as other temporary accommodations or interventions, and are ill-suited for Edmonton's climate. One municipality recently shared with me that accommodating 16 folks in an encampment was costing $26,000 per week for operations, sanitation, and security. That is over $1.35 million per year for 16 people. The city takes a risk-based approach to addressing encampments, noting the significant risks to occupants as well as surrounding communities, businesses, City of Edmonton infrastructure, and natural and built assets such as River Valley Parks. When it comes to prioritizing our response to the thousands of public complaints in the queue that we receive annually, proximity to schools and playgrounds is a serious consideration. We also carefully assess the conditions we find in encampments that could reasonably lead to injury, death, or property damage due to fire, extreme weather, drug use, carbon monoxide poisoning, physical or gang violence. From a public health perspective, we know that unsanitary and unhygienic conditions in encampments may lead to the transmission of acute infectious diarrheal disease such as Shigella. When encampments become entrenched over time, sanitary and hygienic conditions further deteriorate and the risk to public health increases. When we are closing and cleaning sites, we are doing our best to assess all of these risks while preventing growth and entrenchment. With the opening of the Government of Alberta's Navigation and Support Centre and its consolidation of services and supports, there is a standing offer of transportation from the encampment and offer of services for folks to accept or decline. Care avoidance and service resistance do exist within vulnerable populations. We know and accept that the path to recovery is anything but linear, and we also know and accept that consistent and frequent outreach over a sustained period of time is key to that recovery. We continue to hear stories of folks who, in their own words, have shared, "I finally got the point, and after repeated offers of services, decided to take the support." Recently, one such individual shared with our team that they are now in transitional housing. Year to date, the city has received 12,423 complaints for encampments found all across the city. Reporting to 311 remains the most effective method for our teams to respond to the public's encampment complaints, and we appreciate folks taking the time to make these reports. The complaints primarily come to us via 311 and emails from councillors' offices, of which some are duplicates. To be clear, a duplicate means we receive multiple calls reporting the same encampment. For example, in 2023, we received 15,743 complaints. Once duplicate events were removed, we were left with 5,402 sites to address. This duplication of reporting does impact the overall pace of our encampment resolution. With regards to encampment locations throughout the city, year over year, the top 10 neighborhoods with the highest complaint volume remain fairly stable, with the majority of complaints still coming from central Edmonton. When it comes to understanding the number of encampments that you see versus those that may be less visible in the River Valley, for every one encampment that you see on the street, there are 2 in parkland somewhere in the city. In 2023, this ratio was 1 to 3, which counters a narrative that our encampment response is pushing folks into the River Valley. The data do not support that assertion. With regards to possible displacement, our encampment response does not include case management. Encampment response teams do not have the capacity, the systems, or the mandate to track individuals. Our encampment response is prioritized by risk, not neighborhood location. I'd like to acknowledge the incredibly hard work of the city operations cleaning teams. Year to date, the teams have cleaned 4,073 sites, removed 2,081 propane tanks, and 4,172 shopping carts. From a biohazard perspective, the teams have collected and removed almost 21,000 needles, and over 1.25 million kilograms of materials have been removed. There have been questions about the city's ability to provide storage for encampment materials. The city is unable to provide storage for items found or left behind during encampment cleanup due to the risks associated with staff handling potentially contaminated items. Contamination could include parasite infections such as lice or bedbugs, bloodborne pathogens, or other infectious agents such as Shigella. When it comes to the pace and capacity to address encampments, that is determined by available staffing and resources. With the recent EOC deactivation, EPS and peace officer resourcing remains the same. However, cleaning staff levels will be impacted in the coming months. 2024 service levels will remain the same until December 3rd, with 55 cleaning staff and 7 days a week coverage until the $4 million grant of Alberta Cleaning is fully expended. And then cleaning staff levels will be reduced and return to funded service levels on January 1st, with 40 staff over the winter, which moves up to 58 staff during summer, continuing with 7 days a week coverage. As we clean sites, especially in the River Valley, we continue to find sites with destabilizing excavations on parkland, trees cut down to build structures, hazardous biowaste, discarded needles, and fire hazards. Cleanup and remediation of damaged parkland are resource intensive and costly. For these reasons, it is important to resolve and clean encampments on public property while offering encampment occupants transportation and connections to social and housing support services. As of September 30th, there are over 1,300 encampment complaints in the queue for assessment. Just like last year, we will be providing an enhanced level of service this winter, providing transportation support to shelters every night of the week from November to end of March, regardless of temperature, from our transit spaces when we reach the end of service nightly. These stations need to be vacated each night so that cleaning and maintenance staff can do their work.
2 bus shuttles run each night from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and then during extreme weather, which is -20 with wind chill, we add a 3rd bus to cover more geography. During regular service hours, there are conventional transit options available to help connect people to services, including LRT, high-frequency conventional bus corridor in the core offering 15-minute or better frequency most times of day, 7 days a week, and the late-night owl service. In addition, during extreme temperatures, our buses stop at all bus stops if a person is waiting, including our express routes. If in specific ad hoc circumstances, rides for individuals may be arranged using the 24/7 crisis diversion teams, and on some occasions, our transit peace officers are able to offer rides to shelters for those in need. Calling 211 also remains an option to get folks to shelter. Currently, REACH has 10 vehicles on the road within a 24-hour period, beginning at 6 a.m. with staggered start times following that. That service operates 365 days per year. Boyle Street Community Services and Hope Mission each operate 5 vehicles, with each vehicle being staffed by a team of 2 from the respective organizations. And with that, our presentation is concluded. We have staff available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. Before we go into questions from council colleagues, I do want to set some expectations for this conversation for those who are participating and for those who are watching for their conduct because we want to make sure that we are ensuring safe and inclusive environment and workplace for everyone. And these expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public members or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and for the members of the public. Okay, I thank you in advance for your participation. With that, we'll go to council members for questions. Okay, who would like to start? Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please. Sorry, Councillor Nack, you exempted this. You want to start? You sure? Okay. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate this report coming forward. I think it's an important conversation for us to have and appreciate administration putting it together. Also appreciate the really challenging conversation that this is, and knowing that everyone is working to do best by all Edmontonians in a very imperfect situation. I first want to get some clarity on the risk-based approach. I think previously we had a risk-based approach which had different processes for high-risk encampments versus low-risk encampments. Are we still following those protocols?
We're still using a risk-based analysis, but in some of the feedback that we received in December, January, and April at the mayor's roundtables with regards to encampments, I heard loud and clear that risk matrix had some imperfections, and that the way we were using it would tend to tip many of the encampments too high. So we are not using that matrix, but we continue to use all of the risks that are in that matrix.
So how many encampments right now are being classified as high risk?
We are not classifying high or moderate or low risk. We are looking at the queue. Any of the complaints that we find that are at schools or playgrounds, they get our first response.
But then as we go through the different encampment sites, we examine the risks as outlined on slide 4, really overprivileging injury and death, that kind of personal safety are the considerations that our team looks at first. And then we put things into the queue and we resolve as our capacity allows.
I think I just need a bit more clarity on that. So I'm hearing that encampments that are located on schools and playgrounds are sort of, number one priority. Those are immediately removed. After that point, I'm hearing, does a team go out and assess up the priority, or are they just taken one at a time on the list?
We're triaging the list. We have a team of peace officers who go out and will either determine whether it's an active camp or one that has been resolved. People have moved on, left things behind. Those camps are sent straight to city operations cleanup crews. The ones that are still active are then sent to the encampment response team, which is a blend of peace officers and police officers, to go and address the folks, engage with the folks there, and then do the cleaning after that.
Okay, so it seems that we then triage based on active, inactive, but I'm hearing that every active encampment is moved towards closure.
Yeah, that's correct. Again, as Jen has pointed out, using they're noting all of the different risks that they see present in those camps.
Sorry, I don't think we are. So if the team goes to an encampment and there's no fire risk, the site is well maintained, there are washroom facilities accessible, are those encampments allowed to remain?
No.
Okay, so then we are not using the risk-based matrix.
We are using risk, but not the matrix, correct?
Yeah, okay, no, that's good clarity. I think that's really important clarity, and that's a significant shift in terms of policy that we've previously discussed at this table. So I'm glad that we're now understanding that fully. I'd like to talk a bit more about extreme weather protocols. In looking at policies, sorry?
Just hold on. Can we please offer some medical support?
I'm having a hard time breathing because loss of life is just very evident here.
I'm sorry, Gail. We need support. We call you ambulance.
And the you administration don't even care about human life, it seems.
Okay, can we please, Gail, go?
You can kick me out. I don't give a fuck. These are real human beings. And they deserve to be
Please.
here just like.
Okay, carry on, please.
Thank you. In reviewing policy C620, there's no specificity around temperature levels, around procedures that are undertaken as part of our extreme weather protocols. So I'm just looking for some clarity there in terms of what is the temperature threshold we consider extreme weather, and then what the protocols are in terms of removals when the weather drops below those levels.
Our extreme weather policy is augmented by the operations that are posted online. So for extreme weather, we consider 3 factors: extreme heat, extreme cold, and air quality. And when we bring this policy back in 2025, we'll be sure to create greater clarity on that. Extreme cold weather is when it's -20, including wind chill, for 3 consecutive days.
Thanks. I'll come around. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. I'll start with some questions just around shelter capacity right now. I guess, do we know if it's the province's stance if there is adequate shelter capacity? at this point?
That is the province's stance.
Okay. I also want to ask about displacement. I know it was mentioned that encampment response doesn't track individuals, and it's hard to do that. What are we hearing anecdotally around displacement?
I think when we look at the stats, as Jen mentioned, the sort of the top 10 neighborhoods are fairly durable last year, or this year over last year. I think this is a citywide problem. I think there are new areas who are reporting, and so it's hard to know whether some of that reporting is because it's become the topic that everybody's talking about, and so more people are reporting. We know that our duplicate numbers are down, but it's obviously something that we're looking at. We don't necessarily have all of the resources that we need in order to do all of those in-depth data analytics, but lots of the same neighborhoods are experiencing the same thing that they did last year.
Okay, that's helpful context, and I would add, I'm hearing from communities that in the past have not experienced encampments or unsheltered homelessness to this degree, flagging it as, major concerns, and they're asking questions around what is that relationship between folks who might have been sleeping in downtown, who have been pushed out further into other communities.
Yeah, we would just encourage everyone to continue to call 311, and we will do our best to resolve those encampments as our capacity allows.
And then wanted to ask about the Navigation Center as well. I understand there's a standing offer of transportation to the Navigation Center. Do we know what people are saying as to why they are not comfortable going there?
The reasons are various. It comes down to a state of mind and readiness. Everyone's journey is unique in terms of when they are in a place with their executive function and where they are in their journey of agency and recovery. A lot of folks have appreciated the one-stop shop element of the Navigation Center. Previously, one of the largest bottlenecks for people was to secure ID. It would take weeks. Now it can be done with one visit, and I think that has had a significant impact on people being able then to access income supports, for example.
Okay, and yeah, definitely hear the importance of having that one-stop shop and easier access to some of those types of supports. I guess, do we know, because one of the concerns that I have or that I'm hearing is folks are simply being added to the same wait lists in a slightly more efficient way. So actually getting people connected to a sustainable housing option that works for them, or actually getting someone to addictions treatment or recovery, like now the bottleneck is there. And I think it's always been there, but simply getting people on those lists quicker, like, do you see what I'm saying? That's
absolutely
and maybe to turn that into a question, along with the Navigation Center, have we seen an increase in capacity for supportive housing for addictions treatment?
So I hear you about wait lists. They are everywhere in the system. I think that under Mayor Sohi, the huge progress in getting emergency shelter spaces, the jump from 637 to where we are now was incredible. I would say the next piece of advocacy that we need is exactly what you're talking about. Let's get more transition housing and more bridge housing where folks can stabilize. And of course, this council continues to provide funding for those permanent supportive housing builds, which are also really important to leverage other orders of government and those funding opportunities.
Okay, maybe I'll probably have to come back, but there was mention of sanctioned encampments. I thought we were advancing a transitional camp model.
We had put out an expression for interest for Indigenous-led land-based supports. That work is ongoing, and we will be bringing back a memo with the guideline in Q4 of 2024.
Okay, how long has that been underway?
Is anyone from the social development team?
Sorry, I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Yeah, come back for that. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for this. Just to pick up a little bit on the sort of shortfall right now of housing and sort of transitional beds. I'm probably going to look to either yourself or some of our housing team up above, because I think I've asked. Just wanted to get a sense of. I know we were waiting. We've been told that maybe this fall is when the province might provide their housing plan. I know we're only a few days into technical fall, so I'm just curious, any updates on that? Have we heard from the province about when they're releasing their housing plan?
We don't have those details at the moment, Councillor.
They were still shooting for fall last year. Last you heard, essentially nothing's changed in terms of our last conversation around. They're striving for a fall plan of some sort.
I mean, I suspect some things have changed, but we don't have the details yet.
Okay, all right. Is that a question we can ask in advance, like just to at some point to get a sense? Like I'd love to try to be able to point to, if they're shooting for any date, just to know when something's coming, so we can all sort of be prepared and then react.
Yeah, we can certainly do that, but there's only so much that administration can do.
Yeah, all I'm wondering about is, if we put out the ask to say, hey, you've said you want to do this in the fall, is that still the plan? Do you have an estimated time? Just so we can get a sense of what we can or can't do and how we could try to help them in that. So.
Yeah, we certainly can see what they're able to share with us.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can probably ask, hopefully, on the political side and reach out to the minister, because I know the premier at the Alberta Municipality Conference talked about a plan, and I thought they were working on a plan, and so it gave me a little uncertainty around where they're actually at on this. But we're not focusing on housing today, although that's the right solution. So let's just ask a few more questions on the short-term piece. For the transportation piece, is there transportation that's going to be coming out to, the last bus that we had was a north-south bus, and there wasn't a West End shelter previously last winter. Now we'll have a West End shelter. Is the plan to have a bus that loops, including the Hope Mission shelter on the West End?
I don't think that we finalized the routes yet, but certainly we will make sure that we are accommodating as many folks as possible and getting them to places that make sense.
Okay, yeah, I would flag that. I would love to see if that's an opportunity to make sure that's included in that space. A few very specific questions I have just with regards to those buses. I remember chatting with a driver of one of those buses last winter, and they had expressed some concern about the bus essentially becoming almost in its own way a shelter, and that there were many times where they would be driving that route, folks might be using a substance, something that's obviously not behavior we're seeking to have on a bus, and peace officer would come, they would potentially be removed, and then the next time the bus came the other direction, they would jump back on. And I'm just curious if if there's been any talk around how do we making sure we're supporting the drivers and as well as any of other passengers who are on that, and at the same time trying to get those folks to services in a great way.
Yeah, I can start, and then maybe I'll turn it over to Carrie. When it comes to bus operator safety, we know that folks are in different states when they are getting on these buses. We're doing our best to encourage people to use the bus as intended, which is transportation to a shelter. That sometimes doesn't happen, and we then rely on our teams to support as required.
Yeah, and I would just add, we've worked with our contractors, so doing that risk assessment, being aware of, the importance of obviously keeping the operator safe, and then working with them, they had measures in place to help their operators. So in some instances, they were doubling up as an example. We also have other supports that are engaged, and with this winter plan, same thing. So working with Hanny and team, there'll be social supports there to address some of those issues. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
Totally appreciate the operator's perspective and would encourage them to have a chat with their employer as well.
Absolutely. We just happened to run into each other when I was door knocking, and so they shared their thoughts. They know that they actually had a lot of support and kind words about what was said. They just said this was a gap they had experienced, so appreciate that. Probably close to enough to out of time. So,
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just following up, I think it was Councillor Salvador that asked about the like the capacity availability in the spaces, in the shelter spaces. And I'm just wondering, do they look at each sort of different category, like women's spaces, youth spaces? Or do they just look at one number and say that we've got capacity?
I think that the utilization looks at location by location, and that's the way in which they determine capacity.
Okay, because my understanding is there's only one dedicated youth shelter, which is Youth Emergency Shelter, and that's 16 spaces?
That's correct. There are other sites that do allow for folks that are 16 and older as well, but it is site-specific.
Okay, but what about those 16 and under?
What is your question, sorry?
Is there available space for younger people?
So the Ministry of Children's Services is responsible for the funding and operations of youth shelters. I don't have line of sight.
Okay. And then what about women-only shelters? Are those full to capacity?
I don't have that information about the utilization of capacity operator by operator. That is the Government of Alberta's information. I don't have access to that.
And they don't provide that to us? They just say, we've got capacity?
They do have an overall utilization number that they do post online. That's what they have currently available.
Okay. So it might look good on the surface, but if people aren't getting access to the types of shelters that they need, it's not as good. Looking at slide number 4, you indicated a number of safety concerns. Are some of those concerns also going on in shelters? Like, and I'm thinking some criminal activity in that. I know the extreme weather. I hope our shelters have good heating systems. But is there, gang activity going on in the shelters as well?
I have no line of sight about when and if shelters are seeing or observing gang activity and if they're engaging with the EPS to resolve it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Mr. Jones, would you have any insight into that?
No, I don't either.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're taking them out of a perceived unsafe environment and putting them into another. Okay, another question. You probably won't have an answer for me either because it's province. So of the 545 that were referred to housing programs, we have no idea how many have actually been housed, right?
I don't have the information.
Okay. Can you provide me some more information on the term recovery coaches? Is that for addictions recovery?
I'm assuming that, but I don't have the details. It would make sense to me that you would have a recovery coach for an addiction. It doesn't ring true for me that I'd have a recovery coach for mental health, but I am not in that space. I can't confirm.
There's a lot of missing information. Okay, can you tell me, encampment cleanups, how many of them are repeat sites? Do you have that information?
We don't have the system or the ability to track that information.
Okay, well, a lot of non-information. Thank you very much.
To be fair to administration, there's a lot of information that's provincial responsibility, and they should be providing that information. Province says maybe they do, but I don't think it's reasonable to expect that administration would have access to that information. That information is not publicly available.
Well, and it's unfortunate that it's not made available because then I think perhaps we can have a different approach to encampments.
Yeah.
And without that information, I still would like to know, how many are repeat sites that we just keep going back to time and time again, and we're really not making any headway with helping people.
If I can just address the concern around going back to sites again and again, this is the lesser of two evils, and when we do frequent cleaning and we prevent entrenchment, we do have a positive impact on hygiene and sanitation, which has a direct correlation to public health.
And is there any, so to public health, any correlation to the health of the individual?
Absolutely, especially like diarrheal diseases like Shigella.
Okay, thank you. I will leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. There is a concern in the community that when they see these numbers and they hear these reports and they hear these sort of dispassionate questions that we are not viewing individuals in need as human beings. And I'm just wondering how we could respond to that concern.
This is heavy work for everyone. And my apologies if my responses are not coming with the type of emotion that is befitting of this situation. But I can tell you that personally, this weighs heavy, and especially when it's cold. You know, hearing reports from our teammates that people are, like I said, flaring propane tanks. They are just open and they are flared, and different people are in different states of drug use. They are not being able to make safe decisions. The imminent harm is what creates the urgency that I have to get people into shelter. Is your shelter your forever home? Of course not, but it is and does have a place in the continuum of getting to more permanent housing. And if I have to choose between having someone languish outside in the cold or having someone be safe and warm in a shelter, I will choose the latter.
Yeah. Okay. So the referral services, the navigation center has made over 7,640 referrals, I think. But are we tracking how these referrals are going? Are we able to? We may not even be able to as a municipality. And I think I should clarify that that's because it's not our center, it's the provinces, and they don't share that data. So I don't know if they're sharing it with you.
They are not, and they would also be beholden to any number of privacy and health-related legislation that prevents them from sharing data for the clients that they're serving.
Right. Like not even anonymized, like this is how it's going. These are the numbers.
Well, if I were the GOA, I'm sure that they are going to be doing a release of some of the impacts, anonymized as you're suggesting. I just don't know when that might be.
Yeah, I guess it's just a question of our folks being supported long-term rather than just referred and round we go.
The intention of people working there, I can tell you, is moving people towards a more permanent solution. No one is satisfied with a merry-go-round of in and out. There is a commitment to getting people to the help that they need to make the difference that they hope to make.
Yeah. Okay. Now, some people are saying, well, you know what? These are folks who deserve dignity. They deserve independence. Why aren't we just managing the encampments? So, and the numbers don't really mean anything without context when it comes to costs. So the cost of maintaining, let's say, I don't know, multiple encampments of like a dozen encampments of 40 people each or whatever it might be. Can we sort of estimate what that cost is and what a better use for those dollars might be to help folks?
Well, I can tell you back in July 4th, 2022, when we were at council with the request to provide this information around the efficiency, effectiveness, and economy of sanctioned encampments, the example that was given high-level cost, again, 2 years ago, was to have 3 sites, 20 per site for a total of 60 individuals would cost $8 million per year, and that's approximate. I had a conversation recently from a colleague in another municipality, and they shared that it was $26,000 a week for sanitation, security, and operations for 16 individuals. So the cost is high, and in our analysis, you can get more and better supports for that same amount, not doing encampments.
Right. So you can help more people more effectively with that money, is what I'm hearing.
And less risk to the operator.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess last, some people are going to say, well, look, I've been in 2 encampments. I've helped people in encampments. It's not this sort of scenario that I'm hearing described. It looks different to me. How do we respond to that?
Well, everyone's going to come in with their perspective. The perspective of our encampment response team is safety and health first.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. The one I get the most complaints to my office about is the general sort of daytime out of the shelter in the morning, wandering around for the day kind of thing. And I just wanted to check. So we got a memo maybe a month ago about there's 210 day shelter spaces. That's correct, right? 210?
That are outside of the 24/7 GOA funded spaces, correct?
And those shelter spaces, some of them, and not all, they aren't like 9 to 5. Some of them are part-time, like 1 to 4 or whatever. But those are like, you can get a snack, you can get a shower, you can do some foot cleaning, etc. Like that's what they offer.
Yeah, but for example, Hope Mission also does wound care, has those same supports during the day as well.
And those are the, do they offer food though?
Yes, 3 meals a day.
And they're in the 1,600 beds here. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm not double counting that.
No, you're not double counting.
Okay, so we have 1,600 of the 24/7 spaces that the mayor referenced, and then we have the additional 200 day shelter spaces.
That's correct.
And of that, we're looking at a count of 4,000, but of that 4,000, it's about 1,000 of them are sleeping unsheltered. Is that correct? Because I'm just trying to make sure. Like I think there's some moving parts here. Like somebody may spend a night in a shelter and then come out or somewhere, but it just seems, no matter how I'm counting it, we still seem to have a gap. And I'm just really trying to zero in on what that gap is.
So yes, you are correct. According to the by names list, there was 1,026 folks sleeping unsheltered. That's their July data. And there are spaces available 24/7 by the Government of Alberta funded shelter spaces.
1,600.
Correct.
So if the minister was here now and said, Council, I want to help you get to the point where you don't see any unhoused people on the street. You don't have any unhoused people on Councillor Next bus. You don't have any unhoused people in the library. How many more, like what's the delta? What are we short?
Well, if we have 1,026 unsheltered people and 1,600 and counting shelter spaces, there is no negative delta.
But I thought the count we're dealing with is 4,000.
That includes provisionally housed. So the 2,259 folks on the BNL are provisionally housed. Those are not the people that you would see on the street or in encampments typically. The number you should be focusing on are those who are sleeping unsheltered and those who are reporting that they use shelter.
So do we have a surplus of beds then?
We have sufficient beds. And then the other element is you cannot compel someone to go to shelter.
I understand that. The numbers are still swirling.
So of the BNL, the number can be broken out into 3. The first number is those who are provisionally accommodated. Those are folks staying with family, couch surfing. They are typically not using shelter or unsheltered.
And that's the 2259.
That's the 2259. And then...
But that's, just to be clear though, that's like, but for the grace of like your friends and family that you have you don't have a guarantee if you're couch surfing or something, like, unlike the shelter beds, which are guaranteed. You show up, the Hope Mission will clock you in and go, right?
For sure, but if this conversation about supporting vulnerable Edmontonians, I think it is wise to focus on those who are reporting as being unsheltered or sleeping in shelters. That's probably a more helpful number for us.
Okay. And then so we have the 2259 provisionally housed, which includes also the shelters, the 1,600.
No, provisionally accommodated is not in shelter. So the two numbers you need are the 1,026 are sleeping unsheltered and the 726 who are using shelter.
So only 726 are using the 1,600 available beds?
That's what these are self-reported numbers.
So if the auditor goes to the provincial auditor goes to those agencies, and because they'll be billing based on how many people per night they have, right?
I don't know how the operations and the finances and funding works.
Interesting. Okay.
This is the issue, right? The provincial government has provided a number of beds, and a number of folks are using those beds.
Okay, I'll have to come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I wanted to follow up on a few threads that are already mentioned. Just on the information piece, we have our own data. The Navigation Center has some of their data. I think a number of times these questions have come up. What's the possibility of us having a joint presentation? If not publicly in chamber, but at least a meeting with council.
Who are you requesting to meet with you?
A joint presentation from administration and the Ministry of Social Services, who oversee the Navigation Center. I've had lots of conversations about how transparent they are and willing to share those information. I don't think I've really seen anything kind of in one place. I know I've raised it with you. I've raised it in past with Q&A in this room. So I guess I'm just wondering what's the likelihood?
That would be highly irregular. It would be the equivalent of the GOA asking me to present at cabinet.
Okay, so it's not possible to, so I think some of the questions that Councillor Wright was asking have been asked before as well. We know that these many people have been connected to housing or to mental health and addiction services. How many of them stay? And I've been told that, the ministry has those numbers and we can, they're happy to share that. I guess, what does it take? What kind of direction would you need?
I don't require any direction. We have ongoing meetings and we continue to collaborate. The conversations are ongoing.
So how does council receive that information then?
If you'd like, we can maybe pen a letter from council or mayor and council requesting the information directly.
Okay, I think that's one direction.
If that's what you'd like us to do, we are happy to follow that direction.
Anyways, I would, because I would like to see something more concrete. Just on the Indigenous-led transitional housing initiative, I guess, do you have the answer around how long that initiative has been going on? Just following Councillor Salvador's line of questioning.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So there are two streams of work on the Indigenous-led spaces. So the expression of interest was released last year in May, in 2023. And that work was meant to explore conceptually what Indigenous-led transitional spaces, which included the possibility of outdoor sheltering models, what that could look like. And that work is concluded because there's no additional funding to be able to activate those concepts. And then there's another piece of work that we're doing right now. And sorry, before I finished it, on the first piece of work, a memo will be coming to council targeting
Right.
December.
Yeah, I think I heard that.
And then on the other piece of work, it's really to develop a functional program in consultation with Indigenous partners for shelter, and that work is ongoing. If I look at some of the upcoming and imminent dates for that, we have expected delivery of a report from a consultant very, very soon, in the next week or so. And then they'll be reviewed by the collective and the committee that's being involved with in this work. And then in December, a final functional program report will be issued.
So I think we gave that direction last year. The call for proposal went out in May. So over a year and a half, we've been doing lots of meetings, but nothing kind of tangible that's been tried. Is what we're going to be expected in the memo then?
With the expression of interest, there was no funding provided, and that was some of the feedback that we got from the proponents, is that they put forward some ideas, and there's no funding for it. So this is what we're working through right now.
Okay. Back to the Navigation Center, do they have an extreme winter policy? Like, would they have longer operating hours in the wintertime?
I have no line of sight of their operational plans for the winter.
So just so I understand, our extreme winter policy and what it will look like for this winter would be same as usual. We have shuttles through ETS that will operate every night, that will transport people just to shelters at the end of service.
That's correct.
So it's a warming bus until the end of the night, and then bring them to the shelter, and that's kind of it. Is that right? And assuming there's capacity at all shelters, so there will be a space, and the operators will have a capacity to know which location they can bring people to.
They will be taking them to shelters. We've been assured, especially in extreme weather, that no one will be turned away.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So all the shelters are funded by the province and they're run by non-profit organizations. Like at the City of Edmonton, we don't fund or run any shelters now.
We do not.
Okay. And I was like, I thought province had site by site utilization rate, but I understand they just have a global number that they release on the utilization.
Currently, that's what they do. In conversations with the government of Alberta, there are some system constraints, and I believe that there are some system improvements that they're working on that might allow for more granular reporting, but I don't know what would be public and what would be internal for operations.
Yeah, because there's a lot of information that is with the province, you don't have access to that, we don't have access to that, right? So I think that is why, I think it will be good information to gather if province is willing to share the information through some sort of direction, right? So on the success of the navigation center too, right? You know, it's been, I always hear that it's been successful. Yeah, in some cases, you know, so many people have access services there, and where the bottlenecks are for housing and detox, I think that'll be good information to have as possible. I also saw in the memo that there are shelter spaces available where people who are, you know, have substance use disorder and they're able to use drugs as well as they're being sheltered. They don't get kicked out and they're allowed to use on site.
There are no shelter beds in supervised consumption sites. There are intox beds which allow someone who is under the influence to enter.
So they enter, then they go through detox or they just stay there till they become sober, right? Or like there's no place where people can use on site.
Only at the supervised consumption site.
Yeah, okay, but not in shelters, right?
No.
Okay, so that leads me to one of the concerns that I hear from the community out there is that people who are so addicted to substance, right? Shelter is not an option for them because they're not allowed to use and they have to stay outside, right? And what are the options for that group? If their encampment is cleared, where do they go?
Well, there are the supervised consumption sites where they can use safely.
Well, one is in the hospital, right, at Royal Alex, so you need to be admitted to the hospital last time, right? And then there are a few other sites, right?
There's the Spady.
Yeah, and that's, I think, 5 or 6 spots, right? It's very nominal, right? Again, if they they can go there to use, but they still have no place to go after that. So that's what I hear, that the most difficult, hard to house folks who are houseless but also addicted, right? And they're only they're the one who's staying outside. They're the one who's refusing to go to shelters, and they're the most vulnerable when extreme temperatures and when their only shelter, which is encampment, is removed. That's what I'm struggling to understand. What are the options for them? Whether it's
Yeah, and what you're hitting upon is an issue that many municipalities and jurisdictions are working through. You might have seen the report on September 15th from British Columbia, where the premier there is making a public safety pitch around announcing mental health units at correctional facilities, trying to compel treatment. And so I think everyone is struggling with what's the best thing to do when people have free will and free choice, where support can be accepted or declined.
Yeah, but in those extreme situations, in extreme weather conditions, wouldn't be more safer for them to be sheltered in an encampment or not be exposed to extreme elements of weather if they're not willing to go to a shelter?
Staying in a flammable structure.
I know it's a danger too. I mean, recognizing we have a risk-based assessment, right? Recognizing that a space can be safe, right? I don't know if it can be safe. I don't know. That's some kind of thinking aloud on those. Those folks are not going to go to shelter, right? And they have no other option than be in that space. If that space is removed, they're further at risk. They may be protected from fire, right? But they're also exposed to very, very extreme cold weather.
Yeah, when you balance the risk of imminent harm that fire and extreme weather poses, I will default to get you into a warm space.
Yeah, but challenges they don't. I'm out of time, so I'll come back maybe to that end. I'll move the second round.
I have an
Oh, sorry, Councillor. Oh, there you are, Councillor Rutherford. Go ahead.
Thank you, sorry. And then I'll move first or second round after. I've been listening intently, and I think there's a few different ways to go. I think one of the things I struggle with is, hearing the responses today about the lack of line of sight, the lack of information. When I think about policy development, everything about policy development should be grounded in information, data, and context. And so it's actually, the responses today are quite concerning to me in that we have an encampment policy, we have these policies that we're enacting, where now I'm hearing we've kind of made these in a vacuum without the context. So either we have that information from the province that has guided our policy decisions, or we do not have that information from the province and we have created those policy decisions in a vacuum.
Which information from the province are you
Like
speaking
shelter rates, what Councillor Wright was asking about. We have one space that's really dedicated to youth. If our unhoused youth population is 150 and we only have 17 spots, how can we say that we have sufficient shelter? As an example, if we're not digging into those numbers and actually understanding the context of them, to be able to blanket say we have the shelter utilization and that's what we're hearing from the province, so that's what we're going with, that's where I struggle with. And then we have reports that show more people are dying, more people are experiencing frostbite. I'm hearing from the residents that I represent that they're seeing more and more encampments, they're seeing more and more unhoused folks breaking into vacant properties to try to stay warm in the winter. And we're seeing more and more calls about encampments. We're putting more resources to respond to those. Yes, we might have more encampments, but they're smaller, but they're more distributed. It's creating, I'm seeing a lot of challenges we're creating with our own policy. And I'm not saying we keep encampments. That's not, I've been very clear, there's a safety issue there. And I also worry about the unintended consequences of our policy and what have we learned and what are we changing and what, if we are lacking information that's informing our decision making on policy, how are we getting that? Because that is very concerning to me. Thoughts?
We respond to encampments based on the legislative authorities that are in front of us. We do our best to ensure that there is sufficient shelter space, especially in cold weather. And and I hear you that you're not suggesting.
Because even our own research, even our own report that came, and I don't know the exact date or the number of the report that came before us, I think it was a motion from Councillor Tang, talked about that we know that every time we're breaking down encampments, that there's negative health outcomes, that there's more likeliness of other negative adverse outcomes. Yet that's what our policy direction is. And so this is what I'm just trying to sort that out, because I understand it's a terrible situation we're in what's the lesser of the two evils, being that nothing is ideal. I get that. And at the same time, if we're saying we have to break down encampments because of the imminent risk of life or death, and then we're seeing the numbers that are showing many people are dying and losing limbs and still dying, I don't know how that squares.
Yeah, the loss of limbs isn't shielded by a flammable structure between you and the elements. So I don't think we can start making the correlation between our encampment response and greater frostbite. I would suggest that the fact that we are finding folks and getting them to hospital and getting them the treatment, we don't have a window into understanding the causation of that number in particular. We also see folks dying of drug poisonings.
But the point is we know we have a number, And if we don't know what's causing it, why are we doubling down on the policy that we have?
If
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to step in here. This is leading to a conversation I prefer to have in private. I think there are elements of legal risk here that I'd prefer you to hear from the team. Thank you.
So don't answer that question then, please. Any other questions, Councillor Rutherford? Okay. Can you move the second round? Then we'll.
Yep, I move the second round.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Just waiting on one more.
Yep.
We have all the votes.
It is carried. Okay, was Councillor Stevenson? Go ahead.
Okay, so based on that feedback, I think I'll save that question. So again, I want to return to my previous question. So I'm understanding the extreme weather protocol is activated at minus 20 degrees?
With wind chill, yes.
And at that point, what changes in our encampment response?
Nothing has, and nothing ever did.
Oh, wait, so we continue to remove structures at minus 20?
That's correct.
And beyond. I will follow up that question as advised by legal in private. I wanted to go back to the resources for cleanup. I think I heard different numbers in your presentation than we recently received in a memo. Just hoping for some clarification there, please.
Sure. Sorry, I'm pulling it up here.
What we received in a memo was that starting January 1, we were moving from 55 staff 7 days a week to 14 staff during the winter and 26 during the summer months, 7 days a week.
Yeah, that was incorrect. The numbers I gave today are the updated ones. My apologies.
Could you repeat those for me?
Yes. Sorry.
No, that's all right. We can take a moment.
It has disappeared from my screen. Here it is. All right. So 2024 service levels remain the same until December 3rd with 55 staff and 7 days a week coverage. And then with the expending of the grant from the Government of Alberta, we will return to funded service levels. So January 1 will be 40 staff for the winter and then 58 staff during the summer.
Okay, thank you for that. I think there have been some good and important questions around shelter capacity and shelter spaces. So I think the mayor highlighted that there are no shelters where people with addictions are able to use drugs. We heard there's only 16 spaces for youth. I understand there's 13% of spaces are women only, and 8.7% of the spaces are Indigenous led. So it seems that the majority of shelter capacity is not necessarily geared towards any specific needs. Is that your understanding as well?
I think that the operators are providing more diversity and choice than ever before. Yeah, and it's a work in progress, and it's continuous improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. But as of right now, it's a very small minority of spaces that are meeting those specific needs. We've also heard conversation of 24/7. Having visited one of the major shelters recently, it was closed during the day. It's closed for a portion of the day. Is that information that has been requested of the province in terms of operating hours?
I don't know if our team has made that request. I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think the rest of my questions will have to wait until private. Appreciate the discussion. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I think the only other question I had, and again, it's probably going to be tough to for anyone here to answer because I think it does fall with sort of that information disconnect. There was a recent article, I think, what was it, September 22nd, where talked about the Homeward Trust had suggested the number of people experiencing homelessness had risen by 47%. In that same article, though, I think the response from the province, from Minister Nixon's, was that they seem to call into doubt that number, even though Homeward Trust is sort of their organization, they charge with that. And so I appreciate that you might not be able to answer this, which is that, you know, part of our struggle a number of years ago before we got the shelter beds was a different interpretation of the numbers. You know, the province had one, the city had, I think, another one through groups like Homeward Trust. Seeing this recent article, it gives me pause again that there appears to be a disconnect again by the province and their own organization. Do you have any sense, do you have any sort of indication as to why there is that disconnect between those? And if not, that's okay. I appreciate it. It's probably not for.
I think it's similar to the conversation I was having with Councillor Jans around the full number versus the disaggregated number of the three types of folks that are in the by name list, those being provisionally housed, of which the vast majority are, and then the two other subgroups that are sheltered and unsheltered. And I think that's perhaps where we trip.
Yeah, and again, normally that's not really information they would provide to us. They would the province would essentially just ask us to use the data that's currently being provided by Homeward Trust to help. Is that generally fair? Like, I'm just trying to get a sense of how, if there's a disconnect, I'm trying to figure out, can we help them bridge that gap, or is that just something those two parties sort of have to work out to sort it out themselves?
Yeah, I think that's a Government of Alberta and Homeward Trust conversation, but there's also the point in time count, and I know that's why I did flag that, that it's typically been every 2 years, but it'll be moving to an annual, which I think will give us a better understanding of the folks who are suffering houselessness in our community.
That's right, yeah, coming up in just over a week now for that. Okay. And, okay, I think that's probably it. Thank you.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I can't find it here, but I was trying to get a sense of the spending. Have we done any sort of accounting of how much we're spending on additional security at the library, security for the Downtown Business Association, security for the Old Strathcona Business Association, security on transit, other mitigating costs related to like winter social disorder?
I think we need to get that number for you, Councillor Jans. I don't have it on my fingertips, sorry.
Okay. I guess I'm still just coming back a bit to the provisionally housed. My concern is, again, the people sort of during the day wandering around with nothing to do or no place to be, and that number, if I get a sense of, or from this, it's 2,259 folks are provisionally housed. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but I don't know. It still doesn't seem like we have enough options for them during the day. Am I misunderstanding that?
If your assumption is that 2,259 folks who are provisionally housed are on the street looking for a place to go, then yes, but I don't know that that's the case, and I don't know how I would be able to quantify the number of folks who are on the street during the day.
And the way it's quantified is, where do you sleep most frequently? That's what they're asked. And if they say I crashed with a friend, then they're put on the provisionally housed list.
They're asked the majority of your time, correct?
Mm-hmm. But it's those folks who would be the ones who are trying to get into those 210-day shelter spaces.
Not necessarily. I think the number that should be of greater interest would be those who are unsheltered or who are in shelter.
I guess if it's the position of the government of Alberta and what I'm reading in this report today from administration, if we have more than sufficient space, more than sufficient day shelter space, more than sufficient beds, what is the gap? Like, what can we be advocating for then? Is it reunification policies with families in other communities? Somebody got here, they're just stranded here now. Like, what do we have for, like, what is the gap between our visible reality and then our ideal reality?
I'd say that the gap is probably that bottleneck that Councillor Salvador was asking about, just around the number of transition and bridge housing options, getting folks stabilized, moving them along further on their journey to more permanent housing.
Do we have any sort of like, I don't know the terms, but work programs? Like, I know we have some partnerships with social agencies trying to match people to jobs or employment. Are there other options around that, or?
Yeah, that's outside of our municipal lane. I'm not aware.
Okay, yep. Okay. And I guess finally, just making sure I have the number, is it last year 421 people died due to homelessness? Is that correct?
I don't have that information. I can't verify.
Okay. I may have a subsequent motion just about trying to round up all the security costs and all of that, but I'll come back to that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jen, for responding to some tough questions for which you can't possibly have answers. It's very frustrating for everyone, and especially for you, I would imagine. So one of the things that I am wondering about is, would it be helpful, and I may be way off base, but would it be helpful to have sort of a predictive model created? You know, we know at this point where encampments are likely to pop up. We usually know the numbers. We know a lot of different factors, how weather impacts that. Could we in some way have a predictive model that would help us be a little bit more active, I guess, and proactive on where things might be, so that we can ensure that we're allocating resources best to help people before an encampment starts getting entrenched and people are like accumulating resources and starting to build up their life in an encampment?
So I'll take a stab at answering that. My initial response is yes, but it would require the resources for us to be able to do that. And right now, with 1,300 encampments to go investigate from people making those complaints in the community, we just can't even stay on top of the actual encampments that we have, let alone try to get ahead of it.
Yeah, and I guess the idea of a predictive model is that it would help to streamline that effort. Maybe an initial cost at the front, but saving costs over time. Is that something that, I mean, maybe it's a bad idea. I don't know. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I think there are lots of valid reasons to have predictive modeling. This could be one. We would have to test it out, but it would require some resources to build something from an intelligence standpoint, and our data analytics just can't produce that right now.
Yeah, and this goes back to Councillor Knack's motion a few months ago of extracting ourselves from provincial responsibilities. It seems that we're having this conversation and it's looking like it's just more resources that we're pouring in to manage what is essentially a provincial job, but everyone is looking at the city and saying, do something about it. Meanwhile, we're trying to do something with a hand and 2 feet tied behind our backs. So further to Councillor Jantz's question, are we looking at sort of rounding up all of the associated costs so that we can basically make a case to the province and the public saying, look, this is what it's costing. These are the results. Maybe there's a better way. Maybe we need some provincial participation in a more fulsome way here.
And that was a request already made, and we are tabulating that and getting ready to send that to the GOA.
Okay, great. And not just to the GOA, but to the public, because it's their money ultimately. And they need to know how their resources are being used. So would we be able to make that public?
I would defer to our intergovernmental experts on what is the wisest path for that.
How much worse could it get?
I will not respond to that.
Yeah.
I might have to get back to you on the intergovernmental advice.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess it's going to get worse this winter. It's going to be a bad winter. I think we can all predict that. What do you need?
What we need is, I think, continued advocacy to the order of government that has jurisdiction and responsibility for this work.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brickett. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just a few more. So when the extreme weather response is activated, what does that trigger in terms of additional supports from the province?
The extreme weather activation is a municipal activation. It has nothing to compel the province to do anything.
Okay, so even in the instance where we're saying, hey, things are bad, we need to take action, that doesn't inherently call upon the province to provide any additional assistance?
They do assure that no one will be turned away if they are trying to access shelter in an extreme weather situation. But there is nothing specific that they have shared in terms of what they would do differently.
Okay, so there hasn't been contemplation of the province like opening up, I don't know, like additional overnight spaces or warming centers to the like, no?
They would say that based on their utilization data, there is not sufficient uptake to warrant more shelter spaces being brought online in this moment. But they have not indicated that they would be creating warming centers for the city.
Okay, because that's just what I'm really struggling with. There's the numbers and the data that we're hearing from the province, but then there's the very obvious lived reality and experience that we're seeing on our streets and in our ravines, and those are two very different stories. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to bridge. Maybe just going back to some of the questions that the mayor was asking around, shelters not necessarily being spaces for folks who use drugs. What are the hours of do we know, for the supervised consumption sites?
I can quickly Google that and get that to you.
Sure. Yeah, I was just curious, like, in terms of availability, my understanding is it's fairly limited, but I'll loop back. And then I wanted to ask a question about just how the housing team is connected to this work. I think about the underlying approach with our encampment response is ultimately to connect people with housing. So where does the city's housing team sort of fit into that conversation? How are they involved in the encampment response directly?
We do fund some outreach workers that do work with people who are in encampments, but maybe I'll pass that over to our housing team.
Thanks, Jen. So we have some contracts to fund some outreach services, and in previous years they have been more intimately involved in the encampment response process. And now these teams we're going through an RFP process right now to renew that contract, and these teams are expected to interact with folks in encampments, but as a parallel process to the encampment response.
And with the addition of the Navigation and Support Center, that has created a lot more capacity in order to provide service. And in answer to your Spady question, their website says 24/7 access for safe injection materials in a secure setting. That's what it says here.
And that was the 6 to 7 spaces, I believe.
It doesn't
I think that was mentioned, but
say how many spaces are available.
Okay, and then just going back to the housing team, so I guess I would ask the same question, but for the navigation center itself, like how is the housing team plugged into that work?
That's not their role. There are Homeward Trust housing workers. There's also other case workers that work for the province that are employed in the navigation center.
Okay, so sorry, just help me understand the parallel teams then. So there's the encampment response team, but then there's your parallel team for housing outreach workers. How are those talking to one another?
Correct. And just to be clear, so there aren't members of city administration who are involved directly with,
Yeah.
okay. And so the city-funded outreach teams are really meant, they're housing-focused teams, that's our expectation of them. And they're really meant to help folks along that journey. And a lot of that work will include the pre-work required to begin their journey towards more stable and permanent housing. And that includes getting ID, getting income, and so forth. So that's the expectation of the teams, and they're not necessarily geographically focused, and they're meant to sort of supplement the existing ecosystem of the housing system.
And so they will leverage the navigation center as a resource when they're working with clients who have agreed that that is a useful path for them. But I would just add that there is a consideration of folks who maybe need a little bit of extra support and some extra time in building trust and relationships before deciding that they are ready to take that next step. And our outreach teams prioritize working with those folks to help build that trust and motivation to re-engage with the housing system and process.
Okay. What are we hearing from our outreach teams around what their experience has been with the introduction of the navigation center in 10 seconds?
I think everyone agrees that it's great to have a one-stop shop for income, ID, and referrals to the by names list.
And I can add that for hearing from our COT teams, it is the same experience.
Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. Can that same thing be duplicated in other areas?
Which same thing, I'm sorry?
Sorry, the same thing of the navigation center. Like, could existing vulnerable population serving, I'm thinking like Bissell or Boyle, can they provide those same services? Like if the province allowed to put somebody in to issue an ID?
That does exist in some of the shelter spaces, like Hope does have ID and income support availability.
Where they can issue on the spot? Or they just do an application which takes 6 weeks to submit?
Yeah, I'm unsure, but I think that having the one-stop shop for the Navigation Support Center, I know that there are folks from like Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction who are on site. I'm not sure if they would have that same kind of on-site presence anywhere else.
But if they did, could you reach more people rather than them having to go to the navigation center?
Yeah, I'm not hearing that that's a barrier. Its current location and the current uptake.
That works? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know if this is one of the items that you're requesting of the province or information that you're sending to the province, but the cost of city operations in removing that 1.2 million kilograms of material.
A lot of that was funded by the $4 million that was provided by the Government of Alberta grant.
Okay, and so if that grant is almost used up or is used up, then where do we get the funding going forward?
I can speak to that a little bit. So on the encampment cleanup side, we do have like a base budget for staff who are dedicated to cleaning up vacant encampments. And I'll just stress that it's on the vacant side. So this is after any folks have left. So there is base budget for that. This $4.5 million one-time grant funding from the GOA supplemented. $500,000 was dedicated to transit funding, like so moving people to the navigation center, and then $4 million was dedicated to encampment cleanup. So that needs to be spent by the end of 2024. So that was a one-time kind of addition to our base funding and supplemented. And so what that did is that allowed us to clean up encampments much faster. And so our time to clean a vacant encampment is less than 2 days on average. When this grant funding is expired at the end of the year, starting in 2025, there's actually a base budget increase built into our base budget, which will help close some of that gap when it comes to that gap that's left behind by the grant expiring. And so there are more staff coming on board. So we did notice, and I meant to mention this earlier, there was a typo in the attachment to the memo that talked about the staffing associated with encampment cleanup staff. But in the winter of 2025, there's going to be 40 folks, and then in the summer, that flexes back up to 56, I believe it is. So to answer your question, there is some additional base budget already built in to help bridge that gap that's left by the grant funding expiry. Does that help?
Okay, kind of. So then you won't, so then will you be slowing down the time that it takes to clean up an encampment? So it won't be the 2 days, it'll be maybe 4 days? So that you're only using the dollars that you have available?
Exactly, and that's the expectation that we wanted to make clear is when that $4 million expires. Now there is like a supply and demand situation here where in the winter there's less demand, so there is a natural flux in the summer. The base budget increase will help with that next summer. But the time, it's just that people budget time equipment type calculation in terms of like if the demand continues to grow and our people and ability to react to that don't grow proportionally, then the amount of time it might take would increase. So our service level is 7 days. We're less than 2 right now. It might grow a bit, but the biggest factor really is demand.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. And then I have one other question. Ms. Lemon, you said that nobody would be turned away. That's what the province says.
That's
from
correct.
shelters. So can you tell me where an intoxicated 17-year-old young woman would go?
There would be options to go to Hope Mission, for example.
And Hope would have space, and they take those that are under the influence?
Yes.
Okay. And they take you. Sorry, 17.
Anyone over 16.
Okay. Just wondering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I just will ask another set of questions in public, if that's okay. Just a few more. Yep. Okay. I'm actually going to pose this to Chief Lazenby because you've been sitting here this whole time and you haven't been put in the hot seat. No, just, but I did mention in my last line of questioning, I definitely am seeing a trend in some, especially neighborhoods that are kind of just on the periphery of downtown where there's vacant properties and a lot of break-ins and people setting up, encampments or being in those areas. And I know we have the problem properties team, but I know there's also fire risk. Like, what's fire scene in relation to sort of some of those kind of interfaces? Because while we're talking about encampments, people are always going to be survivalist, right? So if they know that their encampments are going to be taken down, this is an option where they might not be found as quickly or as easily, for example. There's also more nuance with private property, right? So just trying to get your sense about what the fire is seeing there.
So I don't think, excuse me, we're not seeing an increase in numbers. We've doubled the size of our community property safety team so that we can get on these when we're notified through the 311 system. And we're very expedient in kind of boarding up those properties, so I'm not seeing an increased risk. I think, as we saw, when we reported to council kind of previously on the success of the community property safety team, I think it really is money well spent and has driven down risk, both for firefighters and for members of the public.
Are you aware of, because this is another thing that was brought up to me, I had a community safety chat with a bunch of residents in a specific neighborhood in the ward recently, and they were identifying that there's obviously somebody going around and tagging private abandoned properties as like an indicator to other people that are to make them aware that place is abandoned. Have you seen that tag?
Personally, I haven't, no.
Okay, maybe I'll follow up with some photos of that because that's what they're saying they're seeing in their neighborhood, is that those houses are getting tagged, and then obviously it's like a sign, a little bit of a code. So, okay, and then I guess just to the same kind of line of questioning to transit in terms of in the winter, what are you seeing? What's it like in terms of, I know when first elected, we were seeing a lot of people spending time in LRTs and the platforms. I know we now have the COT team. We now have more shelter capacity. Are we seeing any changes in our transit system that way?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's been a positive change. it hasn't completely eliminated some of the behaviors and risks, but it's certainly changed for the positive. I think some of the data that EPS has shared, seeing some reductions in some of the criminal behavior. I know we haven't formally evaluated all the connections, but I think they are somewhat related. I think some of the pressure points are probably in the morning cycles, people who are trying to shelter at certain stations because they're barrier-free and open. And we'll continue to work on that. And COT has had lots of positive, successful kind of connections with people in that respect.
Okay, those are all the questions I had. And on the advice, I would like to continue a line of questioning. Or do you have more
I
questions?
just have a couple of
Okay.
questions, yeah. Good. Councillor Wright, can you take the
I
chair,
have the
please?
chair.
Yeah. So when I convened those discussions earlier this year, there were members of the social sector present in those. I think everybody kind of agreed that they don't want to get rid of the risk-based metrics, but the social sector wanted to be engaged in the risk assessment, right? So what is the engagement of the social sector at this time?
It is planned to get back in touch with those folks and ensure that we aren't missing any risks. We have not done that work because the encampment response was, until very recently, part of the EOC activation. Now that it has returned to us, now we're starting to dig back into that work. The things that I'm most concerned about is what risks are we missing? What I heard is that there was some concern around health and medical issues. We need to tread carefully. We don't have medical professionals as part of our peace officer complement who would be doing the assessment, so we're just going to need to be mindful about our capacity.
So you're going to engage back with those groups, right? Now that the response is coming back and.
Yeah, we will be inviting them. We're looking at Q4.
Okay, wouldn't Q4 be late? Because if we're going to start, it's going to get cold very soon. We get to those extreme weather situations, right? So is there a way to get that process engagement sooner?
We will do our best. I'll have to talk to the team to see about what our capacity is and what our scheduling could look like.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. So again, we just want to follow. Maybe we'll go in camera first. We'll see. I will take the chair back.
Returned.
Can someone move that we go in camera, please?
So moved, subject to.
2427.
2427 of Floyd Pact.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you, Councillor Cartmel. Thank you, Ajah. We have all the votes.
Okay.
please. We're live on the web.
Okay.
Clerk, we can go back to 7.1, right?
Yeah, so can we just recap where we are, and happy to take direction just so that administration knows who should be here and who not.
Okay.
So there's a potential motion on 7.1. 7.2's been completed, 7.3's completed, 7.4 is still on your agenda, 7.7's on your agenda. I don't know that you have finished 7.8. I'll defer that to yourselves. I believe there is a number of potential subsequent motions related to the bylaws. And we have one report tomorrow, which is 9.1, that is time-specific in camera at 9:30. And you have another item that is time-specific also in camera at 1:30 in the River Valley Room. So happy to take a guideline so administration can staff appropriately, please, and thank you.
So how many people need to stay here for budget planning update? It's just
2.
2? 2. Okay.
But
And
that might be really quick, so.
yeah. And the infrastructure enhancement, that is, we had a lengthy discussion on that. I don't see any motion coming out of that, or just we receiving for information. Is there any direction coming out of the Fairgate?
Possibly.
Possibly? Okay.
Nothing dramatic, don't get panicked.
Okay. Done with 7.5, right?
Yep, 7.5, 7.6 are done.
7.6 is done. 7.7 is
You
going
could
to.
just receive that for info.
7. 7 will require lengthy discussion, but probably be, I don't know, probably folks from finance and from city clerk.
Yes, finance will be with us for that report.
Right. Okay, I think if we get through all that, we'll be good. I don't think we'll be able to get to the rest of the stuff.
Okay, so just assume that district planning would be tomorrow then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 District plans folks can go home. So district plan folks can go home, not go home, go do other work. Or go home. And collective bargaining folks, that's for tomorrow.
All those other items are for
Right.
tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, okay, great.
Okay.
How many, point of order?
Yeah.
Can we get a sense, like, I don't have a sense of how many subsequents there are on district planning.
Maybe if everybody could just raise their hand if they're planning on making one, that'd be great. 1, 2, 3, maybe, I'm a.
Okay. But we
Between 3 and
won't,
12.
we won't get to that anyways today. Yeah, we won't get to that. Okay, great. Okay, we can take a break here and come back at what time?
So when you come back, just for clarity, are you coming back to complete 7.8 or are you going to 7.1?
Let's think it over, break. We'll come back. Okay. Okay.
Mayor,
We're going to come back anyways, right? So we'll start what time
The
is it?
staff, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yeah, staff needs to be
yeah,
here.
CFO raise the hand.
I'm sorry?
CFO.
Oh, hi.
I did not raise my hand.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay.
I understood we were gonna go through all of the sevens. We're gonna try to knock off all the sevens today.
Yeah, the issue is that if we want to deal with the item that we were just discussing, then staff needs to be here, right? So the 7.8.
Yeah, if we're done with 7.8, then we can let staff go before making them wait an hour and a half or so.
Okay. All right, we'll come back and discuss 7.8, then we'll go back to 7.1. Okay? Or unless there's a desire to discuss 7.8 tomorrow. Is there,
Then I would like to say that we would probably get to subsequence on district planning.
Well, let's decide on 7A first. You want to move that 7A to tomorrow?
I will move that.
Okay,
Second.
okay. All right, let's vote. Oh, what happened to?
We're just calling up the vote, so we're just going to move it to tomorrow in general, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. MJ's just sending the vote out.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador.
We have 2 times.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay, with that, 7-8 folks can leave. Then 7-1 is left, 7-4 is left, and 7-7 is left. I think we will be lucky if we get through those items before we convene, but till 9. Because 7-7 is going to take time. Bill 20. Okay, all right. Okay. Huh? Okay, we'll be back at
You have less than an hour. Thank you.
less than an hour.
Well, 1 hour, okay, sorry, 1 hour and 1 minute, but if we can
Yeah,
get
yeah,
back
we'll
on
be back
time,
at-
that'd be swell.
All right.
already ready to go.
Well, good evening, everyone. We are back at it and would like to call this meeting to order and do the roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good evening.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening. It sounds
Councillor
more weird when you say
Prinspe,
good evening.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette,
Good evening.
Councillor Tang,
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good evening.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good evening.
Councillor Rice,
Good evening.
Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right. Okay, 7-1, where we started our day with, right? On budget update, budget planning update. So do we have what new information do we have on this? Is there any new information on this that we were waiting for, or on the policy changes, or?
Yeah, so I think what his administration would like to recommend is you've got a couple options. You could receive this report for information and then pass a subsequent motion.
Yeah.
That administration would review the multi-year budget policy, which is C578, and bring forward amendments if required that limits the tax levy decisions to be made in the fall, SOBAs. Just want to have a little bit of time to make sure that we're doing a thorough policy review before we bring that back to council. And that would actually come to the November 13th council meeting, so
Okay.
just a short delay.
Is that a good approach, Councillor Rutherford?
Yep.
Okay, so you want to move that?
So move receipt of information and
Yeah.
then do the subsequent
Yeah.
after? Sure.
Okay. We have
I will
motion.
move receipt of information.
Okay. Councillor Wright, you have questions on this? A second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay, great. Councillor Wright?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering so with the change, with things like the collective bargaining updates or arbitrated settlements, would that just come out of financial strategies? If required?
So if we, and this is why we do want to double check any policy changes and not make them on the fly, but if you make decisions which we must fund, you are required to have funding set aside. So there would be a requirement for us to do those types of items in a spring SOBA if they were determined after you've established your fall budget, but before you've established the spring. There are certain things that we bring out of necessity.
So it wouldn't just be the changes from provincial or federal funding, it would also be some of those that might otherwise be required.
Yeah, things that I would say that are necessary for us to bring to you so that you can take the action required.
Okay, it just won't automatically be financial strategies. Okay, and then I'm just wondering, why some of these I think are just sort of coming to us now. Like we do the 4-year budget and provide the departments their budgets. Can they not juggle the money around to accommodate for some of these unforeseen things? Like, why does it always have to come back to City Council for additional funding?
Sorry, are you asking about attachment 1?
Yes.
So attachment 1, we appended to this report in response to a question that you had on August 14th, which is, in that report, we had brought you a series of attachments that had quantified the amount of structural budget issues and the pressures that we were facing, and we had simply stated that there were other unfunded pressures. At that meeting, we were asked to provide what are some examples of those, and that's what this attachment is.
Okay, and the unspecified dollar amounts, like, I guess, why are they small amounts that maybe weren't going to make as big an impact, and that's why they weren't on the original report?
I would say the majority of things you see in attachment 1 is we're still doing work to solidify what the actual impact would be, or whether we can take a different action to avoid an impact.
Okay, so there could be alternatives looked at to cover them then, okay. Okay, so I won't get into too many specifics on that. Okay, and I'm gonna ask, Enterprise Commons, where are we at now?
I think I answered this the last time we met a couple of weeks ago. The project has some significant technical challenges given the age of the systems that we're trying to replace and the sheer size of the city. We're trying our best to work through those technical challenges. I do think at some point we may be back with a financial ask, but at this point, we're still just working through the technical aspects to truly understand what we need to get to go live.
Okay, and in order to maintain things until that time, that's why we've got the double licensing, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What have I got? A minute left. Oh, and I'm just wondering about the ETS detour cost. That wasn't included as part of the contract with Marigold, no?
This is more about budget planning update.
Okay. But
we'll have many opportunity to ask those questions.
Yeah, I would say like everything that we've outlined in this attachment is an issue that we're actively monitoring, but we will make decisions as part of the administrative proposed budget adjustment.
Okay, I'll ask it then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the property value reassessment done every year. Is that administration's best advice? Is that best practice to do a reassessment every year?
It's a requirement of the Municipal Government Act.
It is. Okay, so there are no other municipalities in Alberta that or is that just like for the larger cities?
So I am probably not as familiar with assessment legislation. I don't believe that Kate Watt is online, but my understanding is that all municipalities in Alberta are required to do the work of assessment each and every year.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, my question was similar in terms of I had understood that we were potentially advocating with the province to move to a different assessment cycle. Is that something that anyone here can speak to or is aware of?
I would take that. I have to take that back and double check. I'm not sure as administration we're necessarily supportive of a different cycle for assessment. And so I would want to check in with my team. I know we've had discussions about it in the past, but assessing every 2 years, every 4 years comes with it its own set of challenges.
Okay, no, thank you. It would be great to get an update on that. Just with, I think what's laid out makes a lot of sense. I think where I struggle is, we experienced a pretty significant change between our fall 2023 SOBA and the spring 2024 SOBA, and all of those costs were, absolutely things that had to be met. It was approved unanimously. I think where I struggle is if we do see those big changes between the fall and the spring, does it then limit our option to revisit the rest of the budget to compensate for some of those unexpected increases that may happen between fall and spring?
So I think our process is designed to be semi-annual in the way it is to allow us to establish budgets for the items on which council should be debating in the fall, and that the spring, even with the policy, was always intended that you wouldn't necessarily add things to add to the tax levy after, but to allow us a way for us to be able to respond to anything that might have impacted us through a provincial or a federal budget, or an emergent item that came in between those cycles.
And I think it's not so much adding to, but taking from. So for example, a decision that we make in the fall that leads to, let's say, a 3% tax increase, we're then facing a 10% increase in the spring due to these external factors. What if that changes how we feel about that decision that we made in the fall about adding something?
So I think as part of the budgetary process, you can always make those decisions. I can bring you a policy that suggests that that might not be a best practice, but you'd still, as council, be able to make those decisions. I will say that it's really important that you make the bulk of your decisions at a time when you have the most information available to you.
And that's, but that is not the fall. Like, that's what I struggle with, is we have the most information in the spring.
I'm not sure like, you have more information on federal and provincial in the spring. And so after those orders of government has set their budget, but I'm not sure that I'm just going to be candid. I think last year you deferred decisions to spring that should have been made in the fall.
But back to your question about the best time to make a decision is when we have the most information. I think the reason we deferred those decisions to the spring is that we didn't have all the information we needed in the fall.
So I think in the fall we bring you I would say in the fall we bring you the most holistic package that we can.
True, but it's not year-end financials, like all of that happened after.
But year-end financials only change the actuals for the budget of last year. They don't change your budget going forward.
Okay, and not having provincial and federal budget decisions.
Those are always things that we're going to have to respond to because of the difference between the budgeting process for both orders, like both the province and the federal government, versus our budgeting process because our year ends are different.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, I think there's probably no perfect system, and I think there's value in this, and appreciate that there's still flexibility in the process if conditions call for it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you for this update. So right now, and based on this update, and we will change from 2 times budget adjustment to the 1 time only and at the fall. I understand some reason provided why we need this change. So can you provide me more information on what's a key problem or key issue you want to address this change? So what's a specific reason why we need this change, and in the past already several years and we use this process?
So I would say the typical practice has been for council to make the majority of its financial decisions with the fall, first with the 4-year budget cycle.
Yeah.
And then really the 4-year budget policy applies to each subsequent after that. And so what you should be doing if we're following the highest intention is setting a 4-year budget and then updating the budget for any things that may change in terms of legislation, in terms of emerging issues. I think what we're observing is there's significant debate happening at each subsequent budget, which is fine, but that when you establish a budget for 2025 or 2024, you should establish those budgets in the fall in the year prior, because you make announcements on what the tax levy impact is, and when you make significant changes in the spring supplementary budget adjustment, it effectively makes significant changes to the budget halfway through the year. And so we acknowledge that you may be in situations where you have to do that because of the impacts from other orders of government and their budget cycles, but it should not be your norm to simply re-debate the budget in the spring.
So I understand that, and then specifically given the federal and provincial budget cycle is different from our budget, our city's budget cycles. Their budget announcement time is different. So I have similar struggle with Councillor Stevenson about, because for us, we use calendar year as our budget cycle instead of use fiscal year. So
Your
we're
fiscal
different.
year and your calendar year happen
Yes.
to be the same.
So right now we only have all the financial information, and as of December 31st last year. So that means we have more information for our financial situation and to prepare that adjustment and for the budgeting in spring. So if we wait for till the fall, and then that means from January and to the fall already, November, December, all year, almost 1 year now. And then how we adjust our budget and to really reflect our operational change or our priority change or some external factor change or some emergency needs change. So I'm a little bit worried about we do not have enough opportunity and to really support our cities operating. And if we make the change, just wait for 1 year after we already have the information for the year at the end of the year.
So I want to separate the financial reporting process from the budgetary process.
Yeah.
In the fall, you make decisions on your operating budget for the following year. In early spring, we bring you how well did this organization perform in comparison to its budget for the previous year. We do use all of that information throughout the year to inform what we do for budgets in order to bring them forward in the fall. That is what you're seeing in the reports that have come forward on August 14th. We brought you a report on the structural budget issues. All of that is informed by the financial reporting that we do on a regular basis. So you see it 3 times a year, but we do it monthly within the city. That informs the budgetary process. We bring you a fulsome package of information in the fall because you must have so you have a 4-year budget, but if you're going to adjust your 4-year budget, it is a best practice to do it before you commence the year.
My time is up, but I still have probably one or two more questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair? I just have one question, more of a clarity to understand whether I can support this or not. When do we know our assessment growth numbers? Do we know that before October or before the fall, or do we know that before the spring?
So you don't need to know the actual number.
Okay.
That's what budgets are about.
Mhm.
So we make an estimate
Okay.
of assessment growth, real growth, in the 4-year cycle, and we do our best to estimate what that number is
Okay.
and set it for each year. Each year, we have a better sense of what that number will be in the fall, and then it's finalized in the spring. But we can't wait for finalization of those numbers in order for you to establish a budget.
So the estimates are,
Yeah.
pretty close, and there's some variation, and that gets adjusted
Yes.
when we set the mill rate.
And in its purest form,
Yeah.
that's what your budget adjustments should be
Got it.
doing.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know. Thank you so much. I will take the chair back, which I never ceded.
All yours.
Okay, Councillor Wright, can you move the second round?
Move second round.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote. Sorry, Eileen. You didn't even tell me, so that's what. The second round for Councillor Wright. Yeah. Please vote for second round.
Just waiting for a few more votes.
Yes.
Thanks, Marsohi.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
That is carried. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. for those change, for the scope change reduction, and then apply to both capital and operational, right? Or only apply to the operating? I just want to get a very clear answer.
So this report is specifically talking about operating, that instead of bringing you a full spring supplemental budget adjustment, operating budget adjustment that you would debate, we'd bring what we call a mill rate finalization, where we'll take care of any things like real growth, plus by then we'll know the education tax number. We'll be able to make the final adjustments before we pass the tax bylaw. For capital, you can continue the process that we've always had with a spring and a fall supplemental budget adjustment. I would say, though, that those still are subject to the multi-year policy, and they shouldn't be wholesale redebates. They should be dealing with emergent issues that have come up since you established your 4-year budget.
So that means this scope change for this spring SOBA is only, and then so scope change and apply to both. So I just want to say yes or no. I don't need you to explain.
No.
So no, no. So that means this scope reduction is only applied to the operating.
It only applies to the spring supplementary operating adjustment, yes.
So in that is case, I do have the big concern. Why? And then because if our operating, if our capital budget needs change, needs to do adjustment, and so as everybody knows, the capital adjustment will impact operation adjustment because operating at least 10% of our operating is to debt services, is repayment. Repayment is related to our capital budget. So if we only apply to the one budget, not apply for a larger budget, and how we can link those adjustments together.
So I would say because of the timing of capital and the way that we construct the assets, unless you are looking to approve new pay-as-you-go funding as part of a supplementary budget adjustment process, you wouldn't need to do the operating, you have time to be able to do the operating impacts in a later cycle. So if you, for instance, when we approve new debt for the Valley Line Southeast, we will adjust that in the next operating budget cycle because it falls outside of the immediately following year. Capital budgets are always, the remainder of the funding is always constrained to available funding.
I respect the professional experts and from our CFO and your team as well. As long as from process perspective, you think there's still the opportunity for us to make some change or to link some change together, I'm going to put trust on you that. But I do have another question specific for this change impact. If we make change for this, what's impact for the public? What's impact for our city's own internal operation?
The impact of the change that we're proposing here?
Yeah. So because right now, if we're going to change to this policy, and then what's the public? What's the impact on public? What's the impact on our city's internal operating?
I think from a public perspective, it means that what you approve in the fall is more likely to be what you approve in the spring.
So that means provide more stable information and for the public and for our city's budget.
Correct. You establish an expectation of taxes in the fall, and this will help you stay consistent with the expectation that you've established in the fall.
And then because I know, and then we have the opportunity to receive the updates, like quarterly updates, and for the finance, like for example, you provide the core 2 updates in September every year, and then for the financial and for the operating and capital. So for this change, did you foresee any impact for our city's internal cash flow, operating, and how those financial sense could be impact? because that's delay and for the financial updates.
No, in fact, it's helpful for us. If you establish a budget in the fall, then it is easier for us to report and measure against a budget that you established in the fall rather than a budget you established in the spring.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. No, this is a helpful conversation, and just wanted to dig into this idea that we don't need to know our actuals before setting the budget. So I understand that we can plan for our spending for the following year, but the actuals would tell us sort of deficit, surplus of the year-end, assessment growth. Like those things can materially change the tax levy, correct?
So deficits, so let me use this year as an example. So we ran a deficit last year, projected to run a deficit this year. So, and we're drawing down the financial stabilization reserve. Absolutely. Does that impact the budget going forward? Yes. That's why we're doing the work that we're doing. If you run a surplus, it doesn't have to impact your budget going forward. You can make choices to allocate that money if you so choose, but it doesn't have to be part of your budget. You can wait for the use of surplus funds if your FSR is greater than its target till the fall.
Right. But deficits or assessment growth, again, like those change the number, right? Like those change the percentage growth in the tax levy.
A surplus doesn't. It simply falls to the FSR, and it provides a stronger reserve for you to be able to deal with emergent items on a one-time basis. So I would say a surplus doesn't, because a surplus is always considered one-time money.
Yeah. But again, in the case of deficits, and I think what you're saying too is like an increase in assessment growth also doesn't change the budget or the tax levy.
No, I think we adjust those things every time we come with budget. We look at what had we budgeted for assessment growth? Do we need to make a change for that? And we adjust for that. The notion that we would be able to do that in real time is probably not something that is feasible for us.
Oh, no, not in real time. Anyway, thank you. That's the clarity I needed.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So that concludes the questions on the process. Budget planning process update. First item on the agenda. Okay, anyone else? This concludes the questions. Anyone to speak to this? Seeing none, Councillor Rutherford, you want to close this?
Sorry, I am signing the snow. The system is really slow. It's not allowing me to sign for the speak.
Okay, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
So I do appreciate the process updates brought by city administration and also our CFO's insights on why we need to make those updates for the process. I'm going to support at this moment, but I do have a concern and give our city's financial information. Like I know we have different like our CFO said, we're separate financial reporting process and budget process. That is two different process. But in terms of in the past few years, our reporting process is always delayed later than the budget process. Our quarterly updates is always delay and to the time, for example, and then September we provide Q2 our city's operating and capital quarterly updates, and to really assess our city's financial situation, assess our city's spending and budgeting, and look at how we could adjust the money and including fresh cash flow and to support our city's operation and in sufficient way. So with this change, I am not sure, and the information will come in time for us to address some ad hoc or emergent urgent needs. Maybe that's something will be added into the process and for the ad hoc or emergent needs and for the financial situation. But I do appreciate, and by this we will provide the more certainty and for the public to understand the full year cycles budget. Also provides the more certainty to the public to understand the what the tax levy or tax rates change could be. So I just want to say this, and we're looking forward, and then I believe we still have opportunity in the future if anything needs to update it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. No, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Subsequent. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I'd like to move that administration review the multi-year budgeting policy C578 and bring forward amendments, if required, that would limit tax levy decisions to the fall SOBA, due November 13th.
Okay, need a second. Second. Councillor Knack seconded that. So we have subsequent in the motion. You want to make the introduction, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so first I would just say that based on receiving for information, the report that we just did, we essentially unanimously agreed to the process that was outlined in that report. This, to me, as I asked with my line of questions, means that we have a process right now that actually doesn't necessarily fall in line with the policy that we have for our multi-year budgeting. As it still says in that policy, if a council member wants to bring forward a motion at Spring SOBA, there would be nothing stopping them, short of just having a seconder, for us to have to debate that. By adding something that says that it would be an exception to the policy to do that in spring, it still allows for flexibility, but it would require consensus of all of council to say, yes, this is something that's important for us to debate in an extraordinary situation. So again, they're going to come back. Maybe administration comes back and says, you know, we don't feel that a change is needed at this time. Maybe they do recommend a change. We can have that debate at that point. But I think if that is going to be, you know, I often, in my work in policy space, we always have the rules and then the rules in use. And when those are not aligned, it's often very confusing. And so I like to try to align those and make them explicit wherever possible. So that's the intention of this. It's not to limit flexibility. We still can do that, but it requires a majority of council rather than just two councillors that want to move something forward at spring budget.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any questions on the subsequent? Okay, Councillor Rice?
Only one question, because the due date is November 2024. So if this come back, but for this full budget adjustment and the next year's spring adjustment will not be impacted by this motion, or next year's spring adjustment will be changed.
So you've received the other report for information. I intend to follow what I said I was going to do in the other report. We do think that if we're going to change the policy, the best place and time for us to do it is around the time that you're going to receive the budget. And then that way you can accept or reject any policy changes that we might bring you then.
November. That's November, right? That's November. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, November 13th.
Yes,
For,
November.
for both this and the budget.
And the budget.
Yeah.
So
So
at
we'll bring this back to
Yeah.
align with this fall's budget.
So at that moment, we will know that will impact the next spring or not, at that moment.
Yeah, so I would intend to bring changes that reflect what I heard here and what's in this motion. And then you can accept or reject those on November 13th.
Okay, so we'll know at that moment. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Anyone to speak? Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, just really briefly, I want to again reiterate that we've already accepted that process for this fall and spring budget with the receipt of the information of the last report. So it's the question when this comes back on November 13th, in my opinion, is not do we want this process or do we not want this process? Do we want this process to be codified or do we want it to be more rules in use as opposed to rules in policy? Either way, I don't see us not, we all unanimously agreed with that. So I just want to put that out there that would be, in my opinion, what we would be debating on this when this comes back. But I hope there's support for this.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we carry on with the 7-4 infrastructure enhancement for city transit facilities, ETS fare gates pilot, urban planning committee report, and I'll go to chair of the urban planning committee to introduce the item.
Good evening. Hello. Yeah, I was just waiting for them to take their seats. So we had a very robust conversation at Urban Planning Committee about transit safety, about fare gates. We had multiple different speakers sharing their perspectives. We requisitioned this item because there was a feeling there might be a couple of subsequent motions, I thought, and potentially I think a desire to vote from members not on the committee, but we didn't have a recommendation coming from the committee.
Thank you. I do have a couple of subsequents after this, but I'm going to go to Councillor Cartmel because he exempted this item.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Not intending to go through the whole committee conversation again, but I just wanted to see if there's any further information available from activity in the intervening week. So first of all, it was my understanding that one of the reasons that the fare gates are perhaps not feasible is that the gates would require attendance. And the reason they would require attendance was because there's still a lot of paper products being used, and those paper products can't be used to tap through a gate. But we've heard through announcements in the intervening time that we're phasing out these paper materials. So I guess I'm wondering if that reasoning still holds, first of all.
Hi, Councillor Cartmel, it's Carrie.
Yeah.
So even with the phase out of the traditional paper fare products, we will still have people using transfers if they've paid cash, and children 12 and under, as well as CNIB card holders, wouldn't have any other ARC products.
So I guess, if I said it this way, that we can't consider fare gates until we go to a completely cashless system and then offer ARC cards to those that might not otherwise have them. Is that a fair statement?
With the trade-off of needing some processes and administration around distributing those cards. And we had explored this, I don't know if you remember this, in a report about the 12 and under, if we wanted it to be a program per se, or unrestricted at the time, and we didn't put a program around it. So we'd have to explore that with you all a bit.
Yeah, we'd have to revisit that as part of a fare gate conversation. Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to just clarify that. just because there was kind of two streams of news there. The second thing was, we talked a little bit about counting and ridership levels on the LRT system and the LRT trains. And I just wanted to confirm something that I thought I heard, and that was effectively what the cost would be to install counters on all of the LRT trains.
Yeah, so Trevor's with me. His team has done that analysis and a costing, so I'll just get him to go over that with you.
Sure.
You betcha. So we reached out to a vendor and we have a quote, and it's $1.1 million to install passenger counters on 2/3 of our LRT fleet.
And is that a total cost, or is that a per train cost or per car cost?
That's a total cost for 2/3 of the fleet.
And why just 2/3 of the fleet?
So we are replacing the old U2 fleet. So when that is replaced, the new trains that are replacing the U2s will have passenger counters on them. And so we're only proposing to install, or would only propose to install passenger counters on the middle-age fleet, which is the SD160s.
And I'll just
And the cars would.
yeah, I was just going to say, Councillor, we consider that a good representative sample. So on the bus side, we have about 2/3 of the fleet outfitted with the APCs. So it would follow a similar process, and that is a representative sample.
So do we think that if we were to make that investment in people counters, would we recoup that from fare evasion? And like, I don't know that we really have the numbers to do that fare analysis. It's more of almost a feeling, I guess, but thoughts on that?
I am very interested in APCs, and I think the more data we have, the better, and can certainly do a really accurate contrast between what we're seeing for revenue collection and then ridership figures.
So would you suggest, I'm reticent to do this, but would you suggest an unfunded service package, or is this something that admin might find the dollars for through some reallocation?
I will defer to my finance colleagues on that piece.
Thought you might say that.
I'm just going to say at this point, with all the information that we've given you around structural budget issues, I'm not sure it's realistic to expect that we're going to be able to find a reallocation.
To find another $1 million. Yeah. Okay, I'll think about that. And then I have this question as well. I believe that it was said at committee last week that the budget for the commissionaires in the LRT stations is somewhere between $5 and $6 million.
So that's for the entire network. So that covers about 20 stations across the network. So it's not just specific to the LRT.
Oh, that includes some bus stations.
Yeah, it does. So we use Hotspot, just so you know. Hotspot data, that's where we deploy them to. So if a station is on the lower end of crime and security disorder, they don't actually have that coverage. So the commissionaires are strategically deployed to work with our transit peace officers in that capacity.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Wright.
Thanks. Just very quickly, weren't the attendants also required for, like, if there was malfunctions on the gates or people needing assistance?
Yeah, that's correct. So the research showed that if there's any kind of issues with the equipment, having a person there who can respond is an important aspect.
Okay, so even if we were totally paperless, it would still be beneficial to have the attendants there?
I believe so, and I think VIX, when Eric was here, had indicated, the transit services they've worked with have had them staffed as well.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
I just have one quick question. We, in the 4-year capital budget, we funded a replacement of the LRT cars, right?
That's for the older U2 train cars, yes.
Do we know when do they come in service?
We're anticipating delivery of the first car in 2028, but it will take 12 months or longer to receive all of the cars.
Would they be equipped with those automatic passenger counters?
Yes, so the new vehicles will be equipped with automatic passenger
You know how
counters.
much, what percentage of the fleet that would be?
That will be almost 50% of the fleet.
Okay,
Not
so
quite.
I see. Okay, so we will eventually get to that, because I'm intrigued. I like the idea of actually having counters. So whether we fund it for now or whether we wait till 2028, basically 2029, right? Because you have to wait that year, 12 months for the delivery and getting them into the system and all that, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, now if we were to give you direction, for example, if there is an unfunded service package that actually got funded in fall, how much time does it actually take to get the counters installed?
And just for clarity, it would be a capital profile. It's largely a capital expenditure that we'd bring forward.
Right.
For the units, and then we would initiate a procurement process right away. So I would say probably 12 months.
Okay, so end of 2024, you go into 2025, and the others, new trains come in 2028, 2020. Okay, got it. Okay, just want to understand the sequence of that. Got it. Okay, that's all I need to know. Councillor, right? I'll take the chair back.
I'll return.
Oh, so I see. I'll move the second round. Sorry, I'll move the second.
Second.
And please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Johns.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Okay, I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. So just circling back to the budget for the commissionaires, part of the conversation last week was around having more transit police officers. So I'm wondering about the thought of taking the budget that's assigned to commissionaires and reassigning those to hire more TPOs. Thoughts on that generally?
Yeah, so David and I are actually actively working on that analysis. We do know that TPOs, just for clarity, it's about 87% increase in the cost. So you won't get the same coverage for that budget. The commissionaires is the lowest cost kind of element in that framework. So we're doing that analysis. We're going to present it to ELT, show them some options. We'd be happy to share that update with council once we've completed that work. We also had questions before about the station attendant item that was in a previous safety report. We could include that info as well.
What about a shuffling of that budget to include directing some of that money to the people counters? So take the dollars, I understand I'm being pretty glib here, and I'm sorry that, we're talking about individuals, but if we took the dollars that we're using for commissionaires and use that for TPOs and for $1.1 million or so in people counters, is that something that could be contemplated perhaps as an option in that report or in that discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can do that to include it, and it's about, again, trade-offs and risks. So, right, reducing coverage versus, adding, because the technology solution is just providing a different support, which is equally important. So we could outline all of those trade-offs for sure.
So do you need a motion to direct, some of those, I'm going to call them reallocation considerations. I appreciate Ms. Padbury's comments, but, within this very specific line item, reallocating it to different line items, do you need a motion for that, or is that something that's happening already?
No, we're already doing that analysis, so we'll take your feedback and we can incorporate that into the work.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the 50% of the cars without people counters. That gives us a pretty good, in fact, almost 100% accurate, if we can extrapolate that information count to folks. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think from an analytics perspective, we feel pretty confident that that would be helpful. More, so it's a smaller fleet, so this pure sampling with a smaller population number like 97, you just want to make sure it's a higher number. But I think, at 50%, we're feeling comfortable that would be a good indicator.
Yeah, it's a pretty good indicator. And just, statistics wise, I mean, that's a big sample. So at least there's that. That's in 2008, so another 3.5 years. But in the meantime, I know that you said you didn't need a motion from Councillor Cartmel. I just want to make sure, because sometimes we said, hey, do you need a motion for this? And the answer was no. And then we never actually got the stuff back. So I guess putting you on the spot here, Carrie, if I can, and just get like a guarantee on that one.
I promise you, we will follow up and share our analysis once we've presented it to ELT and we've landed on, because ideally we would be bringing forward recommendations and not just analysis, and that's our intent with the work that we have underway.
Okay, and is that a report or a memo?
I don't know yet. Let us finish the analysis. We'll see how complex it is, and then we can decide on the best format.
Okay, so as we're getting closer, we can sort of make that determination. Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I just have very quick question, and it will be very quick. And then, so financially, and right now is $7.3 million needed, and for these two gates, I prefer reallocation process, and instead of request additional budget for this. I heard the analysis is underway. You're doing that type of analysis and between the personal resources and also the technique approach we use, and to do some like comparison based on the last conversation we had at the committee. If right now we're going to, so then my question to finance is, we are waiting for that report or memo, I don't know, come back, and before we make any movement. So what does that mean, look like? And if we receive as information or move the motion and to request a reallocation approach, can you give me a little bit of advice on that?
Are you talking about Councillor Cartmell's reallocation question?
No, I'm talking about the procedurally, and because the analysis is underway, and we're still waiting for that information come in, and to make the final decision. At the same time, and for this one, because right now is the information only, does that mean we have to wait for that to get next step or for the financial decision?
So I think what I heard Ms. Houghton McDonald commit to you is that she would bring you the analysis after it's been vetted internally. The normal process would be that we would make an assessment of whether that should be funded as part of the budget, and if it's unfunded, you would make a decision whether what we've recommended to you is appropriate as part of the budget.
Do we have a specific timeline, and then we can get that information analysis results back?
Our teams are actively working on it. We can take that away, and if I hear you correctly, the desire is to have some of that in advance of the fall budget.
Yes.
So David and I can take that back with our folks, and if for some reason we feel like that's not realistic, we can follow up with all of you and let you know that.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Sorry, Councillor Rice, can you move the additional round, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Could we do it unanimously?
Unanimously approved. Of course. All right, Councillor Cartmell, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I appreciate Carrie's comments, but I'm going to move a motion in place of receipt of information. And I put it in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that motion is that administration provide a report outlining reallocation options of the LRT Commissioner's budget to the hiring of transit peace officers and automated passenger counters.
Second.
That should be due date November 2024. That should be and or automated passenger counters, just to provide some choices.
I think second by Councillor Paquette, right? Okay, got
I
it.
think Councillor Knack jumped in there before me. It's just too speedy.
That's okay. He said give it to you. So Councillor Paquette seconded it. Okay. All right. Okay, we have motion on the floor. Now questions on the motion. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. We've had some conversations in the past about other other interventions that help with transit safety. I think you alluded to some of those. So just wondering, maybe just to the mover, recognizing that administration has come forward before about different roles, different interventions that could happen in terms of having station hosts, combined cleaning, security, station host staff. Just wondering how firm you are on it specifically being transit peace officers versus, again, other initiatives that have been flagged.
Well, I'm open to the options, and I think that Ms. Houghton McDonald indicated that the two reports and requests might come together. I would note, however, that we heard very firm and clear language from Mr. Bradshaw and from the speaker at committee that talked very much about transit peace officers as a step up. And I believe Mayor Sohi's got some subsequents that would speak to not only more officers, but a more actively visible effort by those officers.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe to Mr. Robar, I know that we talked previously about discussions happening this summer about sort of maximizing the transit security funding that we had with different models. So again, that will be in the November report?
That is exactly what Carrie's talking about. So this work that's already they're working on right now is that transition conversation that we were having of the program.
Okay, and so that's going to be coming back in November?
David and I need to engage the teams that are doing the work, make sure November is realistic, but that's our intent, is we will try and get this back as soon as we can in November.
So I'm so sorry, just to clarify, so the wording of this motion is very specific about transit peace officers. In the conversations we've had previously, we've talked about others. So the report that you're bringing back in November, will it answer only the question of reallocation to peace officers and passenger counters, or some of those other holistic solutions that we've discussed?
So David's team and my team, we're doing an analysis, looking at our needs, our budget, our data, all the different options of how we could have appropriate coverage for the types of specific issues we have at specific stations. Then we'll make recommendations. Happy to incorporate this motion. We can do a specific report for this specific motion, but it's part of a broader kind of set of analysis that we're doing to make sure we have the right level of coverage at the right stations, and looking at all options in terms of the different staffing roles that are possible.
Okay, and in terms of those all options, you are also considering increased transit peace officers?
That's part of the kind of hypothesis that we want to measure and test. Is it appropriate to have a change? And again, we just want to manage expectations. I know it sounds like a big number, but it's not. For 20 locations, to have 24/7 coverage, you're talking multiple shifts. I just want to be clear, like, it's 87% more expensive to have some of these other roles than what we have today. So you're going to get less coverage, fewer locations. So we're just trying to look at it holistically, all the different layers, different staffing.
For sure. And so will some of those options, like, it seems to me that, as you say, it's calibrating between the number of individuals versus the level of authorities that they have that are appropriate to what they're being asked to deal with.
I think there's more to it than that. I think we're also assessing our deployment of current resources, as well as what the appropriate blend is across the spectrum of security and peace officer services.
Yeah. Okay, so to the mover, having heard all of this, do you feel that this separate report will give you answers that are different than what administration is already working on?
Well, I would like to see that direct comparison. And again, I think that this responds to the conversation that was had at committee last week. And that was, the feedback was very clearly angled towards transit peace officers. I appreciate the other report is coming. They can come in tandem, but I think I like the way this is worded right now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, guess first to administration. I've been big on transit safety. We've been at CUDA many times together. I mean, at first this was about fare evasion, but now it's obviously not about fare evasion necessarily. We had a report that I said, okay, what, if you had the ability, pie in the sky thinking, what would you, in your best professional expertise, recommend as ways to help with transit safety and ridership and all of those things? And there was 3 things that you mentioned: cleanliness, animation of space, and attendance. I'm just like confirming that that's...
That is correct, and that was a multi-department kind of internal team that worked on that report together to come up with that list.
But that, in that report, you did not suggest more bylaw officers. You did not suggest more security officers. It was really about, so why was that?
Yeah, because I think our interpretation of the motion at the time was, what else can we do? And we had already been at the time working on adding more transit peace officers. We had just made the COT decision, et cetera. So we were trying to think really creatively, what can we do above and beyond that? Looking at CUDA's national recommendations, connecting with other transit properties, and we arrived and we had criteria that led us to make those recommendations for those 3 items. That was the context.
So, and I guess maybe to the clerk, like, this is where it gets a bit weird. I had worked with the mayor's office on one of the subsequents, and one of the subsequents that would be put on the floor after this is not necessarily contrary. How can I ask, I guess my question is, how can I ask a question about the motion on the floor in relation to a subsequent that hasn't been put on the floor? Can I do that even?
Hypothetically, if you were to say what your intention is, if this passes and the chair doesn't rule it out of order, I'd say go for it.
Okay.
Because otherwise, how are you going to get the information? Like, we're going to be in this circular.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want to be transparent to your colleagues and say what your intention is, it's just helpful, and then
Yeah,
I would defer to the chair.
An email was shared with the mayor's office and council colleagues that talked about preparing an unfunded service package for consideration in the next 4-year budget. Again, recognizing our financial constraints. But what I worry about is if there's a conversation on reallocation to these areas, then why wouldn't we either consider the transit attendants in that reallocation now, or B, why wouldn't we have both of those debates at the same time in the 4-year budget? I guess to the mover.
Well, I guess I don't have the benefit of knowing what Mayor Sohi's intended subsequents are, so I can't really comment.
I think my staff shared them at the committee. Sorry if we missed that, Councillor Carmel.
Okay, either way, there is an intention, so I guess knowing that intention now to the mover, are you amenable to adding the transit attendants to this reallocation discussion in this motion?
I'm amenable to adding it as an option, but I will say again that the feedback was very clear at committee last week. There was, the original intent was to speak to fare evasion, and that's part of the motion I'm presenting at the moment, people counters. And the conversation turned to those that came to speak to an increase of transit peace officers and an expansion of the role and provision of more training and tools to those peace officers. So I'm trying to attend to what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, I attended that committee too, so it's interesting. My takeaways were not necessarily the same as yours. So we'll leave it at that. For that, we have different interpretations of that speaking from ATU. Okay, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
Yep. So just to get some additional clarity, that the comparative analysis is already kind of underway, and a report will be coming on that.
So the analysis and the work is underway. Our teams are working on it. We were waiting to see the output and then determine, do we think it's appropriate as a memo versus a report, depending on the complexity of what comes from that analysis.
Okay, yeah, I guess what I'm trying to do, like if we're going to be having that conversation, I would rather have sort of a holistic picture instead of this standalone report. I guess, is there a way to weave those together so that it's a conversation about, yes, the things included in this motion, but also the broader conversation that's coming forward as part of that comparative analysis?
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, does that work? Yeah, okay. And just to the mover, are you comfortable with that? Like even like amending the wording to say that administration provide a report as part of the work that's already underway. Like I
would note that I started by saying that asking if a motion was required, and administration said no, and then a few people jumped in the chat and said make a motion. So, you know.
No, and I appreciate that. I can understand the desire for having a motion and wanting to be explicit about it. I'm just trying to avoid having two reports come forward as opposed to one. That's all.
Yeah, I'm fine. It doesn't matter to me. I give up.
Okay. And what do you mean by that, Councillor Cartmel? Like, I'm unclear what that means.
I don't know how to answer these questions. I'm responding to what we heard in committee. I'm responding to an apprehension around fare evasion. I'm trying to do it with existing dollars, not add dollars to the budget. I'm trying to attend to all of the considerations. I suggested that we could build on the work that's already being done, and the feedback I got was that no, we needed a directive motion. So I've made a directive motion, and now a number of people don't want to see that directive motion. So I honestly don't know what to do. I can withdraw it. You can vote it down. You can amend it. All I see is the clock spinning away while we talk about whether it's one report or two, instead of just moving on and asking for the information. So
all right,
that's
well,
all.
To the clerk then, is there a way to make it explicit that this comes as one report as opposed to two?
If the motion was to be amended so that this was incorporated into another report and admin could tell me what that report is and when it's coming, that would be really helpful, and I'm happy to draft that amendment for you.
I might be able to add just a little bit of clarity. The work that Carrie was talking about in collaboration with Dave in terms of like peace officers analysis, that's work that we have underway internal. We had a plan to bring that forward to ELT, make sure that, you know, internal to the city, does this approach make sense? Let's gather the data, let's process what might make sense. So there is not a report planned right now to come to council with this work that we've been talking about today. So this motion right now would trigger us to bring a council report forward, and we can do all the analysis on whatever aspects that's required. But as of right now, there isn't a motion specific to automated passenger counters or fare evasion or shifting budget from commissioners to peace officers. And so that work is happening, but it's just not scheduled to come to council.
Okay, well, with that understanding, then I guess my preference would be to just ensure that this motion is inclusive of some of the other options that were shared, specifically around transit attendance. I think that's a piece that I wouldn't want to miss if we are going to be having this conversation as part of a report that's brought forward. Yeah, so my preference would be to just amend it to include the transit attendance as well then, options of the LRT commissioner's budget to the hiring of transit peace officers and other CUDA recommendations. Yep, that works. So let me just get the wording down.
So we can draft that amendment. So just to clarify, reports for a November meeting were due sort of like last week. So can we just make sure that administration's able to provide that information?
Okay, I'm getting contradictory information then. My understanding was that a public report was not set to come forward based on what, it was just internally being looked at? Based on
That's
what
right.
Craig
So,
just shared?
just for clarity and what Eddie had talked about several months ago, we were undertaking analysis, looking at all of our data, looking at all of the layers in our stations, and we were wanting to make sure we have the right resource at the right locations within the existing budget, make sure it was tight, bring recommendations to ELT, wanted to make sure everybody internally was on the same page, because this question keeps coming up. So that analysis is underway, but it was not intended to come as a council report. We are nervous because the report technically would have been due already to hit a November date. So it's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, no, that's very fair.
And I would add that if it's going to look at all the CUDA recommendations and a number of other things, that's a considerable body of work for us
Totally,
to take on.
and obviously not able to make that by November. I'm out of time, but
Okay,
hopefully
thank you.
someone can pick that up.
Okay, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I fell down as committee chair, if I didn't have the mayor's subsequents or whatever. I thought they weren't made officially, but I do recall them being shared in the chat. So, Mr. Mayor, I just sent them back to you there. So sorry if that was awkward on my part as chair here. Can I just confirm with administration, we have full video in all transit stations. Is that correct?
We have video surveillance at our stations, correct?
And that includes the Northgate Transit Center,
Correct.
Southgate Transit Center.
Yes,
And
all
are
of
they?
the stations.
And you got the moving eye; it can see everything,
Well,
or ish.
So we have a small team working in our control center who are doing their best to do proactive monitoring, but with over 4,000 cameras and a team on one shift, maybe 3 people, we just need to manage expectations that they're not going to catch everything through proactive surveillance, which is why we need boots on the ground,
Yep.
physical presence
Yep.
to complement. So all of these elements work together to have a thorough kind of framework around it.
And can the Edmonton Police Service, do they, and I'm sorry, I don't have the language here, but do they patch in? Can they see what we see? Is there if our dispatch flags something, can they start looking at it? Like when we know there's a altercation, something incredibly dangerous going on that merits a escalated police response? Is that
So we're working closely with them. We have an MOU, but it's around expediting the availability of video evidence. We want to be careful about kind of controlling the live feeds. I don't know that it goes that far, that they can take over all of our cameras immediately. But I can follow up. I'll take that away and ask the team for more details.
yeah, like in case of emergency or something, if they,
yeah.
Okay.
It's Mike Gunther from Legal here, and I'll just add that there are some privacy implications of that, so we just need to be really careful about the idea of patching an EPS directly into our feeds.
Love to hear more. Cool. Just want to make sure if we are going to be looking at anything, that we're covering the eyes and ears there if we don't have boots on the ground there. Number 2, a contracted employee can deliver parking tickets to people's vehicles on behalf of the city of Edmonton. Can a commissioner or a security guard do ticket checks or do tickets on behalf of the city of Edmonton for transit riders?
We would need to give them bylaw authority status. So they don't have that as it is right now. That's why the transit peace officers do that work. It's because they have bylaw authorities.
How does it work with parking then?
Because on that contract, we do give bylaw authorities for the parking bylaw to our contractor.
And does
provider.
that come with any special compensation, training, liability, anything like that?
That's entirely up to the contractor on parking. I can't remember if they're hiring peace officers. I think they may be hiring peace officers out in the community. I would have to get back to you on that one.
Sure, no worries. I'm just curious if one of the big themes was Faravision, and if it is, I'd be interested in equity in transit and parking enforcement there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, maybe just to get us to that place. So essentially, I think the goal was, because up until any motion, the plan was internally you were going to be doing some work, making a decision as ELT, and then going to let us know what was going to happen at the end of that, but not necessarily in a public report. It would have been an email saying, here's what we're doing, right?
Well, I think it depends on what the outcome is of our analysis. That was going to determine our path forward.
Then potentially there was a chance you might have come forward to council.
Absolutely. If it's a dramatic wholesale change, absolutely, we would want to bring that forward.
So I think the goal was just, I think either way, and I don't want to speak for Councillor Cartmel, but I'll speak for myself, because I think the goal was that's great, but being that this has been a conversation topic with residents, the union, a bunch of parties, we wouldn't mind having that conversation publicly. Either way, if your recommendation is, hey, stay the course, that's still great, but maybe we should have it publicly. So I guess my question is, trying to figure out the way to move this. The things in the motion are part of the analysis you're doing right now, plus a couple of other things, correct?
So the only part that we hadn't contemplated was the one-time capital cost for the APCs, but happy to include that in the analysis.
So that would
That's
be
not a problem.
relatively easy to add to your
sure.
existing body of work. So then there's two ways to do it. One is to amend that to essentially say what else you were already considering. Essentially, we're just trying to get your work to a public report at the
I
appropriate
will
time.
bring you a public report. I'm not comfortable with all of those components meeting a November date.
Sure.
That makes
Oh, yeah.
me nervous.
Yeah.
I think we need a bit more time to pull it together, and then we can bring a really comprehensive report back with all of the elements.
So if I were tweaking the wording, we got TPOs, automated traffic passenger counters, we would have the attendance and just other interventions.
Sure.
And then you know the intent, you're already doing
Yep,
it.
for
Essentially,
sure.
we're not looking for you to do something
And
new.
we can
So
cross-reference previous reports as well.
So it might be then friendly just to add, transit peace officers, comma, attendance, comma, other interventions, and/or automated passenger counters.
And I would suggest a due date of
And then you decide the
Q1
due
of
date. Yeah.
2025.
Yeah, the due date is the appropriate piece. We're just capturing what the work is that they're already doing in the one, to the clerk. Do you have a thought?
So rather than using the normal format requesting a report, could the motion be to direct administration to include this in their existing analysis and then provide a comprehensive report, rather than sticking this out? It sounds like you're just asking them to do something they said that they're gonna do.
Correct, and just bring it back in the form of a report instead of not necessarily having that come back. So yeah, that's the goal, I think. So instead of trying to amend that, I'll defer to, maybe the original mover can restate the motion as you've just said, and I'll stop talking.
Okay, as they reword the motion, I'll go to Councillor, can you move the additional round, Councillor Knack?
Yes, I will move that.
Need a second? All unanimously accepted, good. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. When you said that we would just need to give the commissionaires the authority to write the tickets and that, is that, like, we can just do that through bylaw, or is that something that would have to be approved by the province under the Police Act?
No, that's under the provisions of the chief bylaw officer for the city.
Okay.
I would suggest there's probably more conversations here with respect to union jurisdiction and a number of other items that we would want to consider.
Okay, but it is something that the city could make on their own with your advice and guidance, right? Okay. And then, Carrie, when you talk about the 87%, is that a reduction in coverage, or it would only be 80% of the coverage?
So looking at the cost, so per resource, so taking a commissionaire versus a transit peace officer, the transit peace officer costs us 87% more than the cost of the commissionaire.
Oh, okay, because I was just very simplistically looking at 20 locations, and 87% of that was only 3. So.
Well, it's not going to be a lot of coverage, like that's what our teams are telling us, and when we look at the math, that's why we want to do all this analysis. It's going to be interesting to look at all the different streams, but we'll bring that back to you so you can see it all.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. Is the mover going to restate the motion, or do we still need to do an amendment?
I think it's right in the chat. Now, let me see. Here, yeah. So, Councillor Cartmel, you want to reinstate that?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, it is in the chat. Okay.
Okay, I'll read it. Presume it'll be copied. That administration include in its current work plan reallocation options of the LRT commissioner's budget to hire transit peace officers and/or automated passenger counters and/or attendance and other interventions and provide a report to council in Q1 of 2025.
Second.
Thank you. Got it. Okay, so reinstated. Now Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so just, I guess, I appreciate the mover restating the motion, so it's a little bit more holistic. The automated passenger counters is a bit of a unique one, like, I guess I'm gonna go to Ms. McDonald. Like, I've never seen that coming up really in conversations with CUDA in terms of a strategy that mitigates fare evasion.
Agreed. It's more related to having really solid ridership data. So the way I'm thinking of it is to have that baseline to then compare against our revenue figures and just see how much of a difference there is between them. Perhaps it could help give us some additional insights.
I guess, yeah, to the mover, same question. What is your intent with the automated passenger counters?
Well, we don't have a clear understanding of ridership on our LRT system. We're counting, I presume simply by standing in the station, one station a month, and using that to forecast what our ridership is, and that's profoundly inaccurate. The bus system has got a much better means of counting the number of people that are on the system and comparing that to the number of people that are paying fares to be on the system. And we get some pretty good data that way, and I'd like to see that emulated on the LRT system.
Sorry, can I get clarity from administration? I thought that we had passenger counters on the light rail.
We don't. So we do spot counts, more than one station a month. But they're still just manual counts. And then we have survey data that goes back several years that measured kind of trip patterns. So there's a factor that's assumed in terms of linked trips. I'm getting very technical, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
But basically we have these multiple kind of indicators. But APCs are the source of truth. Like, we would love to have them. It's a gap that we have. They're coming with the new trains in 2028. But that won't address the SD 160 fleet
And
that we have.
And I hate having these conversations out of context, but there was capital budget items related to transit safety, security improvements that were unfunded in the 4-year budget. I think one we ended up funding anyway, which was the tunnel security.
Tunnel intruder alert system.
Was there any other capital items that administration had brought forward that did not get funded at the 4-year budget related to transit?
There was. So there was the basically allowing LRT to do live look-in on the train cars. It's a technology solution, and that didn't advance.
And what about for internet? Like, because wasn't there something about...
So that's actually funded.
That was funded. Okay,
Yeah.
It's all, like, this is where I'm like, it's all of... So thank you for having...
And good news, the work is actually proceeding really well, and I think installations are going to start in 2025. So that one's actually moving along really nicely.
Okay, so that one's funded. Then we ended up not funding at the time, but in a subsequent, we funded the tunnel intruder. Geez, it's a long day.
Intruder detection.
That's a tongue twister.
Yep.
Okay, and so the pieces that we would have left, so would you see in this motion that being inclusive of that other unfunded package? Like, if we're gonna talk capital as well, and reallocation, are we gonna talk about the cameras that you were mentioning?
I wasn't intending on covering capital items. Again, it's a very small budget.
But wouldn't automated passenger counters be a capital?
And that's what I was saying, like, originally it wasn't in our scope, so seeing it in the motion as an element to consider.
And I guess, yeah, then that would also beg the question, then where would that reallocation come from? Because the other ones are operational. I guess maybe that's more a question to the mover. The other ones are more operational in nature, which says, okay, if we're not gonna have commissionaires, we have this, but capital is usually a different budget line. Can you just clarify that for me?
Yeah, there's a one-time element to that for sure, and that lays within the options that might be provided.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor?
Hello?
Yeah, if I might add, the tunnel intruder was not funded, I believe, by council in the capital budget. Just wanted to clarify that point.
I thought it wasn't funded, but then I thought that it got funded anyway. I thought that Andre had ended up funding.
I don't think so. Carrie might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but it was brought forward during the 4-year budget deliberations and then it didn't proceed.
We'll take it away. I'll
Okay,
follow
okay,
up.
if you can confirm that with me, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I understand, and for this reports and process, the current work is underway, and we will have more data and then to provide the evidence and for us how to move forward. But I feel like that based on this motion and then the timeline here, first quarter 2025, that means we may not get opportunity and for this budget, this full budget adjustment to move any work forward. Is that fair to say that?
I think that's fair to say, but it's also too late to influence any operational plan for the winter months anyway. So what we would be talking about is options for the next fall and winter cycle, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so that means could be the next, and then we just discussed it earlier, and for the spring, we may not have opportunity to do the budget adjustment. And so to me, this probably even one more year delayed. I'm a little bit concerned for the timeline. Then also the timeline related to the, for me, when I look at the motions, there are two factors there. One is a technical one, is the APC one. And another one is personnel. And to me, and technical one is still under operating or is under capital. So there are two, little bit confusing to me, and there are two type of budget and come across here. And then because when we originally talk about the field gates, and that is most portion of capital, and then plus some operating. But for this one, we have two type of budget inside as well. So can you help me better understanding if we would like to timely address the transit safety, and we heard over and over, and how this first quarter 2025 could move that work a little bit faster, or?
So given the components, honestly, we want to do this right, and we need time to let our teams look at all the different scenarios and layers, then have a discussion with our executive leadership team, make sure all of the departments are on the same page. Then we'll bring forward kind of our plan, our recommendations to council. I don't know that we can expedite it any further. Like first quarter 2025, potentially, we'd have to have our report written probably in December. And that doesn't give us a lot of time. It gives us about 7 or 8 weeks to finish the analysis and work through all of the options and come up with a recommendation. So I do think we're going as fast as we can on these items. You're right, it does reflect both a capital item as well as operating items in the list.
So if that is the case, and is that fair to say right now, the field gas, that topic is passed? We are doing the analysis, data collection, and then collect like more evidence and everything like that.
That's right. These are the other options we're going to explore and then come back to council with a recommendation or at least a summary of our findings. In terms of any concerns for this fall and winter, I'll just emphasize we have more resources than we've ever had deployed and more peace officers. So we have made some improvements for this fall and winter.
Okay, and then thank you for that. So I have better understanding for the intention. One more question, last 1 minute and 50 seconds here. Last question about if we did not implement it like in the full scale scope and for all the stations for the APCs, and what is technology, what approach we use to counter our current riderships?
Yeah, so as we had mentioned, we do in-person counting. So we'll pick a number of different stations. We'll do it on a monthly cycle. Trevor's team collects all of that data. We compare that to our survey data. So several years ago, we did a survey with Edmontonians to understand travel patterns, linked trips between bus and LRT. We also have historical data around usage. And then all of those elements come together to give us a picture of what ridership looks like for the LRT component. On the bus component, we have those APC units installed. And then our last layer is our ARC data, is another layer of information that we factor into our insights.
Okay, thank you. My time is out.
Thank you very much. No one else on the board? I will return the chair to Mayor Sohi.
Okay, that concludes the questions on the motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? If not, anyone? Councillor Stevenson. Okay, Councillor Stevenson. No one to speak. Okay, Councillor Cartmel to close. Okay, sorry, 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 Councillor Cartmel. Just 1 minute, Councillor.
I have the chair.
Only thing I want to say is that I did not know that we actually replacing 50% of our LRT fleet. That is impressive. That is so impressive. You know, people talk about buses, you know, EV buses and other buses, but I think that is remarkable. We just not need to celebrate how much investment we are making into refurbishing our LRT stations. So look forward to this work as well, but I think it's a very, very good thing to celebrate and highlight. With that, I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Cartmel to close.
Yeah, nothing further from me. Thank you.
All right, please vote. Speaking.
So the vote's live.
Some yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Okay, that is carried. All right, can I give chair to Councillor Wright?
I have the chair.
I have two subsequents, but I think second one probably be redundant, no? Yeah. Right, so we won't make the second one, but I'll make the first one. That administration in collaboration with the provincial government and Edmonton Police Service explore policies and procedures as well as opportunities to enhance City of Edmonton Peace Officer authorities through the Provincial Peace Officer Program, specifically but not limited to minor criminal offenses, warrant apprehension, access to appropriate databases to create efficient records management, emergency vehicle operations course, and the authority to undertake emergency response driving, and the return to committee with a report outlining findings and cost implications. Due date
2026.
Okay, return to committee, okay. Q2 2026, that is it.
Would you like to introduce that?
Seconder, please. Seconder?
Second.
Okay. I think this has come up few times in our conversations with ATU 569 and during our conversations around expanding the authorities of TPOs, that they're able to intervene in cases where they're unable to intervene now. I think is very worth exploring. Particularly, I think one aspect that if they're getting from one place to the other, if they are unable to use emergency vehicle operation technologies or sirens, then they're basically stuck in the same traffic, right? Why would we not give them mobility so they can get to places quicker and respond quicker? And that's only one example. I'm pretty sure there's ways to utilize those authorities in a better way. If they're given those authorities, might create more efficiencies. In some cases, may actually reduce some of the police work as well, right? If they were able to deal with some of their issues that, in the case where they have to call EPS to respond or help them, right? So I look forward to that work. I am not interested in the what they call it, lethal interventions, because that's what we heard from ATU 56 as well, that they're not interested in carrying guns, right? They're not interested in carrying tasers, and I'm not interested in that either, right? So let's see what we come up with, and from there we can decide whether that's the appropriate path or not.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Wow. Okay. Any musical interlude? Okay. So I guess Mayor Sohi, did you want to close?
No.
No? All right. Let's vote.
Wouldn't it be so great if we had music for every vote, though?
I'm yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
But it's just Jeopardy music.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Okay.
And I will return the chair.
I will take the chair back. All right. Now, another expensive item. Bill 20. Not clerk's fault at all, not Andrew Knack's fault or anyone's fault, not Alberta Muni's fault. It is absolutely unnecessary cost that could be avoided or could happen. Okay, Bill 20 update. Of course, we will definitely accommodate that for this.
Yeah, we're ready to get started whenever you are, Mayor Sohi.
Absolutely. If you don't mind moving a little bit closer to the mic. Thank you. So kind of you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council. So I'm sitting here before you. My name's Aileen Giesrecht, and I'm the returning officer for Edmonton elections. With me tonight is Tara Ward, who is the substitute returning officer, again, for Edmonton elections. Nancy Jacobson is our legal advisor for Edmonton elections, and Oliver is our finance director. So we've just got a few introductory remarks. And then, I do, and then I'm going to be turning it over, next slide please, to Tara. Our presentation is about 10 minutes. So we're going to be talking about the overall election framework and the legislative authorities, as well as the 2024 amendments to the Local Authorities Election Act, the projected cost impacts, the next steps, and the timelines. And at the end of the presentation, Oliver's going to walk you through the longer term financial implications. With that, I'll turn it over to Tara.
Thanks, Aileen. So to start, we're going to focus on the election framework and the authorities that guide the election process. As we discussed back in May, the legislative and planning framework for the Edmonton general election, or Edmonton election, is multi-layered and quite complex. The overarching legislative framework comes from 3 pieces of legislation: the Municipal Government Act, the Local Authorities Election Act, and the Education Act. The Local Authorities Elections Act regulates election procedures, including candidate nominations, voting processes, post-voting activities such as counting of the votes, as well as election finances and contribution disclosures. Based on the framework established in the Local Authorities Elections Act, the City of Edmonton appoints and delegates authorities for the conduct of elections to the returning officer and the substitute returning officer, and establishes procedures in its elections bylaw. The City of Edmonton also has agreements with the Edmonton School Division or the Edmonton Public School Board and the Edmonton Catholic Separate School Division to act as the election administrator for all 3 elections until December 31st, 2026. These are cost-sharing agreements. Edmonton Elections is the entity that administers the election, and we do so in full compliance with all legislative requirements. And we also use the following principles to guide all major decisions to ensure that Edmontonians have confidence in easily accessible electoral processes. And these principles are accessible, inclusive, equitable, ethical, and safe. The 2025 Edmonton election will be held on Monday, October 20th, 2025. Next slide, please. The Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, or also known as Bill 20, received royal assent on May 30th, 2024, and will come into force upon proclamation. There was also some engagement over the summer, and Municipal Affairs at that time indicated that the associated regulations will be released in the fall of 2024, and that Bill 20 will be proclaimed into force at that time. Next slide, please. So there were quite a few amendments to the Local Authorities Elections Act through Bill 20, and just to begin, we'll walk through all of the amendments, and then we'll speak to the ones that will have the most cost impact on the 2025 Edmonton election. So the amendments include the prohibition of automated voting equipment or the prohibition of the use of voting tabulators, the requirement for the returning officer to conduct a recount at the request of the second place candidate if the margin of victory is within 0.5%. There's the mandatory implementation of a permanent electors register using information contained in the Provincial Register of Electors, supplemented by information obtained and maintained by the municipality. Next slide, please. There are more complex requirements for electors to prove their eligibility. ID requirements will now vary depending on whether or not the elector is on the permanent electors register. Vouching is limited to the ability to vouch for an elector's address. Alberta driver's licenses and identification cards containing post office box addresses are now acceptable forms of ID. There have been expanded special ballot eligibility requirements, as well as a new special ballot voter registration and verification processes. There are new requirements for individuals who wish to run as a candidate to submit their notice of intent to run before they can raise or spend campaign funds, and for the local authorities to maintain a public register of candidates. There's the expansion of the campaign period to 4 years and the implementation of annual reporting requirements for all candidates who have declared their notice of intent to run. There are also new options for local jurisdictions to require by bylaw that candidate nominations be accompanied by a criminal record check. Next slide, please. There's also been the introduction of political parties and slates of candidates where enabled by regulation. In this case, the provincial government has indicated that this approach will be piloted in Edmonton and Calgary. There's been an expansion of the third-party advertising definition to include taking a position on a vote on a bylaw or a question, as well as new ministerial powers to extend or adjourn voting times in the event of an emergency. Next slide, please. So since we came to council in May 2024, Edmonton Elections has been working to analyze the details, adapt plans, and prepare for the amendments to come into force to ensure that the 2025 Edmonton election is legislatively compliant. As part of this work, Edmonton Elections has conducted a thorough analysis to identify gaps related to the new legislative requirements in our operations. And the scope of the legislative changes have significantly increased the complexity of the 2025 Edmonton election, as well as the timing of these changes necessitated a full reassessment of the project management planning work that began in late 2023. The following are the 5 legislative changes that are projected to have the most notable cost impacts. Next slide, please. So the prohibition of automated voting equipment or voting tabulators will require changes to our processes. In particular, we'll have to develop hand counting processes for election night ballot counting, both at the voting station, at the count center, as well as recount and judicial recount. So this requires new core team members to develop and administer those processes and hand counts, and as well as to conduct any necessary recounts. There will be an increased number of election workers that will be required to conduct the hand count at both voting stations and the count center on election night, as well as any potential recounts. The cost for recruiting and training these workers will also increase, as well as rental costs for the count center, as a larger space will be required to do the counting in. There will also be increased costs associated with the legislative requirement to use separate physical ballots and ballot boxes for each election. So there's a ballot for mayor, there's a ballot for the council race, and each of the school board trustee races at each voting station. And this did not apply when we were conducting elections using voting equipment. The overall impact of the prohibition on automated voting equipment is estimated to cost about $2.56 million in 2025. There are some cost savings that will mitigate these costs, and we'll speak about that a bit later, but the actual overall increase is $2.56 million, or the cost is $2.56 million. Next slide, please. The introduction of the requirement for a permanent electors register will require Edmonton Elections to upgrade and adapt its existing election logistics management system to ensure that there's a model to create and maintain this register and receive the information from Elections Alberta. The costs associated also include the staff that will be required to develop and upgrade the system, as well as to develop any systems, any processes to manage that, as well as any integrations with the voting stations and the voting processes, as well as any equipment to have that integration for real-time strike-off, for example. There will also be a requirement for additional voter outreach to ensure that voters understand the processes and ensure that we're able to hold a voter registration campaign for electors that would like to register before Election Day. We'll also need to increase the number of voter information cards by about 33% and increase the cost of postage of those voter information cards. As well as the post-election data management and reporting to the Chief Electoral Officer and the ongoing maintenance of the Permanent Electors Register. So these costs are estimated to be about $1.76 million in 2025 and on an ongoing basis about $600,000 starting in 2026. Next slide, please. The expansion of special ballots and of special ballot eligibility, as well as the changes to voter verification and registration, the costs will increase because we expect to have an increased number of electors registering for special ballots, and so just the printing and the postage for these special ballot packages will increase, as well as increase in staffing to process the applications, as well as receiving and reviewing the special ballot packages upon return. So that is estimated to be about $370,000 in 2025. Next slide, please. The changes to campaign finance, as well as the introduction of political slates and parties, will require some additional processes and staffing. So in particular, managing the notice of intent to run process, as well as the candidate register, as well as the annual review of all of the campaign finance disclosures for anybody who's registered in as their intent to run. There is an expanded campaign period from 1 year to 4 years, and this will impact the ongoing costs of the elections team. Additional staff capacity will be required to manage the register of candidates, as well as to review the disclosures annually, report to council, and communicate with the elections commissioner related to any compliance issues. While we're still waiting on the details of the political parties and slates of candidates pilot to be released, we do expect that there'll be costs related to developing and managing registration processes, managing and responding to inquiries from and related to political parties and slates of candidates, and reviewing financial disclosures from these new political entities. Next slide, please. All of these changes have required enhanced election support structure. So this includes additional core team members to manage the increased complexity of the Edmonton election, the changes required to our project planning, coordination, and communications, as well as there will be increase to staffing and equipment required for the operation of our internal cost center that supports voting station operations both during advance vote and on election day, as well as the reporting of results. The overall impact is expected to cost about $676,000 in 2025 and about $153,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. And this table represents the total additional costs as outlined in attachment 1 of the report, and also includes the potential savings from related to the termination of the vendor contract for the automated voting equipment, which is about $1.159 million. These total costs, however, do not account for the cost recoveries from Edmonton Public School Board or Edmonton Catholic Separate School Division. I'll now turn it over to our colleagues from Finance for the next slide.
Thank you, Tara. So this slide really itemizes the overall impact of the election program. This slide is a bit of a summary of attachment 2 in the report, with a specific focus on the next 2 years, 2025 and 2026. So in terms of the current approved budget that's in place today, that's the upper part of this table, which includes ongoing funding in place to administer the program of $985, less recoveries of $591 annually. So that carries forward. With regards to the event itself, the 2025 election, there's a service package currently in our budget right now that is ramping up to $7 million before recoveries in 2025, with a net cost to the city of $4.2 million. So that's what we have in our budget today. With regards to Bill 20, as Tara itemized piece by piece, overall we have an additional one-time hit in 2025 for $4.8 million, and net of recoveries that equates to $2.9 million as a commitment to the city. And beyond that, collectively we have $984,000 in ongoing costs that need to be maintained going forward. Net of recoveries is $591, and that's essentially a doubling of our current ongoing program budget. In order to smooth out budget volatility of this program moving forward, we are also recommending to manage the program through a reserve starting in 2025. Based on our forecasts, an annual additional budget contribution of $3.1 million annually will be required to fully fund the election program throughout this budget cycle and into future budget cycles as well. We will continue to monitor the reserve balance annually to ensure if contributions are sufficient or in excess of what's needed, and we will make future budget recommendations to adjust as needed. The funding recommendation will come forward for the Bill 20 items in this fall's SOBA. As well, the reserve recommendation will come forward in a separate reserves review report that will be also arriving in Q4 this year around the same time. Move on to the next slide on next steps.
Thank you, Oliver, and thank you, Tara. So just to wrap up, this snapshot is what we're going to do in the next year, all condensed into one slide. So again, we've already mentioned Municipal Affairs has indicated that the associated regulations will be released this fall, and Bill 20 will also be proclaimed and into force at that time. We don't know when that's actually going to happen. Edmonton Elections is also planning to bring an initial report to council related to its election bylaw. That's going to be coming to the next city council meeting. That's going to frame some of the policy decisions, and we're going to be requesting clear direction from council so that we can inform the new elections bylaw. The election bylaw is going to be also presented to council in December of this year. When Bill 20 is proclaimed, it will launch the 2025 Edmonton election campaign period for candidates to submit their written notice of intention to run. Candidate nominations open January 1st, 2025, and they close on September 22nd, which is officially nomination day. Election day is Monday, October 20th, 2025, and unofficial results will be reported as soon as possible after voting closes on election day, and all of the hand counting ballots have been completed. I, as the returning officer, will release the official results at noon on Friday, October 24th. Bill 20's changes are substantial, but this is not the first time that we have to, as Edmonton Election, adapt our planning to legislative changes, and I'm sure it won't be the last, but we will run a legislatively compliant election, and happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and for all the work that you have done to do a very deep dive into Bill 20 and its implication, both financially and otherwise. So thank you so much for all the hard work that all of you have done. So with that, we're going to go to questions. This was exempted by Councillor Knack. So Councillor Knack, you want to start?
Yeah, not a ton of questions. They're primarily the messenger of a piece of legislation that's been forced upon us. So I'll move receipt of information. Oh, you're going to move.
I'm going to actually move an unfunded service package.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
yeah.
Great. I only have a few questions then.
Yeah.
I mean, again, appreciating that we're sort of responding to legislation, so I don't want to dwell too much on it, but I was just wondering, can you just briefly explain sort of like how did the voting tabulators work? Essentially, the way I understand it is it's not unlike, at schools where they simply count things more quickly. They're not like, I think there were concerns that were like, these are connected to the internet and somehow they're uploading things. Can you just give me a quick rundown of how voting tabulators work?
Yes, I will do so in my layperson's term.
Sure, that's
I'm
the
not
best
our
kind of terms. Yeah.
Voting tech lead. The tabulators that Edmonton Elections used actually enabled electors to see their count voted in real time. So with the voting tabulators at the voting station, they would submit their ballot into the tabulator at the time of voting, and they would actually see the counter go up. And it's basically like a Scantron. So it is like when you did your multiple choice tests in school, they read the results and then they tabulate those results. We did have some central count vote tabulators in 2021 that enabled us to count our advance votes, institutional votes, and special ballots. And those were basically, you would see the ballots running through the machine, and people saw that on election night. And again, it's the Scantron. The voting station tabulators were not connected to any sort of network until the close of voting stations. So they were then transmitted, the results were transmitted to our election central and our results center. And then we also had the USB stick. So if there was any discrepancies or concerned, we would also have access to the original USB, as well as we had the paper ballots to track the ballot count if we needed to do a recount.
That's helpful. And just to double check, I understand when this bill was introduced, the minister stated that there's never been any evidence of fraud or misuse of that tool. Is that correct? Is that our understanding? Our city auditor also verifies election, does an analysis and audit.
Yes, so the city auditor has been part of auditing us as a third party for as long as I can remember, and so we've had no instances of any kind of tampering. A friendly reminder that the tabulator also prints out the results. They're sent into the count center as well as the USB stick, so there is a verification, and we haven't found any issues to date.
And often there are scrutineers from various campaigns in the room at the same time being able to verify. Is that correct?
Yes, and for anybody that was at the count center in 2021, it was a full house, and everybody can see the process. We're pretty transparent on how it takes place.
Okay, great. Again, I realize we're just responding, but I just thought I'd ask that question because I don't know if it was asked by the provincial government before they decided this. Few other quick changes or quick questions. Timeline, I guess, I'm hearing the same thing I think we heard at Alberta Municipalities, that the provincial government, the minister stated, hoping to have everything this fall, but I heard it could be as late as January 1st. In an ideal world, what would you want to see for timeline to be able to address that? Running an election's a complicated endeavor, so do you have sort of an estimated timeline as when you would like this, or is that timeline sort of already passed and you'll just do your best to respond as you can?
Yeah, we're ready to accept the regulations and for this to be proclaimed as soon as the province is ready.
Compared to previous years, would you have... no, that's not a fair question for you. I'll stop. Last question, just in the piece about candidates being able to raise money, does that, recognizing the rules, we don't have all the rules and the notion of political parties hasn't been proclaimed, so we don't know that yet. Are parties allowed, even though, because I guess technically there aren't parties yet because we don't have the legislation, but there are sort of parties that are already operating. Are they allowed to raise money? I've seen at least one party that's sort of raising money today, and I'm not sure how that actually works because they technically don't exist yet. Have you?
So just a friendly reminder, Bill 20's not been proclaimed yet, so nothing that you speak about has been enacted yet.
So technically, somebody, if they were raising money, a party was raising money, they don't exist yet under the rules, therefore there aren't really rules to govern them by at this point.
We're anxiously awaiting the legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. I'm just going to let clerk know, I'm sorry, I should have advised you, I'm just going to, as chair, going to use my privilege. I am going to bring forward an unfunded service package motion that administration bring forward an unfunded service package for fall consideration to implement the recommendations or financially whatever for Bill 20. So if you could help me, please craft that as we get into questions. So, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a few brief questions that I wanted clarity on, and I'm just trying to pull up the report. On the one about the financial, the table with the financial summary in the presentation, I know that it was said that there's ongoing and then the revenue. Is that revenue line? So, for example, 393,000, I think. Is that from the school boards?
Yes, that's correct. Any revenue listed.
And it's 11% for Catholic and
29% for Edmonton
of the
Public.
total cost of running the elections.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's ongoing now. So have the Catholic and public school boards had ongoing elections costs in previous years? And is this the difference between the two, or is this the total amount for the two, for the school boards? And yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of that.
So,
Yeah, so they have been paying that percentage on an annual basis.
They've been paying the percentage, but the percentage off of, like the 393 that's cited in the proposed amendments, is that an additional 393,000 that between the two school boards, whatever the division of that is, that they will have to start paying in addition to what they already paid?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
It'd be a doubling of what they're paying now.
Essentially a doubling.
Yeah, and so as soon as we heard about this legislation, we immediately reached out to both of the school boards, and we have regular dialogue with them.
Oh, yeah.
And they have all the same information that we have, and we continue to meet with them. But yeah, this is a big impact.
Yeah, again, we collect taxes on behalf of the province for schools, so this might be just putting a little plug in the ear for the school boards of where they might want to do some advocacy. And then, okay, and I understand that you said that you're gonna run a legislatively compliant election, and I have zero doubt in my mind. And I am very concerned about the fact that there are no so for example, if once it's proclaimed, you have to have the ability for someone to submit an intent to run. But if you don't have the regulations, how are you supposed to build that? How are you bringing a bylaw forward on the elections if you don't have the regulations? Like, I'm really confused about the sequencing here.
I can start, and Eileen or Nancy, if you want to jump in, please feel free. So in terms of the notice of intent, we're not waiting for regulations for that piece to be clear. What we're waiting for is for the legislation to be proclaimed so that the notice of intent process is in force. So what we've done behind the scenes is we've developed our systems, we're getting our website ready to go, we've tested our candidate register, and that I mean, ideally we'll get a bit of a heads up, but we can basically, once we have that all approved, publish that the next day on our website. So we can move that forward. In terms of the timelines for the bylaw, which again we'll bring to council at the next council meeting, what we're doing is we're developing policy decisions that are informed by Bill 20. There's only a few within the bylaw that are actually informed by Bill 20 to help guide us draft a bylaw that would be passed in December. In terms of whether the regulations are released at that time or not, I do have questions of whether we have to draft two versions of the bylaw, but there are decisions within the Local Authorities Elections Act that need to be completed before December 31st, 2024 in order to be enforced for
the election year.
For the election, because again, nominations open on January 1st, 2025. So we're trying to just be as ready as possible for those changes.
Yeah, that's a big job, and wow, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the election bylaw, the majority of the regulations on how to run an election come from the province. They don't come from the local authority. So what we're bringing to you is very limited in scope, and there won't be any surprises. We just need to get some direction, and we would like to be prepared because we are anticipating surprises. But ultimately, as much as we can control and influence, we would like to get clarity from council so that we can plan this election.
Just one quick question, yes or no? Will the permanent election, is the intent of the permanent elections register to be shared with potential candidates?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tang.
Okay, great. Thank you for this very, very thorough report and presentation. For the engagement sessions, I think I participated in some, Alberta municipalities have participated in some. Did you provide a memo about kind of your participation in that? I don't know if I recall.
Yeah, we've provided lots of feedback.
And I'm sorry, just back to council though. No, okay.
Yeah, I did. What I send as the returning officer, I always copy council. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
For sure.
Can you just remind me, like in the ones with the returning officers, because I don't remember in our engagement we talked about election procedures, but I'm assuming they did with you.
So there's been multiple engagement sessions since 2021's election, and so we've gone through different review processes. So I think before Bill 20 was introduced, we'd been through 3 engagement sessions and opportunities to provide feedback, and I believe all 3 of those we brought to council because there was an opportunity for your feedback. The session this past summer was, and so those sessions did include some of the election processes.
Like the tabulators.
But no, the tabulators were not part of the previous consultations or engagements.
Okay, so that had no input. Okay, and do you have any sense, I mean, I understand the government isn't going to provide any resource to support municipalities in any of these changes, but do you have a sense if the staff, the government, the municipal affairs staff might make that recommendation?
What I can say based on our conversations, we've got really good working relationships with both municipal affairs as also with the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer. They have heard our concerns, and I can't say what they do or do not provide resources for, but we had the Municipal Clerks Conference last week, and there are impacts not only to municipal affairs and to ourselves, but also to the Chief Electoral Officer as well.
Well, I don't have 3 minutes. I would love to hear more about that. But I guess on that note, like when you compare notes to other municipalities, I know Red Deer did their study, which is 3 times the cost of the regular election. Have you compared notes with Calgary, for example? I'm curious.
Yeah, we communicate with Calgary quite regularly. We were actually at a conference with them this past Thursday and Friday with the Alberta Municipal Clerks Association. We do speak quite regularly about the processes we're going through.
So what's their numbers like?
I believe their current estimate is around 1.2 or 1.3. I'm not sure how that's informed by their analysis of Bill 20. What I can say is I believe their elections team is quite a bit larger in between elections, but to the rest of it I can't speak to.
Interesting. I guess just it was a very small thing that kind of came up, but I just want to make sure I heard that right. Driver's license with PO box addresses can also participate, which means you could live outside the city, but maybe have a work PO box in the city. Is that kind of?
No, you still have to be a resident of the ward you intend to vote in. What they've just allowed is that there was an issue with voters that had driver's license with a PO box. It couldn't count as address. They'll have to produce address by another way.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Okay, that got me worried, but thank you for clarifying. And I'm also hearing you say, we have to, of course we have to run a legally compliant election. Mr. Mayor did indicate kind of an intent for unfunded service package, which I understand. I guess prior to that, were you thinking of a funded service package to address the funding? Like, does it matter? Can you just speak to that a little bit?
So the way the legislation works is the secretary, which is the CAO over the municipality, has to appoint a returning officer and has to provide the resources required to run a legislatively compliant election. It is not specified what that looks like. So what we are bringing you is what we believe, based on our experience, it will cost to run an election that satisfies the new legislative changes that have been presented.
Because I think during the presentation, I thought I heard you say that you were going to bring forward a funded service package, or maybe I don't know if I misheard that.
I'll let Oliver explain what Finance's recommendation is to help get us clarity so that we can actually start planning this election.
In terms of the reserve specifically?
Oh, right. So it's a service package for the reserve.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe
so
that's what
it's two pronged. So they're because for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is we're seeing a crazy ramping up and ramping down of costs and the significant volatility over the last few elections, specifically this one. Upon consultation in finance, we're thinking a reserve is the best way to manage it in a smooth fashion going forward, using just an annual contribution versus these crazy one-offs that we've been doing. And it over the 4-year period, it's the same amount of money. It's just the smoothing it is the intent there.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. If you're not a declared candidate, can you accept pledges?
No.
Do these changes factor in the possibility of ranked ballots?
No.
If we wanted to go to a ranked ballot system in Edmonton, is that something we'd be able to do?
Can I get you to clarify ranked ballot just so we're on the same page?
Where you vote, like, if there's 4 candidates, you order them in 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, none of the above, or...
No.
Okay.
Just to be very explicit, the legislation says you have to use an X to mark your ballot.
Okay, so we can't do ranked ballots. Accepting pledges is illegal.
What do you mean by a pledge?
Like, I pledge I will give you money.
Me as the returning officer?
Or I can't, well...
Sorry.
First chemtrails, now this, no. Can candidates accept pledges from parties? No. Can they... like a promissory note, or like, I will give you, at the next election, I will give you money, or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
You can't raise money yet. Nobody can raise money yet. First is the intention to run, and then the nomination period opens, and once you are a candidate, you can start raising money.
Okay.
Or you declare your intention to run. None of that has happened yet, because it's not January 1st and Bill 20 has not been proclaimed.
Okay. I'm interested in seeing a change to, one of the biggest frustrations I hear about is the chloroplast signs that are just plastered all over public property. I know our bylaw officers have to pick them up, et cetera, et cetera. I believe that's a traffic bylaw issue, but seeing like one sign per block or something like that. What is the path for having that conversation?
That is not, fortunately, an Edmonton elections thing.
Okay, so it's not required or mandated by this conversation?
No, not this, no.
So if we wanted to create like a kind of a cleanliness policy that allows one candidate sign per block, that would be a separate motion or subsequent motion?
That's a very different conversation. It would be more along the lines of community standards in public spaces than it would be to anything to do with elections.
Okay, so these changes do not have, for lack of a better word, like directive, tactical elements there?
None.
Okay. Is there a deadline for plebiscites?
Yes.
When is it? Do we know?
It is complicated depending on the type of question, unfortunately, so it's a difficult one to answer hypothetically.
Okay.
But there's a cost.
Yes.
Oh.
And the closer that you get, the more the cost would probably go up.
All right, so if Councillor was thinking of a plebiscite question,
Sooner-
probably better to raise that sooner than later.
Yep, and it comes down to paper.
Yeah.
And where to put the paper and the square footage and the transportation costs, et cetera, et cetera. And so just as a friendly reminder, when we did this for the province, we got $1 ahead, so it was about $1 million just to run their referendum.
And did they reimburse us for that?
Yep, 1.9 million for
The
the Senate.
referendum on equalization? Okay.
And just to clarify, there would be also cost for the counting of the plebiscite, because again, that's a unique ballot that would be captured in its own ballot box at every voting station.
I think that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we were just to add that up and say, okay, that amount, if on taxes would be this amount of the tax rate, could we do that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I'm not sure what the final number is going to be. It looks like $7 million is what I saw on the graph there. I think that translates to about 0.4% of the tax rate. Is that right?
It's a bit more complicated. We need to look at it over a 4-year period because of the ramping up and the ramping down. This current period with Bill 20 layered in, it's about 12.4.
12.4 million.
Yeah, so
Okay, so
we expect probably a slight cost escalation into the next cycle, but that's what we're looking at. So that's where the 3.1 sort of originates from.
okay, I got it. It would be great to get that information because it's going to be an additional cost to Edmontonians. They deserve to know how much their these election changes are costing them. So can we get that information?
So it's actually in the attachment, and just a friendly
It
reminder.
is?
Yeah, it is. And
Okay, I missed it.
Yeah, so I don't have the tax percentage, but I'll let finance explain that. But
Well, I know
there's
there's a
tax-
dollar amount, but the tax implication, I think, is
But it
pretty
Yeah,
important.
so the one time in 2025, the city contribution is 2.9. So that's the 4.8 less the 40% recovery. So the tax, I might need help with
0.15.
There you go.
0.15.
0.15. And then
Ongoing.
the ongoing in 2026 would be quite nominal.
Okay, but there is an impact.
There is, yes.
Okay, I'd love to get that out there. Okay, so I guess the concern here that was raised was that the province was hearing from a few folks that they didn't press the machine. So are they in any way interested in funding a physical count of the ballots that we have saved from prior elections and comparing it to the final results that we got from the counting machines in order to prove their thesis?
So we don't have the ballots from the previous.
We don't have the ballots anymore.
No.
Okay.
We have
That's-
election records that include the ballot account, but not the actual physical ballots. We're required to retain the ballot account, which includes the tapes and the actual ballot account forms for 4 years after the election, but the ballots are destroyed within 12 weeks of the election.
Okay. All right. So, okay. All right. I guess, are there any, do we know if there are any additional referendum questions coming up, like about flat Earth or anything like that?
No, we are not aware of any.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. It'd be nice to get all of these answers, to all these pressing questions, just out in the open for the public. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Hi, thanks. So when you talked about the 1.9 million for referendum, that was the Senate one? Okay, I just wanted to.
It was both the Senate nominations and the referendum. So
Oh,
the
yes.
granting agreement was a dollar. We got 1.9.
Okay, sorry, thank you. And then they did pay their bill on that, okay. The results, when you said you have to wait for all the results, so does that mean for the mayor, for all councillors, for all trustees, and then it'll all come out at once 2 days later, or?
What I can confirm is that 4 days after the voting takes place, which will be 12 o'clock on the Friday, that I will release the official results. I can't confirm right now when the results will be released because I don't know at this point in time.
Okay, because they don't have the regulations in place yet. Is that?
We're looking at some staffing models as to how to do this. We haven't hand counted in decades, and so we are looking at things. Obviously, we will want to get the results out as quickly as possible, but this is just a brand new process that we're undertaking. We're used to turning the tabulators on and having the results 10 minutes later, so I can assure you the votes will take quite a while to count.
But so that's what I just, from your understanding, and again, there's no regulations, but would you have to wait until all the ballots are counted, or just for each competition? Or
So I think it's really hard for us to say, Councillor Wright. I understand what you're trying to get at, but these are brand new processes for us. We do have some modeling we've done in terms of when we can have the whole count done, but I'm hesitant to say that on the record at this time because we haven't tested those processes. In terms of the reporting, historically we have reported the voting stations as we've reviewed and verified the results.
Yeah.
The challenge now is not just the counting, but it's the reporting of the results. We're trying to figure out how that needs to happen and what's the best way to do that from the voting station, because it used to be through the tabulators and the transmission of those results. We'll now need to do some cross-referencing, so phone-in results probably entered into our elections logistics management system and then verified before we release them. So it's really hard to say whether it would be race by race or voting station by voting station, and what that would look like in terms of timing. We're hoping to work out those details over the next few months.
okay, and the province hasn't specified race by race or? Okay. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
In large part because don't forget, these are rules that apply to the entire province and different size municipalities. Some school boards run their own elections. Some run them in conjunction like we do with the Edmonton Public and Edmonton Catholic school boards. These look really differently in each location.
Okay. Thank you. And what other question? Oh, if by some chance we didn't get the proclamation or in mid-November, could you easily change course and do it the old way?
Like go back to tabulators?
The good old days? Yeah.
We still have the contract.
Okay, excellent. I'm not sure about that, but and then on the other side, should we be booking our calendars off for New Year's Eve in case we have to approve the bylaw that day?
No, because I'll be bringing it to you before then.
Okay, thank you. As long as we have the regulations in place to help.
Yeah, what we'll do is we're bringing up a report to you in 2 weeks' time that will walk you through some of the big policy, I consider them big policy questions, and then we'll hopefully have a bit more information. We need to get as much as we can approved for December 31st, but there are multiple deadlines that happen. We just like to get everything organized at least 12 months in advance. It's really helpful for the candidates But if we have to pivot based on provincial legislation, then we'll do so.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
So, thank you, City Clerk's team, and provide those detailed information. So, I want to focus on the finance piece. If we don't have the change, is that fair to say the budget we approved in 2022, and we already have the budget for the 2025 election, so we don't need to have any additional request?
Yeah, that's correct. We were ready to run the election based on the legislation, yeah.
So right now, based on this impact by this Bill 20, I did my math here. So the impact, the cost will be increased by $5.826 million. So that is correct, right?
That's correct before recoveries from school boards.
That's include, and if we still run for 2 school boards. So including that piece as well. Right?
That would be before the recoveries.
So let me ask this way. So because this impact, this change, and we need additional $5.26 million. And for this amount actually includes the 2 school boards and still under our operation and then for the election. That's my understanding based on the table.
So yeah, you're correct that the table, it's 4.8 in
and plus
2025 plus 984.
And that is 5.8.
Yeah, but that's before the recoveries, so the net
it's
city
before.
contribution.
So that means they still need to pay that money back to us. That means our city paid will not be full $5.8 million.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So do you have the specific information, specific estimate? I know you may not have exactly the estimate, and what could be 2 school boards paid? And if that is the case, what is exactly increase? And from our end, is it like 3.9 or 4.2? Do you have that information?
Yeah, so it's about 3.5.
Okay, 3.5. That means that we have to look at where we fund this $3.5 million to cover 2025 election. So then my next question will become the funding source where we're coming from. I heard reserve. Do we still have reserve room available and for this coverage and $3.5 million?
That's a good question. I should have clarified. The reserve, the funding source for the reserve would be the tax levy. So we would set up a reserve, but we do not have.
I understand, but with reserve, we already set aside and then for the budget cycle, and that already reflects the tax increase in the approved budget for last year and 2024.
So we are recommending to create a reserve starting next year. So we don't have a reserve.
So we don't have a reserve.
We have the funding for the budget prior to Bill 20 in place.
So that means we do not have reserve, that we need find the funding source for this about $3.5 million. Then my question to City Clerk, is there any precedent in the history, and if this change, this impact caused by the different order of government regulation or legislation change, will they pay those impact, or we have to pay by ourselves?
So what I can say is the last time the province used its authority to have us run some voting on their behalf, they did cover the costs.
Okay.
Our responsibility under the legislation is to run a legislatively compliant election.
Yes.
And what I brought forward is what I think it's going to cost to run, provide as many opportunities as we can to vote, and then to make sure that I can count these and get the results out so that the next council could get sworn in within the timelines required.
I know, and so if that is the case, is there any way we could find this about $3.5 million will increase the cost for 2025 will be covered or reimbursed by provincial governments?
We asked and they said no.
Okay, so that is very clear.
The feedback I received was crystal clear.
Okay, thank you. That's
Thank
my
you,
question.
Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So, after cost savings, after recovery, the extra cost for running 2025 election will be $3.5 million
Over the next 2 years, yes.
over the next 2 years.
2.9 over 2025.
2.9, okay. All right. And then balance is for next year, for 2026, right? So that's about the ongoing cost that you identify on the total cost by impact.
Correct.
Okay, got it. So what I am interested in, I know we have to comply, absolutely. We have no choice. We are the children of the province, right? Parents dictate what to do, what tell us to do, we have to follow, right? But what I'm interested in is, as part of budget process, that 2.9 should show up on, not show up, but needs to be very clearly identified in the budget process. We should not be absorbing 2.9 within our existing budget. We should be identifying that as an extra cost that is going to cost what, 0.5% or 1% in the tax levy. That's that kind of transparency I'm looking for. So tell me how I would achieve that. Should I say bring forward unfunded service package to pay for that extra cost? Or would you bring, when you bring a recommendation for whatever tax levy is going to be, you're going to say this much for this item, this much for this item, and this much is for paying for Bill 20?
So maybe I'll jump in.
Yeah.
So it is our intention to bring this funded. It will be outlined in a service package, and it will be clear, as it always is clear, what elements form the tax increase.
That is good, so that maybe, the reason I wanted to entertain an unfunded service package was to bring that kind of transparency and have a discussion, then everybody votes on it, right? So maybe I understand now that if you can, at least if you can identify this is what the cost is going to be, and that you absorb, would you say you're absorbing that within your existing budget, or are you going to say this is much the tax levy increase we're proposing overall, part of that 0.15?
So we're always transparent with what we're funding for something that's different, be it through a service package or other documentation. So it will always appear as tax levy funding for a new item.
And it will be spread over how many years that is required.
That's
Okay,
correct.
got it. Okay, that's good for me then. Then I would not move an unfunded service package, right? But I wanted that transparency to be.
The transparency, but I don't think, if it's funded, then people can still vote no to the overall budget, and it's buried in there.
Okay. What that amount be for unfunded service package, 2.9?
So that depends if we're bringing forward the reserve going forward, or if we're just going to fund the incremental requirements for Bill 20. So we could do either or. We could itemize specifically what part of the 3.1.
It's okay. I don't want to muddy too much water. Okay, don't worry. It's okay. I'm not going to entertain that. I don't want to create too much headache for and uncertainties. But if others want to do that, fine. I was thinking about that, but I think I got my answer on transparency, how we will be able, I'll be able to point, this is how much Bill 20 is going to cost you. Yeah, okay, I will I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Dans. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Mayor and Councillor Cartmel, we are waiting on your votes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Take the chair back and go to Councillor Tang.
Okay, great, thank you.
Go ahead.
Just so I guess just a thought. So the province is continuing to use tabulators for their election. Do you think right? Correct?
They used them in their last provincial election.
Okay, but there hasn't been anything like, oh, we're going to test this out with municipalities, and maybe that will inform the next provincial election.
We don't know.
Yeah, fair. Because I am now starting to wonder, is this like overall pilot for other things, but I won't entertain that. I will say, I think there's just been a lot of numbers in all the attachment. I actually found them pretty confusing, and I actually thought I heard some just inconsistent numbers. So I just want to make sure I understand, and saw some clarity from you offline, and I thought that was very, very helpful. So I just want to kind of make sure like we are all on the same page about the number, which eventually gets back to the reserve number. So typically, net, the cost recovery from the school boards, we spent around 7 million on election. This is from past elections. So on average, this is what we budgeted in the 4-year budget cycle. So with this additional cost, we're looking at around. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. So 2021 did cost us $7.3 million. Right. And the school boards did pay 3.2 of that. There was a service package that council did approve, and sorry, there is a lot of numbers in this. Yeah. The service package that council did approve was a little bit more than that. Yep. We are very light. The election team is 4 people.
Yeah, but it's still around that seven-ish number, right? That we approved in the 4-year budget cycle.
There was money beyond just the 1 year.
Right, and then there's some ongoing cost to that. So I'm just kind of like the ballpark. And with this introduction of, 4.8 million in 2025, and taking to whatever, and eventually the cost recovery will work itself out, but we're overall looking at a 70% increase to sort of a regular budget.
Yeah, so I can correct that a little bit. So our current base budget, again, we have to sort of look at this over 4 years. There's a ramping up and down. Mm-hmm. So just looking at 2021's budget and 2025 doesn't quite tell the full story. What I can say is from 2023 to 2026, we currently have approximately $9 million, including the ongoing and the one-times. Mm-hmm. This additional 3.5 would bring it to that 12.4 referenced in the report. Yeah. So the 7 million is kind of a snapshot of some of the one-times, most of the one-times, but not all of the one-times.
Right, so it's a mixture of.
It's complicated.
Yeah, so it's a mixture of that and that 12 or so million, kind of by the time an election happens, there will be some cost recovery, but we do need to make sure we have that amount of money to get ready for that election. Right.
What I should also note, the 12.4 is the net of the school board budget.
Oh, it is a net.
So
okay.
We're actually talking 20 million before recoveries.
Okay.
Over a 4-year period.
And so the funded service package that you were going to bring would be like what, 3.1 per year for 4 years, like a multi-year service package, or ongoing?
Correct. It would be an increase to the base budget in 2025 of 3.1, and that would carry forward. And we wouldn't bring a service package next budget cycle. The intent is that would build a reserve that would fully fund the election and the one-time program costs based on the current estimates we have.
So it will fund kind of the additional piece here, but also get it ready for the 2029 election.
Yes. So that's why that number may seem high, just looking at it, because we don't have anything budgeted for 2029's election. So this would help build that up.
Okay. Okay, well, I thought that's very clear. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Councillor Rice.
So For $3.5 million increase by this new bill, if we did not have this Bill 20, but the cost for the 2025 election will still increase compared to 2021. And based on the inflation rates, based on other type of things, right?
So yeah, we have seen over from 2021 and previous and into 2025, there is cost escalation beyond
Inflation.
Bill 20.
Yes, beyond Bill 20. So that means this $3.5 million is not fully cost by the Bill 20, and they're part of the cost, and compared to the last.
Well, in this case, it is. So the itemized pieces are specific to Bill 20. So this 3.5 would be specific.
Specific for Bill 20, but for the increase compared to the last election, like 2017.
So I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So Councillor Rice, what we did is we took in 2022, we obviously had our actuals from 2021, and so we brought a service package which council approved in December of that year. That was based on what we understood. We recognized that 4 people was probably not enough to keep this team going. We didn't know that Bill 20 was coming, but the money that was approved by council in 2022, had Bill 20 not happened, I would not be sitting before you tonight asking for more money because I wouldn't need it.
Okay. So then 3FT increase is a part of this $3.5 million.
On an ongoing basis to deal with all of the legislative changes predominantly related to the financing requirements as well as the permanent electors
So
register.
it's a part of this.
100%.
Is a part of this $3.5 million. The next question was, I heard the different options and how to address this increase. So based on the conversation discussion here, I heard the funding service package. So then question to the finance is bring the funding service package is the only way, or we can build in the base budget and for this $3.5 million increase, or like you said, the number may be higher and by creating the reserve. So right now we don't know which approach will be moving forward at this moment. Is that fair to say that is why the information this report comes as received for the information?
So I can start, and Ms. Padbury might weigh in. But I would say is the tool itself is, it could be through a reserve, or it could be just budgeted over a 4-year period, or ultimately the funding source itself we're recommending would be a net tax levy increase and not reallocation.
So whatever, which
yeah, so the funding source would be net tax levy. It will come forward with the SOBA for a fulsome debate. This is just sort of to provide information in advance of that.
Yes, so I just try to think loudly and fund the available funding source, and then without the tax levy increase. And that is why I try to think about, is there any option there? Is there any option there without tax levy increase? And
I think we bring you a budget that has this funded with tax levy. If you decide you'd like to unfund something else so that you don't incur this tax levy, that would be a choice that you can make in budget. We intend to bring this funded. We will make it clear why it's being funded and and the amount of the tax levy. And we will make all other budget adjustments clear also.
Okay. I heard clear, like, reallocation could be another option. Okay,
I think I've been clear throughout the last few weeks that I don't believe that there is money available for reallocation.
Thank you for that. I heard this is the third time, at least, for today's conversation. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
I'll move receipt of information.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Paquette, we have set 13 minutes. So
Yeah, just really quickly.
I'm going to limit speaking to 2 minutes.
Don't even need that long. Just want to thank our administration for doing such a good job in presenting to us this information. And in the words of former Premier Jason Kenney, these days really bring to mind his quote, "The lunatics are running the asylum." Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about the impact of these legislations for a very long time. I appreciate all the work that went to analyzing the impact of a policy change that nobody asked for, solves unsure what exactly what the problem is. But now we have some solid numbers to kind of look at it. And, you know, this isn't just an Edmonton problem. This is across the board. I mean, one of the questions I had I didn't ask was, you know, does the school board even have this extra dollar sitting around? I can't imagine, because everybody is facing such tight financial constraint, from infrastructure to downloaded responsibility to lots of things that we've been talking about every single week. But here is another thing that we did not ask for. Nobody wanted it, and we still don't have the data to demonstrate what exactly is the need. And you have to bear the brunt of that. And I know it has been extremely stressful for you. I can't imagine that perhaps this was a highly debated topic at the conferences you're at, because probably top of mind for a lot of people. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you. And I know it's going to have huge impact on everyone, not just, it's not just a budgetary decision, but I think the uncertainty is what's going to be, it's going to be very, impactful. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright, take the chair.
I will take the chair.
Yeah, I know this is very disappointing. It's going to cost taxpayers, Edmontonians, more at a time when they are already struggling with affordability crisis, and they expect their leaders to actually minimize cost instead of add more costs, and this is absolutely unnecessary cost. I think also going to make it difficult for vulnerable Edmontonians to actually participate in our democracy by making it harder for them to vote. I think that's very, very, very disappointing. And third point I want to make is that as leaders, we have a responsibility to counter conspiracy theories, not cater to conspiracy theories. And the whole premise is that tabulators don't work. The whole premise that we need to hand count votes because people don't trust tabulators is not based on reality, it's not based on facts, it is not based on history. Tabulators work. They have worked for 2 decades. I have not heard a single complaint from anyone about the tabulators, and our administration and folks who run the elections they do phenomenal work, and they have built trust with communities, and they have worked so hard to ensure if any issue emerges, they deal with them right away. Our elections are fair, honest, and absolutely transparent in a way that people can trust it. Anyone who believes and making decisions based on conspiracy theory is not actually doing their job. They're catering to misinformation and disinformation, and that is not healthy for democracy. With that, I'm going to go to Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Not much more to add. To me, it's not disappointing. It's embarrassing that we're having this conversation. This makes elections less accessible through these changes to people who want to participate in the democratic process. I'm just going to echo what you said, Mayor Sohi, which is that our job as elected representatives is to make decisions based off facts and evidence. The facts are that voting tabulator machines have been used for decades. The provincial government themselves, including the Minister of Municipal Affairs, when introducing this legislation, clearly stated that there are no issues with this technology. And yet to appease, I don't know, 5,400 and so people for a vote on November 2nd feels embarrassing that the remaining 4.5 million Albertans are now facing a less accessible election, are facing an election that will take longer to get results, that may actually, oddly enough, introduce challenges, because now you have the element of human error that are going to be counting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of ballots. And so I actually think it's going to create issues on that front. So embarrassing is the word I will use in this. I mean, I think, for some reason, we're trying to govern to a select few, and I think that's really disappointing. And then the final thing I'll say is, and again, a huge thanks to our team at the elections office. I think the other great disappointment right now is that they don't have all the information yet. We're a year away from the election. These folks need to do their jobs, and the provincial government hasn't provided them with the information so they can do their jobs. This information should have been known over a year ago so they could actually do their jobs. Since you only gave me 2 minutes, I'll stop ranting there. Thank you.
Yeah. Please vote.
In favor.
Yes.
Yes. Mike,
Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
The vote is carried. Okay. Well, we've done what we scheduled to do for today. And we will recess.
Do you want to go into private since we're in camera first thing tomorrow morning? That might make it
Absolutely.
easier.
Can someone move that we go in camera,
So
please?
moved, subject to
All the applicable.
24, 25, 17, and 21. Just 17,
Okay.
and 24 and 25.
Who seconded that?
I second.
Mr. Rice, please vote. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, just give us a moment, please. eScribe is still setting it. We still need to get it set up for the vote. It just paused for a second. The vote is live now.
It's all unanimously approved. Voted? Yes.
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 Thank you, Mayor. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30. Until then, we are on recess.